Morning.
Good morning. Can you all hear me? There's so many folks I'd like to say hello to personally, and I will do my darndest, but that's not the purpose of today's meeting. So I'm going to stick to the script because otherwise I'll go off script and take too long. So please excuse my looking at the paper. So good morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kerry Long, and I serve as the Regional Administrator for the Federal Aviation Administration up here in the Alaskan region. It's my privilege, personally as well as professionally, to welcome the National Transportation Safety Board to Alaska for a roundtable on the subject of Alaska, Part 135 flight operations, charting a safer course. The folks here, all of us, are very interested in what's going to come out of this meeting, and we're looking forward to it. Mr. Chairman, thank you for assembling such a fine staff and for the decision to have this meeting, and we understand your folks are very burdened with Santa Cruz and some other issues and just sad issues, but we appreciate your not canceling and keep sticking with us. Before we get started, safety first. There are emergency exits at the end of just about every aisle in the auditorium. In the event of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, you will use the nearest exit, please, and then convene on the lawn on the south side of the building along Providence Drive, which is the main drag outside. In the event of an earthquake, Mr. Chairman, please duck and cover next to your seat and await further instruction. It's only a couple of pages here. So I mentioned my welcome is personal. That's because in between my time as the FAA's Chief Counsel and my trip to this amazing and last frontier, I spent about 3 years on the legal staff at the NTSB. I'm just echoing what we all believe, I believe, which is that the NTSB is the premier transportation accident investigative body in the world. No qualification, none whatsoever. I saw that professionalism, the causes of that, with the investigators and the staff every day. I saw folks unwilling to stop investigations until they had answers. I was reading in the chairman's book, actually, about one that lasted 4 years, because till we found the answer, the NTSB, we didn't stop. They knew that lives would be saved by what they did. They walked that extra mile every day because they knew it would save lives. Many of them are here today to participate in an exchange of information we also know will save lives. Briefly, the NTSB, among many other things, investigates every civil aviation accident in the United States. The purpose of today's roundtable and the reason for the visit of Chairman Sumwalt and his colleagues today, and you all, is that improving the safety of Part 135 aircraft flight operations is one of this year's top 10 safety improvements that will save lives. And I think we all know that we think that all the NTSB does is take care of us, but also involved in highway accidents, marine accidents, pipelines, and so it's all over, and sadly, we're reminded of that by what's going on down in Santa Cruz at this point, where the NTSB has fielded a large team. So what we should not forget is that 4 of the remaining top 10, which are eliminate distractions, end alcohol and other drug impairment in transportation, reduce fatigue-related accidents, and strengthen occupant protection, are all aircraft related, aviation related, in addition to the relation they have, to highways and marine and so on. So there are 10 of them, and remember that we're talking mostly about one of them today, safety in 135 operations, but there are 4 others that apply to our safety in aviation that you ought to think about. So to the NTSB's Mike Blue Skies Folkerts, where's Mike? Oh, is that there? He probably knew I'd mention his name, so he ran out. Supported by Clint Johnson, who is here somewhere. There's Clint. Mike, thank you. I mentioned your middle name of Blue Skies. Yeah. Thank you both for your tireless efforts, which were very successful, to assemble the panelists. I don't want to accuse the panelists of being cats, but it was a bit like herding cats, and Mike was involved in it the whole way, and thank you, Mike, and thanks, Clint, for the support you gave him. That's the drum roll after and before. So to our audience and the panelists, esteemed panelists, thank you for joining us today to participate in what I consider to be as a unique opportunity. By my count, since I've been here, which is about 5 years, we've had the chairman twice and other members at least once, which I find amazing. That's 4 out of 5, and I think that's just amazing, sir, and it's an indication of how seriously you take the challenges up here. So, Robert L. Sumwalt III, sitting right there, is the 14th chairman of the National Transportation Safety Board. He was appointed to a second 2-year term as chairman by President Trump just last month, following his, and get this, unanimous confirmation by the Senate. The last time I heard unanimous was I don't know when. Since his initial appointment in 2006, he has served as member, vice chairman, acting chairman, and for the past 2 years, as I mentioned, as chairman. Prior to Chairman Sumwalt's NTSB service, he was a pilot for 32 years with Piedmont Airlines and U.S. Airways, accumulating over 14,000 flight hours. He also chaired the Airline Pilots Association Human Factors and Training Group and served as a consultant to NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System. In his spare time, he co-authored a book on aircraft accidents and published more than 100 articles on transportation safety and aircraft accident investigations. Not a very busy man, sorry. He's a graduate of the University of South Carolina, proudly, and is chairman, and he received his master's degrees with distinction from Embry-Riddle. Both those institutions subsequently gifted him with honorary doctorate degrees, which I think is amazing. Folks, the work of the day awaits, so without further delay, may I introduce to you. Those your drums, Jackie? Folks, the work of the day awaits, so without further delay, assuming we don't get any more noise like that, may I introduce you to a fierce advocate for improving aviation safety and all safety in all other transportation modes, who also happens to be one of the nicest people I know, the Honorable Robert L. Sumwalt. Chairman?
So I guess I'll have to, can we get a mic on this thing here? No? All right, well, that's why we get here early. Did I mention that we lack infrastructure in the state of California? Carrie, thank you for that warm introduction. As Carrie was reading that, hi guys, thank you. So I'll stand here then. As Carrie was reading that, I was thinking, gosh, where did Carrie get all that information about me? And then it occurred to me that, hey, I'm the one that wrote it. But anyway, Carrie, thank you. We're thrilled to be here. I think that Carrie's departure from the NTSB was certainly the FAA's gain and Alaska's gain. Want to welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. I don't know if online, if you can see how many people we have in the audience, but we certainly do have a number of people here in the audience. We've got a number of panelists here. You know, when the FAA reauthorization bill was passed last year, Senator Dan Sullivan put out a press release, and he noted that aviation and aviation infrastructure are a critical component of the Alaska economy and our way of life. And he pointed out that 169 communities in Alaska are reliant on aviation for goods and services. The Alaska Air Carriers Association said that 82% of Alaska's communities are not accessible by roads. And as a result, those communities rely on aviation for life-sustaining goods and services. And as many of you know, that in some of these communities, if you're going to the hospital, you're going by aviation. Most of that is by Part 135. So by extension, not only is aviation essential to Alaska, but so is Part 135. It's essential to Alaska. But the NTSB, we're concerned about Part 135 safety in Alaska. Over the last 11 and a half years, the NTSB has investigated over 200 Part 135 accidents in the state of Alaska. And those accidents collectively have claimed over 80 lives. So yes, the NTSB is concerned. We're concerned about Part 135 safety overall, but we're very concerned about Part 135 safety in the state of Alaska. We've added improving the safety of Part 135 operations. We've added that to our most wanted list. We've also made recommendations about the need for an improved infrastructure in the state of Alaska for aviation. Now, I'm not from here, but I do recognize that Alaska has challenging weather. It has absolutely beautiful but precipitous terrain. And it lacks aviation infrastructure, things that we take for granted in the lower 48. But those things must not be an excuse for the lack of safety. They can't be an excuse for those accidents. Oftentimes, in the wake of an accident, our investigators meet with the grieving family members. And they can't very well go to those family members and say, well, I'm sure you're going to understand, because as you know, we have challenges in the state of Alaska. We don't have the infrastructure that you might have had if your family member would have been traveling in New Mexico or Colorado or California. We cannot accept those factors as an excuse. What we need training. We need to ensure that the pilots who are operating those airplanes have adequate training for the mission, for the flight that they're planning, as well as any reasonable contingencies. We need to make sure that the operators are practicing aggressive risk management. We need to make sure that the technology is adequate. And we need to make sure that the infrastructure is in place so that when a passenger boards a flight, there is an expectation of safety. It's not if something happens, we can just say, well, Alaska is different. Yes, Alaska is different in many aspects, but it is no different in terms of the consequences of a tragic plane crash. Today, we are here to pose provocative questions, and we hope to get very good answers, meaningful answers. Today we have 4 panels, each about 4 hours, each about 1 hour in length. And they center around those 4 topics that I mentioned a few minutes ago. Training solutions, risk management solutions, technology solutions, infrastructure solutions. And notice that the word that I said 4 times was solutions, because that's what we're here today to seek, is solutions to those difficult questions. We're not here just to have another conversation. I was with Richard McSpadden last night as we spoke at the Alaska Air Carriers Association, or the Alaska Airmen Association. And Richard said, we don't want just another conversation. We want solutions. So our panelists, they are the real experts about the day-to-day challenges for what Alaska Part 135 safety faces here. They're also the ones who know many of the solutions. Thank you all for taking your time not only to be here today, but prepare for being here today. So as we sit here today and you listen, we want to think of takeaways, things that are aggressive solutions that we can actually work towards as we work to improve safety in Alaska. Those of you in the audience, we will be taking questions from you. You should have some note cards that you would have gotten at the registration desk, and we'll have folks going through to collect your questions. And if you're watching online, yes, you may submit your questions, and I think it's going to pop up here in a moment. Your questions can go to Part 135 Roundtable at NTSB.gov, as you can see it right there on the screen, right? That's right. So here we go again. Part 135 Roundtable at NTSB.gov. There it is. The FAA has been a vital part of this event as well, and they are offering wings credit if you attend in person or online. And if you're here in person, there's a table to sign up for wings credit out front. If you're online, you can watch. You can email your questions to Mike Yorkey, and Mike's address, there it is right there, Mike.Yorke@FAA.gov. That music sounds good. So I will do so when I return to my desk, but if you would kindly put your phones on silent. It's now my pleasure to introduce Dana Schultz. Dana Dana's been with the NTSB since 2002. Prior to that, she had extensive experience in the aviation industry. Dana has been the chief of our major investigations division at the NTSB. That is the division that heads up, that is in charge of our GO teams, our aviation GO teams. In 2012, she became the 2012, she became the deputy director of the NTSB's Office of Aviation Safety. In July, we were proud to promote Dana to become the director of the NTSB's Office of Aviation Safety. She has somewhere around 125 employees that work under her management. She has been involved with several investigations, including the investigation of Alaska Flight 261. So I will in just a moment introduce Dana, but I do want to thank each of you for being here. I want to thank the panelists, and I really want to acknowledge the NTSB staff who's been involved in putting all of this together. We hope to have more recognition in that area at the end of the day, but I wanted to say that. Dana, welcome, and hope you have better luck with the microphone than I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, and good morning to the panelists. And I just want to extend an additional thanks to the panelists for all the work that you've done so far to prepare, for coming here, for being part of the conversation, for being willing to have some of these difficult discussions that the chairman mentioned. And those of you in the audience that are participating, as well as those on webcast. Hopefully the webcast is working better than the microphone and the display. I wanted to start off by just level setting us that the chairman mentioned these challenges that are very unique and difficult in the Alaska aviation environment, the weather and the terrain, and talk a bit about safety priorities. I'll walk through today, next slide please, Josh. I'll walk through today essentially the NTSB accident data for Part 135 accidents. The chairman talked a little bit about it, and I'll show you some of the occurrence categories. I don't think any of them will surprise most of you. I'll talk about the safety issues that we identified in the investigations we conducted of those accidents, and then I'll talk a bit about our recommendations, what we think the safety priorities need to be, and how those weave together with some of the other issues we're going to talk about in the panels today with regard to infrastructure in particular. But most importantly, we want the conversation to be about collaboration and talking about these solutions jointly, talking about the difficult issues, but talking about how we can use some methods and technologies to focus on priority. Everybody has limited resources, and we recognize in the 135 community that all of the solutions need to be scalable for size and complexity of operation. And that's an important issue to address because while some of the bigger operators might have the resources to do more, I think the message is there are a lot of things that can be done even with a small operation. And so it's very important to have some of these tools and methods and strategies in place at every operation, but perhaps most importantly at the smaller operators, because I think what some of these methods that I'll talk about involved with NTSB safety recommendations like flight data management and safety management systems in particular can help an operator do of any size is prioritize their safety resources that are very scarce. Everybody in the organization is part of safety. And so getting them all focused on a common mission is very important. So I think the other aspect to talk about today as we start the conversation is that safety is a non-punitive endeavor. It's very difficult to come forward and talk about mistakes of the past, but it's important to learn those lessons and make changes to move forward. It's also important to monitor your progress and hopefully do it in a way that you can identify where solutions maybe aren't working as you expected before they result in an accident, before an accident can occur. So it's really important to look at what we do here as lessons learned and reinvigorating and enhancing safety through that. It's not a punitive activity that focuses on failure. Next slide, Josh. So I'll start with the data. And the one thing I also want to really get everybody to think about as you look at accident data is that this is the most rudimentary form of flight data management, if you will, that you would do, is we look at the data after the fact. The better way to do it, less costly to life, to business, and to the communities that the flights operate into and that 135 community in general, is to have a mechanism to be able to identify the hazards that might lead to an accident before that occurs. And this is the genesis of our idea, our recommendation on flight data monitoring and safety management systems. Very critical. But for us at NTSB, we are the official US repository for accident data. And so that's what I'm going to walk through with you today. As the chairman mentioned, since 2008, there have been 209 accidents involving Part 135 operations in the state of Alaska. And this Pareto diagram reflects the occurrence numbers from highest to lowest, from left to right. And if you're familiar with the Pareto principle, it essentially says that 20% of the issues, and let's just say hazards, cause 80% of the problems, or in this case, accidents. And so one concept in safety is that we want to identify those few core hazards that maybe contribute to 80% of the accidents. And so if you look at all accident data, which is what this Pareto diagram represents, there's a handful of occurrence categories that top the list, that contribute the most to accident occurrence. They're not categories that you would be surprised with. CFIT, loss of control in flight, mid-air collision. So if we move then to look more precisely at the fatal accidents, next slide, thanks Josh. Of those 209 accidents, as the chairman mentioned, 29 of them were fatal, and out of that, 81 people lost their lives, as well as untold cost in reputation, to the community, to the company. So a significant threat to the Alaska aviation system, but the economy as well. So it's something that we want to focus on. Obviously, you want to focus on and look at ways to improve. So if we apply the Pareto principle here, there's really 4 categories of accident, again, probably not surprising to you, that lead the list and really contribute to almost 80% of the fatal accidents. Controlled flight into terrain, loss of control in flight, mid-air collision, and unintended encounter with IMC. So again, we're looking in the rearview mirror here at occurrences that resulted in fatalities, but we don't want to rely on this strategy to improve safety, right? We want to find a way to get in and identify the problems before they result in accidents, and I know that a number of experts on this panel are going to talk a bit about strategies for doing that through flight data monitoring programs and SMS, and how those hopefully can be scaled to any size operator doing any level of complexity of operation. Now, before we leave this, this chart, I think it's important to note, again, not unsurprisingly, that 3 of those top 4 categories heavily involve weather-related hazards. So next slide. So this is the first safety issue that the NTSB has identified in the course of our investigations. We've found that CFIT training is conducted in many cases, but it's really not yielding the effectiveness that one would hope. So this is where that monitoring comes in, understanding how effective the training programs are before an accident happens. But what we see are improvements needed in the training programs themselves. Their coverage of the most current TAWS technologies, the application of TAWS alerts and how they're inhibited in terms of the TAWS usage. We recognize that the TAWS design, the equipment, has limitations in that regard, but understanding how to manage the operational procedures to maximize the protections that TAWS can afford, and maybe being able to drive the data back to the manufacturers of the systems to even improve them more. And then lastly, the weather minimums. Ensuring that there are conservative minimums in place and that pilots are complying with those, adhering to those minimums and the operating procedures for weather conditions. So overall, managing weather risks is a big issue area. We believe CFIT training, enhanced CFIT training, could really take us to the next level to enhance safety. Next slide. Second issue area, operational monitoring. Again, as I've mentioned, it's a way and offers data that can be used in structured methods, safety risk assessments, to be able to understand where your most significant hazards lie, how you are operating your aircraft, the routes you're flying, the technologies, the equipment that you're using, how the pilots are trained. But really having data to look before the accident happens to understand where shortcomings might lie. And again, the importance of the operational monitoring is that we can identify these risks and hazards before an accident occurs. Next slide, please. And this is the third and last safety issue area that we've identified. The safety management practices, and of course this is the cornerstone, safety management, that really the first two areas of improvement opportunity, the safety issue areas, really could benefit and rely on our safety management practices. And so, of course, safety management systems is a structured way to improve in these areas. So what are the issues we've seen? We've seen some issues with safety policies themselves. They're not effective, or they're not consistently implemented. The safety risk as well. We don't necessarily see operators sitting down, subject matter experts, to sit down and really talk through the risks that, the hazards in their operation and how those risks could manifest in terms of the worst case, an accident. And then as part of that, the safety risk assessment process itself, just being able to prioritize. The whole reason that you would conduct safety risk assessments is to identify potential mitigations. But as I mentioned at the beginning, everybody's got tight resources, so you can't do everything. What are those few things that you can do that are going to make a difference? That's what safety risk assessment is about, helping you identify your safety priorities and being able to communicate that effectively all the way up and down the chain within your organization. And with flight data monitoring, real data aggregated over multiple flights, that starts to help you build a credible story with your employees, with the FAA, and with the industry, with your colleagues, your partners, for where the issues lie and what are effective solutions. And then lastly, those lessons learned, part of the safety management process, being able to look at how effective the changes that you're putting in place really are, monitoring your operation over time. Did that procedural change work? Did that training activity show improvement? Those sorts of questions that can be answered more objectively with data, but it also helps build the credibility and trust with your employees, which is critical to building that culture. Next slide. So as I mentioned, at NTSB, we've made some recommendations. We believe that preventing the next accidents on Part 135 operations, particularly in Alaska, really, if there are priorities to be set, we think CFIT training, operational monitoring through flight data management systems and programs, and safety management systems will really help move the needle on safety. Recognizing that they need to be scalable and they need to be adaptable to all types of operations. Again, I think that's a key part of the conversation today, is how do we do that? So lastly, we have, in terms of doing that and trying to get some collaborative knowledge sharing across all the experts on the stage, we've got 4 session areas we want to talk about today. The training, risk management, technology, and infrastructure. And I think that, again, the concept being, how can we find those few activities, those few solutions that will get us where we need to go and be able to move that safety needle ahead. So again, I want to thank the members of the panel who are going to be here to talk and share their expertise and knowledge. And with that, I think we should get the conversation started. Thank you.
Great. Why don't we go around the room just real quickly and introduce our panelists. Ron, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Ron Haberman. I'm the District Manager with the U.S. Postal Service.
Good morning. I'm Will Mayo, and I'm a co-chairman of the Alaska Federation of Natives, and I work at the Tanana Chiefs Conference. I'm here as a consumer of these services.
Thank you and welcome.
Hi, I'm Ray Weber, Associate Professor of Aviation here. My areas of focus tend to be human factors, safety.
And Ray, we want to thank you for providing this beautiful venue, the Wendy Williamson Auditorium at the University of Alaska, Anchorage. So Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and I would like to take credit, but I can't.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm George Snyder. I'm the President and CEO of GHS Aviation Group. We're an international aviation safety auditing, training, and consulting group in Washington, D.C.
Good morning. I'm Harry Keeling. I'm Chairman of the Board of the Alaskan Aviation Safety Foundation. We are a statewide nonprofit educating and advocating for aviation safety.
Howard Martin, Regional Counsel for the FAA, and I represent, I guess, the darkest side of the dark side. We do the enforcement that comes out of the various investigations.
Good morning, Tom Tilson. I'm currently assigned to the FAA Academy in Oklahoma City with a specialty in SMS training and Part 135 flight operations. I'm also an Alaskan mutt from Ketchikan and grew up in Juneau, and joined the FAA in 2014 in Juneau as a field inspector.
Good morning, Mike York, Aviation Safety. I have the opportunity to circulate throughout the state of Alaska, mostly South Central, discuss issues safety with the operators in Part 91. I also have another assistant in that division, Kyle Weinzerl. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stacia Joyce. I'm a senior pilot with Air Methods and also a small 135 air charter with my husband.
I believe from here on, you'll be with us in the morning, and then we'll change out this side of the room at lunch, I believe, or after lunch. I believe that's the way that's going to work. Thank you, Stacy. And Mike, sorry I pronounced it Yorkie. It's York.
Most people say Yorkie, you're good.
Thanks.
Good morning, I'm Joe Sprague with Wings Airways, a float plane tour operator in Juneau.
Good morning, Darren Young. I'm the Director of Operations for Warblows and Air Arctic out of Fairbanks, Alaska here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joel Kane. I'm the Director of Safety for Temsco Helicopters. We're headquartered in Ketchikan, but have operations throughout the state.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dave Flieger. I'm the President and CEO of Raven Air Group. We're the largest regional airline in the state.
Dan Kniezek, Vice President of Operations for Grant Aviation.
And good morning, Max Tidwell, Vice President of Safety and Security for Alaska Air Group.
Jens Hennig with the General Aviation Manufacturers Association. Good morning. I co-chair the FDM initiative here with Corey Stephen on the industry side. And I also have the pleasure of co-chairing an ADSB deployment initiative with the FAA, so plenty of topics here to discuss today.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Corey Stevens, FAA Office of Acts Investigation Prevention, Government Co-Chair for the Safety Analysis Team of the General Aviation Joint Steering Committee.
Good morning, Richard McSpadden with the AOPA Air Safety Institute.
Good morning, Jenny Salmon. I'm an Air Traffic Control Specialist at Anchorage En Route Control Center.
Good morning, sir. My name's Andy McClure. I work for Alaska Flight Service. I facilitate a monthly PIREP improvement work group up here and have been working in Alaska for probably 22, 23 years out of my FAA career.
Good morning. I'm Noreen Price, Aviation Accident Investigator for the NTSB in Alaska.
Sean Williams, I'm a senior investigator with the NTSB.
Well, good morning and welcome. So this first panel is going to be on training. And Ray, since you're the host, why don't we start with you and tell us about the aviation program here at the University of Alaska, Anchorage, and what are some of the key areas that you're focusing on to develop the next generation of pilots?
Excellent. Yeah, I can do that for you. First of all, University of Alaska Anchorage has a pretty sizable aviation program, about 400 to 450 students, variable in four primary areas: piloting, management, air traffic control, and maintenance. But with the focus on 135 operators today, we'll focus on the piloting. And what we really do is we try and work with the students first and foremost to get them thinking about safety at the start. This happens to include discussions at length for safety management systems and risk management, including hazard analysis, starting at the beginning. And we work through all of the classes, safety, human factors, private pilot, all the way through commercial. We're discussing risk management techniques. Now, what tends to end up becoming unique is towards the end. Several of the FAA members here and several of the other organizations have attended our 492 presentations. Our 492 presentations happen to be, we pick a problem, we have all of the students work towards a solution to that problem. And this can be anywhere from aviation fatigue issues all the way through. We had someone talking, one group talking about privatization options for air traffic control. But at the end, they actually use their time to analyze the information. And it starts to get them thinking about analysis techniques for things such as risk management. And they get to do it, actually practice it. Now, we also run with the standard foundation of you will have the proper stick and rudder skills, you will be able to understand it. And we also have a focus on weather. So those are our three primary areas that we look towards.
Thank you very much. By the way, I want this to be informal. I will, if it's okay with you all, I will refer to you by your first name, and you can refer to me as by my first name, which is Mr. Chairman. But actually, I would prefer if you do refer to me by my first name, which is Robert. So thanks for the formalities. I'm honored to have that title, but let's keep it informal today. So Ray, thank you very much. And since we're on you, why don't we go to Dave Flieger, because you have, just as I understand it, introduced a program to partner with UAA to help recruit pilots or to train pilots. Can you talk just a little bit about that?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, real quick. So actually it was our Senior Vice President of Flight Operations, who's in the audience, Deke Abbott, who got together with the staff over at UAA, and what we did was create a program for young men and women who are finishing their either associate's degree or their bachelor's degree at UAA to, in their last semester, if they're already qualified as a commercial airline pilot and meet our standards, come and fly for us as an airline pilot out in the bush, flying in our 135 operation, while at the same time they're at UAA finishing up their degree. And it's a prereq that they have to finish their degree before they move over and start flying for us. But it's a great program, great partnerships, early days in terms of its infancy. But what we're trying to do is create an incentive for young men and women to want to get into aviation, and more importantly, do it the right way through UAA as a flight school and other flight schools, obviously, but UAA's got a great, robust program, and then bring them on to fly for us, starting off on the right seat and then moving to the left seat.
Great. Thank you for that innovative approach there, because we all hear about a pilot shortage. In fact, I'm hearing, and I don't know how, I suspect this is variable, I'm hearing as much as 40% of pilot turnover in the 135 community each year here in Alaska. And of course, the major airlines are hiring, which means the regional airlines are hiring, so it has an effect, I suspect. If you're a 135 carrier, let me know. I'd like to hear from you if you're a 135 carrier. What percentage of turnover are you having each year? Dave, of course, you're 135 and 121. What's your pilot turnover looking like?
It's probably about that same ballpark. I mean, we've got a different mix there with the 121 folks who want to stay and spend the night, have a domicile right here in Anchorage, but the 135 tends to be their 2-on, 2-off schedule, like a lot of the 135 carriers up here. A lot of folks who come up and either stay for a lifetime or come up and transit through on their way to the big guys.
So you're saying that 40% figure is not atypical for what you're saying?
So that's I'd say pretty close.
Dan, how about you at Grant?
Yeah, 40% sounds about the right number.
And Joel?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
We have a year-round population as well as seasonal, but the seasonal tends to affect us that way.
Darren?
Yeah, I would even say more with us. I mean, a lot of our pilots are senior. We have some of our pilots have been here for years, but the pilots that are coming through they realize this is just a stepping stone to their next career path, and we can't keep pilots, and then what's out there is not very experienced. So working with the university and stuff like that is a perfect way to create that pipeline.
Great. And Dave?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that all of us are doing to address that too is retention bonuses and incentivizing folks to stick around. So we want to get the return on investment in training. We want good employees, and they obviously want to get compensated appropriately for being up here and on their way up if they're going to move out to another carrier.
Fantastic. So, yeah, I mean, so that sort of validates what I've heard there, so I appreciate the feedback there. So, the NTSB, we have recommended CFIT avoidance training for Part 135 pilots. Now, as I recall, back when the rotorcraft rules were changed back in around 2014 or so, it did require CFIT avoidance training for commercial helicopter pilots. But Stacy, can you talk a little bit about that, how it's affected the, of course, you're required to do it on your helicopter side. How about on the fixed wing side? Are you doing anything in that respect, CFIT avoidance training?
Yes, we are. When I first started flying up here, it was my first job in Part 135 with ERA. And even, we didn't have simulators at that time, but CFIT avoidance was certainly at the top of the priority. Flying in the mountains, flying glaciers, and then that's just evolved in time as technology comes up. We implemented use of the Medallion Foundation simulators for our CFIT avoidance by reducing, the weather in the simulator and how to recognize the deteriorating visibility and when to make the decision to turn around rather than continue. And of course, that doesn't replace the valuable training in the aircraft, but it's a tool. The simulators are a great tool for CFIT training. And huge advocate, and in the airplanes, the same thing. We try and use the Medallion Foundation as much as we can to implement and, help us with our real life situations.
Thank you. And so one of the things we noted in our investigation of a Part 135 accident down in Ketchikan a few years ago, we looked at the fidelity of the simulators. Now, of course, the simulators aren't there to teach you how to fly stick and rudder, but it was really more of a cue-based thing that you look out the window, which is a CRT, which is a TV screen, LCD screen, whatever it is. And but we noted that some of the fidelity of the simulations of the weather seemed to be not realistic. Has maybe that can be changed with technology, but is that problem being addressed in terms of being able to improve the replication of weather situations? Darren?
Yeah, we've actually incorporated the CFIT training as part of our basic training program, and we do utilize a simulator. It's actually pretty useful for that tool. We use it for basic instrument skills as well. Just the stick and rudder, if you will, just flying instruments in the simulator is a pretty tough thing to do. But we specifically use it for the CFIT avoidance training and it's the technology and the programs that we have and that you can get nowadays. We can actually fly the same routes that we do. We actually practice the route to Coldfoot. We practice the route to Anaktuvik and use those specific routes that we fly as part of the CFIT training.
Great. Ray.
Apologize for interrupting in here, but that actually was an area of research that I did. The fidelity has certain aspects to it that does help, but at the same time, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. What I have found time and again is if you're using it more for allowing decision-making, you actually can get away with a lower fidelity, less expensive unit, as long as you are using it primarily for that decision-making. It works in conjunction with ground training to a superior level. So.
Great. So it does help, according to your research, it does help with the decision-making. And we do know that the decision-making aspect is what oftentimes leads us into or allows us to get into weather that we probably should not be into. So would you like to talk a little bit more about that research and the decision-making aspects of that?
I can, but cut me off as soon as I get too long. It happened to be my dissertation research. What I was comparing was the use of ground-based instruction versus simulation strictly on the effectiveness of decisions made. Now, I will say one of the areas that I found problematic was both groups always tried to fly into the weather. But in the later group, the group that did the simulation, after they flew into weather, got lost, and plowed into a mountain in the simulator, they were significantly more cautious. But that also meant I had to let them complete the simulator scenario to its ending. So as they continued to do that, that group started to improve and turn around significantly earlier than any of the group that just strictly did ground, or they also did video training and the AOPA mountain training.
So basically, you would, in the simulator, you would allow them to make the poor decision. They would fly into the mountain, but then in subsequent exercises, they did significantly better.
That is correct.
So if we have to run into a mountain, it'd be much better to do it in a fixed motion simulator than in real life. So it is having the effect, according to your research, of improving it downstream. Because oftentimes when we run into a mountain, in real life, we don't have the opportunity to repeat that mistake.
Mr. Chairman, it's over here. If I may, one of the things we should put on the table to discuss at some point is the medallion group and the retiring of the medallion group and those CFIT simulators that they've been operating and how that's going to be picked up and continued and who. So
Great. Thank you.
I just didn't want to leave that topic without us putting a marker on that.
No, let's talk about that, because when Stacy mentioned medallion simulators, I was going to follow up with that. So let's talk about it. So how will that void, and by the way, Ray, you said apologize for interrupting. You're not interrupting. We want this to be a conversation, but as we said, I quoted Richard, we don't want it just to be a conversation for the sake of here on Friday the 6th of September. We want solutions that we can implement downstream. So we do want a conversation. So along the note that Richard just mentioned, okay, so Medallion goes out of business on the 15th of September. That means ostensibly the simulators will not be there. How is that void going to be filled?
Mr. Chairman,
Tom?
Robert, we had a meeting yesterday with the group. The FAA guys got together, and that was one of the topics that was brought up. And Mike, you can help me with this. The agency, correct me if I speak out of turn here, the agency's plan is to have those simulators continue to be available for use. There may be a pause while we figure out where we're going to put them, but I know the outlying simulators, like the ones in Ketchikan and things like that, those are at this point remaining where they are, and they're going to remain in service. The simulators here in Anchorage are going to need to find new home. Facility-wise, and the agencies has made that a priority to make that happen. So there may be a short pause where they're not available, but the simulators are going to continue to be available for use of the carriers.
Okay, that's interesting. And Mike, would you like to jump in there, and Joe? But Mike first.
Yeah, Tom hit the nail on the head. Our senior management does not want this program to linger or stay on the shelf for a while. We'd like to see them available the 16th, but probably in reality that doesn't happen. So the ideal of a short pause, I think that's a great choice of words. And I know Howard met yesterday with the ED down there, and he may have some things he can share on the timeliness of that. That meeting, I believe, was at 4 o'clock yesterday.
All right, let's hear from Howard, then Joe will go to you. Thank you.
So right now, we've reached agreement in principle. It's an unusual situation in the way the equipment was purchased, but we maintain a residual interest in it. Medallion is working with us to inventory, determine suitability, what equipment is still usable, where it should be, and we're going to work with other partners who we reached out to, Alaska Air Carriers, University, various parties. So it's going to take a little bit of time because we can't just give property away. That it doesn't work like that, but we are working strenuously right now to get it back in service as soon as possible.
Great, thank you. And Joe?
Yeah, I would just sort of stating the obvious, but on behalf of the smaller operators in the state that really rely on that equipment, we hope that that short pause is as short as possible. The simulators really do provide a benefit to us. We incorporate it voluntarily as part of our training program, particularly for new pilots coming into the operation. Even if the fidelity isn't that great, the ability to actually see terrain that they are unfamiliar with and see it in different weather conditions is just critical. So I would say the CFIT simulator, and I'm glad Richard asked for a marker on this medallion question, because we shouldn't let it be the elephant in the room today. We should absolutely address what does follow that. And it isn't just the CFIT sims, which are a critical asset for operators, especially small operators that can never afford to do something like that themselves, but reporting systems like the ASAP program. Your own encouragement for operators to adopt SMS is great, but there's a technical element to incorporating SMS at a smaller operator that a lot of smaller operators don't have that expertise. So having some sort of follow-on entity to Medallion is critical.
Great, thank you. And Mike, did you want to make a final word on that?
Yeah, there's been a little bit of early chat on this. We have a popular area for flight seeing, Talkeetna, Alaska. It's similar to Southeast Alaska. There's a dozen turbine otters that operate up there and probably another 8 other aircraft flight seeing in the McKinley area. And great place to see on a beautiful day, but sometimes can be some contiguous weather issues that do evolve. And so we'd like to see if we could possibly, that was one of the solutions, move one of those simulators up there early in the year. Just a quick note, Gianni Sandlin's group over at ATC, we have a preseason meeting up there every year, and folks from ATC come up to talk with the operators up there, and they all say it's beneficial. They often steal the show from us. So
Great, thanks. And Joe talked about ASAP and SMS and those other aspects that are associated with Medallion, and as we get on later on today, we will talk about those programs there. Why don't we switch, still on the idea of simulated devices. Joel, so you've got some new training devices for your pilots. Can you talk about what you're doing there and the safety payback that you are getting?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Earlier this year, we installed a level 5 full motion simulator in our catch can facility, and it's been an absolute game changer. I wanted to address the visuals. We talked about the graphics and some of our aviation training devices, flight training devices. Our simulator is actually a miniature IMAX theater. It is a wraparound screen that pulls 220 degrees around the pilot, the cockpit area, and it goes from the floor to 12 feet. So it's 12 feet tall in a small IMAX theater with multiple projectors, and it's a full motion capability. It's been kind of the culmination of a 2 or 3 year project to get to this point for the installation, but now it's just the beginning of that training opportunity for our pilots. All of our pilots this year, we're still in our first year of implementing this integrating this into our training program. All of our pilots, our initial first-year pilots, received at least 2.5 to 4 hours of hands-on training in the simulator before they actually entered a cockpit. All of our year-round full-time pilots did their recurrent training in there as well. I think probably the most important thing, Dr. Weber talked about turning around and using cue-based training. That's been a major part of our CFIT training program, was using cue-based training to deteriorating weather conditions and figuring out when is this guy actually going to make the decision that it's just getting so bad you can't go on. Another major aspect that we've seen in this integration was we integrated synthetic vision and our ADSB into the simulator, and that took a bit of a delay with the simulator developer, which is Frasca Simulators out of Urbana, Illinois. They've been exceptional to work with, and we now have a cockpit that's customizable. We can fly it from the left seat or the right seat, and we can fly it in multiple variations of our models of our aircraft. And that synthetic vision is an absolute game changer. We don't have it across the fleet yet. We have about 25% of the fleet completed with synthetic vision, but the pilots are seeing actual flight controls, actual cockpit, and the graphics are actually amazing. We send in thousands of pictures, and Frasca synthesized those pictures with GIS information and some Google Earth information, and it's very, very realistic training.
Wow, that sounds fascinating. And the simulators you're down in the southeast. Is that
Yes, sir.
Juneau? Is that?
The simulator's actually in Ketchikan at this time. We have a plan to eventually set up 2 of the screen systems and the projector systems so that we would have an opportunity to move the brains of the system, if you will, the cockpit device from one place to another throughout the year as our center of gravity moves from training to operations.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Joel, you mentioned the notion of decision-making, and Ray, we talked about it with your research. Harry, it was nice to be with you last night. The Alaska Aviation Safety Foundation has done a lot of great work advocating aviation safety through education. So what are some examples of the foundation's efforts to improve pilot decision-making in the areas of weather recognition and avoidance?
Thanks, Robert. I was amazed by your discussion about your simulator. Congratulations, that's fantastic. I'd like to begin by just talking a little bit about the Safety Foundation, and then I'll talk directly to your question. The Safety Foundation has been actively advocating for aviation safety in Alaska for over 25 years. This statewide nonprofit has conducted seminars, distributed quarterly newsletter to educate our members on specific topics like CFIT, VMC, and IMC, risk management, and decision-making. 3 years ago, we collaborated on a seminar with NTSB, led by that then member, Dr. Earl Weiner. We focused on preventing loss of control accidents, which was one of the top 10 most wanted lists at the time. On the screen there, you should see the agenda for that particular meeting back in November. And as you look down it, it's pretty typical of the type of program that we present. We normally have about 80 or 100 people attend, but you can see that NTSB presenters are woven into the fabric of that agenda. And almost every one of our presentations, we have an NTSB investigator talk about Alaska accidents. One of the most effective tools that we've been using lately certainly isn't a full motion simulator, but it's able to involve more people. And what we do is we hand out small controllers that you can select multiple choice question or answers, and on the big screen we develop a flight, and it's a local flight. You might take off out of Lake Hood, the weather might get bad, and we stop the flight and then ask the audience to vote. What would you do now? Would you turn around? Would you continue? And they will vote, and then we'll throw the results up on the screen, and then the final step is to discuss some of those decisions that might not be as good as others. Anyway, we have pioneered the use of these visual simulations in creating situations that allow a lot of pilots to exercise decision-making in many of the situations that end up in an accident. We look forward to continuing work with the NTSB, the FAA, AOPA, the Airmen's Association, and others to educate pilots and develop their decision-making skills, airmanship, and aeronautical knowledge to improve safety in Alaska. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Harry. Thanks for that discussion, and thanks for all that you and the foundation are doing to improve safety in Alaska. Thank you very much. Richard, again, last night was interesting. Certainly enjoyed being with you as you talked about some of the challenges, some of the data that Air Safety Institute is seeing with respect to the accident record in Alaska. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so a little bit about how we integrate with NTSB. We have a pretty strong partnership. The NTSB spends their resources as they should on the investigation, and then we pick it up and try to make it something that's useful for the pilot population. And so whether we do studies or analysis, or a lot of times our videos and products and that sort of thing. So we've been watching, as has the rest of the industry, and across the industry we've had a tough year in general aviation in 2019. And so the question that all of us ask ourselves is why? Why are we having such a difficult year in 2019? It's not just Alaska, it's across. And there are several factors which we can speculate on, but the hard part is if we just could have more data. And I know there's going to be conversation about that later on today, how to get there. The difference really that we see between Alaska and here in the statistics are really the mid-air collision avoidance is much more prominent here and an issue here than it is in general across the rest of GA. On average, the fatal accident rate here in Alaska is about roughly 25 to 30% higher than it is across the rest of general aviation. And that has to do with some of the stuff we've already talked about here, the risk elements associated with flying in Alaska. And we know what those are, and it's a unique combination of things that come together. So it's the weather, it's the spectacular terrain that's also dramatic and causes issues, and it's the lack of supporting infrastructure that we have elsewhere in the lower 48. And then the most recent introduction is, and you can definitely see it here, but it's across, there's never been a better time to be in aviation, it's certainly in my lifetime, in any aspect of it. Pilot, controller, maintenance, everybody is, the airlines are hiring as they're seeing this retiring age group, and they're sucking up a lot of talent, which means there's a lot of youth and relative inexperience across the whole spectrum in aviation. So it puts a lot of pressure on the rest of us to make sure that we have the cultural aspect to help them out, not just the training that they need, but also that whole sort of cultural piece of how we deal with that, how we can help these young people in the Part 135 and the smaller operations make very, very difficult decisions. Is there a culture around? Do they have a mentor in place where they can have these honest and candid conversations? And so those are the things that we think we can help work on.
And I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say that the accident rate in Alaska is about 25 to 30% greater than it is in the lower 48? Roughly. So the fatal accident rate across general aviation is about 0.89 per 100,000 flight hours. And in Alaska, it's roughly 1.2 to 1.3, somewhere in that region. So is that acceptable? You know, again, it's easy to say, well, Alaska's different. But that doesn't excuse it. We have to do better. And we at the NTSB, we can't make that difference. But we can be a part of the solution. And all of us can be part of that solution. Somebody once said the data will set you free, and the figures, if we don't like what we see, it's up to us to change it. Thank you. Now, Richard wouldn't just come right out and say this, but he was the head of the Thunderbirds, and the head of the Thunderbirds flying the #1 airplane. And I like what you say, the 5 things that you've talked about that can help no matter what you're doing, can give you a safer operations.
Yeah, it's the principle that we really try to work in the Air Safety Institute at AOPA, and that is if you take knowledgeable people and you train them well, you keep them proficient and put them in reliable equipment, and then surround them with a culture that enables good decision making, you'll run safe operations. Those are the real keys, and if you really want to improve safety, across general aviation, we've dropped the fatal accident rate by more than 50% since the mid-90s. And that tracks for up here as well. There's been substantial improvement everywhere, including in Alaska, since the mid-90s. And it's not a single silver bullet. I think the panelists here would share that view. It's movement across every one of those elements. And I think every one of those are at play here in Alaska, and each one of them, there's still some low-hanging fruit here, I think, that we could go after in Alaska across those 5 elements that could help.
And I'm going to get you to repeat those 5 elements, but the point is that you basically used those principles when you're flying F-16s 18 inches apart, doing barrel rolls and loops and everything else. So if you have knowledgeable people, let's go through it again because I think people would like to make a list.
Sure, knowledgeable people, so all the ground school that people go through and the instruction that we provide them, and then the training. It starts with a base level of training that's just exceptional, and of course the better the training, the law of primacy, right? The better foundation you start out with. And then proficiency is so key in any environment, particularly I would think in this environment, because I came up here a little bit early just to do some Alaska flying because it's so spectacular. And I flew a pacer in the bush a little bit, and I realized it really comes to your mind here about how important it is to be able to fly the airplane extremely well up here. So you have to fly it well in the lower 48. You have to be able to fly it extremely well in some of the conditions here, and that comes with proficiency. People ask me all the time, how do I become a safer pilot? Invest your money in avgas. Go, whatever platform you're flying, go fly it as much as you can and be as proficient as you can in that platform. And then, of course, the equipment piece is it doesn't have to be the most modern equipment or, the cutting edge. It does need to be modern, more modern, but mostly it needs to be reliable. And then the whole cultural piece, which is the softer side, but so critical, that I think is a real bonus to us in aviation, that we tend to have that cultural piece and to be able to expand it and grow it.
Thank you for that insight. Thank you. Very valuable. George Snyder, you and I go back a long way. I remember you offered me a job in the training department at U.S. Air in 1995, and I had a daughter that was about a year old, and my reply was, George, I really want to spend more time with my family. Well, that daughter is now 25 years old, and I haven't exactly spent a lot of time with them. So I failed that, but she still remembers me because when she needs money, she calls me. But so you were the Vice President of Safety at U.S. Airways. You were the Vice President of Safety at Korean Airlines. You were the Vice President of Safety at a large carrier here in Alaska, I believe. You do international work. You've helped raise the bar literally across the globe. So talk to us about something that you've learned, some things that you've learned in terms of training, professionalism, culture of flying, across all of that broad spectrum that you've been dealt with.
Thank you, Robert. And the industry and all of us today is a better place because your family was not necessarily elevated at the same level as your work. So sorry for them, but very happy for us. Thank you. Cultural change, as was brought up, is sort of a soft topic. But without it, a lot of other things sort of fall apart. There is a template. There is basically a 5-step template to implementing a cultural change, and it begins with the realization that a cultural change is necessary. As we work with carriers around the world, as well as in Alaska, sometimes safety or the lack of safety is viewed as a cost of doing business, that it's the product of bad luck or bad fortune, and in some parts of the world it's almost viewed as God's will, that we can't do anything to change it. So until you can move the stakeholders either in an organization or in an aviation industry past the acceptance, the cultural acceptance of accidents and incidents being a cost of doing business, you're not going to get that cultural change. At U.S. Airways and at Korean Air, the cultural change, as you well know, the seminal events in U.S. Airways was 5 fatal accidents in 5 years, the last 2 of which were within 63 days of each other. When I went to Seoul, we had 7 fatal hull losses in 5 years, where the president of South Korea called the flag carrier a national embarrassment. When the carrier starts to be uninsurable, when the air carrier starts to be restricted from airspace of foreign civil aviation authorities, and the entire enterprise starts caving, that is a seminal event for a cultural change. But it doesn't have to be that way. You know, we look at our watch and it says 2019. We don't have to wait for fatal accidents. We don't have to wait for FAA certificate actions. We can start now through the SMS programs, through the flight data monitoring programs, through the IEPs that we have. We can use proactive and predictive indicators that come out of the SMS to say, even absent an accident, we need to do something. You know, if the top of these tables are on which airlines that have never had an accident are, and the floor is the airlines that have had, or air carriers that have had accidents, yes, you haven't had an accident, but the question remains, are you here surrounded by SMS and QMS and internal evaluation programs and good safety training standards, or are you at the edge? Both places are no accidents, but certainly nobody wants to be at the edge. So you have to generate that recognition that a cultural change is necessary. Secondly, you have to identify a project champion. You have to have one person within the organization, normally the ownership or the accountable manager, that really believes and internalizes the fact that status quo is not an option, that things have to change, and is able to drive that enthusiasm for change down through the organization. And that enthusiasm has to be embraced, third part, by the senior management. Cultural change is difficult enough without having to fight your own people. No one likes to change. You know, everyone builds their own little cocoon in which they've existed for a number of years, and any change that upsets that is not necessarily embraced. You need the right people in the right place. Thirdly, you need SOPs. A lot of people say, well, flying in Alaska requires a level of flexibility that does not integrate with SOPs. And I'm not sure that's the case, and these ladies and gentlemen have proved that point. You have to have SOPs. You have to have clearly defined standards under which your airplanes are operated. And then the training solution, if our employees do not understand how to implement those SOPs, what should we expect? They can't read our minds. And the argument always becomes a financial argument. Well, what happens if we spend all this money on training our pilots and they leave? And the counter to that is, what happens if we don't spend that money and they stay? And I think that's really a balance of protection and production that we have to deal with. Then we have to have the quality assurance systems in place to make sure that all of this is delivering the desired results, that our leadership, our supervisors, our chief pilots, our other supervisory people are leading by example, that they're reinforcing SOP compliance, that they are saying that even in the front line, you know, we look at our watch on-time performance is always an issue. If we have a safety issue and it's approaching departure time, how do you balance that? We can talk at the senior level saying, well, safety is number one, and you know, you do the right thing. But when push comes to shove on the front line, we've got to make sure that that actually takes place. And lastly, if the employees can't adapt to these requirements of cultural change, we can try and mentor them, we can try and train them, we can convince them, we can beg and plead. But if you can't separate the behavior from the performance, that's when some tough love has to come, and that's what nobody wants to do.
You know, I appreciate your perspective because there's a lot in there. One thing that I gleaned from that is that Sunday will be September the 8th, and you and I both know that that is the 25th anniversary of U.S. Air 427, where 132 people died in Pittsburgh. And as George pointed out, 62 days before that, on July the 2nd, we lost 37 people in Charlotte. That was the day after my daughter was born. And that was the day I learned that my brother-in-law was a passenger on board that airplane. Those were dark days at U.S. Air. We probably almost went out of business. Those were horribly dark days. But there is hope. And you can come back by doing the things that you just talked about. And I think that's a very powerful message. That is such a powerful message, and I think you've just provided a roadmap, whether you're on this end of the spectrum or whether you're on this end of the spectrum. There is hope, and it can be improved. Please go ahead.
I think to summarize that, safety is personal. Whether you're involved, you have relatives, neighbors, friends, crew members that drove and dropped their car off at the employee parking lot, and the survivor committee has to remove the car. It's extremely personal. And as we enjoy the benefits of the safety infrastructure in the lower 48, and we look at Alaska and what is not here, We've got constellations of satellites that provide precision information to instrumentation in Cessna 172s that some of our more advanced airplanes don't have. And we have ILS Cat 1 runway capabilities to an airport with no weather reporting system where we can't use the benefits of the IFR infrastructure. So what are we doing? By regulation, we're driving our pilots back into marginal VMC conditions, and then we wonder why we get inundated with continued VFR and IMC, flat light, whiteout, where maybe from a regulatory perspective, we're part of the problem rather than the solution. At the end of the day, the people in Alaska deserve more.
Well, thank you. And I don't think anybody in this room would disagree with that. The people of Alaska deserve more. And we'll talk more about the infrastructure and the risk management and the technology that can help us with that more. Tom, you spent decades, as you pointed out, flying in Alaska and as an FAA operations inspector. You mentioned that pilots in Alaska sometimes perceive their flight paths as high value, thereby requiring higher levels of risk. How would you recommend that Part 135 operators structure their training programs and operations to address that very issue?
Well, as we know, a basic or a standard 135 operator has the advantage of having a formal training program, manuals, instructors, check pilots, things like that. For these operators, it all comes down to creating a structured approach by the addition of syllabuses that deal with how to evaluate risk in their particular operation. We're talking customized for the operator syllabuses dealing with the variety of risks that these guys experience. And this risk is going to be different in different parts of the state. The more customized the syllabus is to the operation, the better for the pilot. In the single pilot world, which we have a vast majority of here in Alaska, our biggest challenge is getting a reliable and repeatable risk analysis process into the minds of the pilots. With these guys, without the advantage of having a training program, our pilot has to be creative and develop their own system, some kind of self-imposed system to evaluate how the risk has changed for each flight throughout the day. There has to be a moment for these guys where they stop and they ask themselves, what has changed today now? From I just got in on a flight, what's changed before I head back out again? So I was a POI, a primary operations inspector, for a gentleman in Petersburg, Alaska. This guy was real OCD, and he had created himself a customized little, on an index card, a customized risk matrix that applied to his particular operation. He has a 185 amphib that he keeps in a hangar in Petersburg. Anyway, does a lot of government hauling, Forest Service projects, things like that. Busy guy. So he told me that when it got crazy busy and he was running behind schedule, he noticed that's when he tended to make the most mistakes. With his new index card, however, what it did was it would force himself to stop a moment, pull his card out of his wallet. And this guy wore a ball cap, right? And he made a mental connection between his index card and his ball cap. And he would pull his ball cap off, he'd take his lean up against something, and then he would read his index card and run the matrix for what was going on for the day. This basically created a moment where he could stop, take a mental deep breath. He was able to exercise better judgment, he says, about the risk related to the upcoming flight. It basically slowed him down. It was a very simple concept, and it's also very SMS-y. So, and he did this without realizing that's what he was actually doing. So when a multi-aircraft standard 135 operator, they have oftentimes will have a robust flight following department. And of course, that's critical to creating the added layer of risk analysis capability that we're striving for now. In Alaska, many operators call these departments the dispatch office, and when in reality, they're really nothing more than a flight following and a load office. The worst ones of these often even contribute to the pressure to fly at all costs. The conversely, however, some of the best of these operators are the ones that train their flight following departments using a customized training syllabus. This creates a collaborative environment where the staff and flight followers act more like traditional dispatchers for like a 121 operation. And what do? Well, they look ahead to gather weather information. They view the weather cameras. They call the lodges ahead of time for the pilots. They make phone calls to downline stations. They even talk to other pilots at different companies. And these are the dispatchers or the flight followers. They talk to other pilots, and in general, they run a constant risk matrix process throughout the day parts. This gives the pilot of a busy operator the time and information to make a better informed decision about how to handle the upcoming flight. The big point I want to make here about this training stuff is that it's got to now be customized for their operation. An operator out of Fort Yukon, Alaska, flying up to the Brooks Range is going to have a different set of challenges for their pilots than a guy flying from Ketchikan to Metlakatla in a flow plane. I would have to say I agree with Richard's analogy of his various, the 5 parts. The training part of this has got to get punched up for all of the operators. I mean, we're in an era now where we just can't afford to just let it go, and they'll pick it up, they'll figure it out. With a couple of flights, they'll have it all down. It's just not acceptable anymore.
Great, thanks. We've got about 3 minutes. To wrap up the training piece, who would like to give us some thoughts on how we can improve the training aspect? Ray, back to you, sir.
Yeah, one thing that we may run into is maybe not as many people know how to train people as they think they do. Training the trainers may actually be a primary way to improve the training down the line, which means you have to actually start thinking about the curriculum you're training and how to improve that. So it goes back to, just like all the other ones, a feedback loop. What worked, what didn't? And a simple questionnaire isn't always enough. Hey, did this work? How many of you have gone to a conference or the like, they send you the form that says, how did we do? And you look at it and you go, yeah, it was all right. No, you got to actually dive in deep and try and tear apart your own curriculum to see where it is working, where it's not. And that requires a lot of feedback and training of the people who are doing that.
Thank you very much. Stacy.
I've gone through several different training programs with different companies and been introduced to a variety of trainers. We were talking about training a trainer. Some you glean a lot of information from, and some you go, that was kind of a waste of time. And what I've learned over the years are some of the most experienced pilots aren't necessarily good teachers, but then again, you get those gems of pilots who are really good at sharing their knowledge, and as you know, as Part 135, you have to write a training program, but that doesn't include a curriculum. That's just an overline of what you're supposed to train, but not how you train it. And I think that's where there's a piece missing, especially for small operators who've never done anything like that before. How do they do that? And I think that's involving SMS and those topics in a training program is the foundation of the company.
Thank you. So a couple of things that I've heard in this hour. For one thing, the Q-based training can be very effective in helping with pilot decision making. I think it's encouraging also to know that the simulators that Medallion was using, that there's hope for continuing that after some delay, but the FAA is working on a solution for that. So that pretty much, there's plenty to talk about. We are capturing these thoughts. Mike, will there be an archive of this webcast? I'll find out the answer for that. I'm hoping, somebody sent me an email yesterday asking about that, and I'm hoping that this will be archived. Dave, I want to get your thoughts, but I want to keep us on schedule. We'll come back. Let's come back from a break in 15 minutes, so 10:15. Thank you very much. Thanks for a great first session. So how would this sound if I was doing this?
So Ryan, go ahead. He does have it on, unmuted if you will. So go ahead, Chairman.
Hey, good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
If you wouldn't mind walking past the other mics.
Yeah, great. All right. Yeah, so good afternoon, good morning. Just testing out these microphones, and it seems to be okay.
It seems to be okay.
If not, we'll just cut it off and grab the hand
You
mic
betcha.
like we did
But
before.
I think we're in good shape.
Thank you so much for your help. Okay, we'll get started here in about 1 minute. Yeah, we have some audio. Great. Okay. All right, let's roll. Welcome back. So we will do another panel, and then at the conclusion of that panel before lunch, we'll have about 15 minutes for questions from the audience. So if you've got questions, please prepare to submit them. So today, in this panel, we are here to talk about risk management. I like a definition that the FAA uses. I think it's called the FAA's Risk Management Handbook. It's a definition that I've used several times. I think it's in Chapter 3 of that book. So what is risk management? The FAA says that we manage risk whenever we modify the way we do something to increase the chances of success or decrease the chances of injury, failure, or loss. And think about that. We really practice risk management in everyday life. So we manage risk whenever we modify the way that we do something to increase the chances of success or decrease the chances of injury, failure, or loss. So let's talk about risk management. TSB of Canada, not here, because that was my first question. And that question was, TSB of Canada has drafted a report on reducing risk associated with air taxi operations in Canada. What can you tell us? But I guess they're not here. So that's what happens when I write my own questions. Okay, Max, let's go to Max Tidwell, Alaska Airlines. So, you know, you've overseen a wide spectrum of aviation activities, ranging from running a Part 135 operations to FAA leadership positions to your current position as Vice President of Safety and Security for Alaska Airlines. Let's talk about flight data monitoring and how that has helped to better understand operational trends and problems, and how that's helped to improve the safety culture.
Okay, thank you for that question, Robert. I want to build just a little bit on the comments that Richard and George both made about essentially the system, those components of the system. And the pilots, we hire them, we train them, we equip them, we have SOPs, and we have check airmen. So everything should be great. But if we don't check that system, that's where the flight data monitoring, to me, is a huge value. That's the ultimate quality control for a system to let me know where I'm missing the mark. Not about an individual, not about a data point, not about a single pilot, but me as a safety manager in my system, where am I missing the mark? That's really been my focus with flight data monitoring for quite some time. One of the advantages we have at Alaska is we also have with the full focal program, we get to make contacts with the crews. So when we have a head scratcher event, we can contact the crews and get the why, get the rest of the detail that might come out to help us better define an event. And with the complete focus of going back into our system, whether it's training, did we have the right people, were they proficient, or SOPs to make those changes. Initially, when we started doing our flight data monitoring, our FOCA program, there was a lot of fear involved. There was a lot of Big Brother involved. But it is matured to the point right now where the culture is that we actually have crews call us and say, hey, I had an event and I want to know what happened with this. And so we're able to pull data, we're able to look at it, we're able to get their feedback, we sit down, we will even put it in the simulator and really look back at our system and see what we can do to make it better, safer, more efficient. So those are some great things. One of the things I really like about my FOCA team is they know that our next serious event is in our data. And if we're not looking at our data from our flight monitoring systems, we're missing the mark. So it's a very good attitude that they have, and they're very aggressive at what they look at. So some of the improvements that we've experienced, pilot deviations, whether it's altitude, nav errors. We recently were looking at some R&P procedures, and we noticed a weird ground track on one of our very specific R&P procedures, and we're able to go in and correct that. We just had a couple of VFR operations, and we wanted to get them back on track. So just there again, another example about SOPs and doing the same thing, making it repeatable. Mountain waves, we have some great pilots out there. Everybody has some great techniques, but we noticed we had some different recovery techniques. So we went back and looked at all of them and came up with a standard that really helped us alleviate that risk. Unstable approaches, runway overruns, terrain avoidance, mid-air collision, ATC, overspeeds, procedures, getting dumped into traffic situations, all those things are able to be looked at the flight data monitoring and working with our partners to help remove those risks. So it really is an awesome QA tool.
Thank you. Alaska Airlines has a fleet size of how many airplanes nowadays?
Oh, 280 plus about 330.
300 airplanes. So we all know about FOCA programs at major airlines. George stood up the program at US Air, and I was one of the FOCA analysts that would go through the data. So I know how a FOCA program works in a large airline. Dan, how many airplanes do you have?
We have 29 aircraft.
So we have 330, 29, basically 10 times the difference in size. Who's the smallest operator here? Joe?
Yeah, Wings has 5 airplanes.
Yeah, so the question is, we all know how it can work for a major air carrier. How can a flight data monitoring work at a carrier with 5 airplanes? Any thoughts on that?
Well, one observation is that folks on a panel like this oftentimes are considered the experts. And we do have some great people on this panel. We've also got some fantastic people in the audience and experts like yourself. So I'm looking forward to learning more about how flight data monitoring can work for something as small as a 5-airplane operation. Importantly, what does the equipage look like? When you talk about it as a priority for NTSB, what is it specifically you're hoping to achieve with 135? And then also, just as importantly as the small size of our fleet is the small number of employees that we have, including management employees. So when that flight data monitoring equipment generates data, how are we supposed to analyze that data? What are we looking for, and what's the process for that?
Yeah, and didn't mean to put you on the spot there. And the point I want to make.
I was trying to put you on the spot.
Well, thanks. Yeah. And the point I want to make is it's, these big carriers, they, all of them have flight data monitoring programs these days, but it can be scalable. And so I'd love to hear from some of you how they can be scalable to a smaller operator. Between my airline flying and coming to the NTSB, I ran a flight department that had 2 King Airs. And that's all they had was just 2 King Airs. And I left in 2006 to come to the board. But at that time, we were just coming into being with the idea of these small, lightweight cameras that could record not only visually, but the GPS parameters. And it wouldn't be a full upright FOCA program, but it would still tell us what the airplanes were doing. And we were looking into that. Then I couldn't hold a job and came to the NTSB. But that's supposed to be a joke, but anyway. But I do believe it can be scalable. And do people have thoughts on that? About, I mean, you know, you don't have to be your own data analyst. You can contract that out. And I'd like to hear from Mike and then Dave after that. Mike?
Yeah, I'll just give a little quick story on that, how it can apply to somebody small. You heard me bragging up the Talkeetna area. Well, I'm going to do that a little bit more. Great mountain up there. We had an operator up there, and I'm going to go back 5 years ago, and he had a spider tracks in the aircraft, one of the first ones to kind of have that flight following device. 3 Navajos flying around. The best practice was stay 5 miles from the train. 2 pilots always stayed 5 miles from the train. The other one stayed 2 miles from the train, right? At the end of the day, he would look at the data, so to speak, and say, you know, why are you doing this? And he says, well, it's for the tips. I'm sure I'll get better tips. Well, at the end of the week, everybody got together and everybody got the same amount of trips. So the guy who was unintentionally not complying with the best practices was found out that he would be equal if he complied with the process. Very simple, very easy way to look at things. So that's just a part, and I'm sure you've employed some of that into your business.
Yeah.
If others haven't, it's just a thought.
You know, thank you for that, and Dave, I'm going to go to you, but a focal program, full-up focal program, of course, can measure hundreds, if not thousands of parameters of what that aircraft is doing. But I think in our view, what would a flight data monitoring program look like? It would be something to be able to allow you as the operator to keep your finger on the pulse of what's going on. Something like spider tracks, you know, I think that's better than nothing at all. It may not tell you that the aileron was deflected 3.5 degrees, but you can tell what the flight track was, and then, like you say, go back afterwards and see what your airplanes are doing. And I think the focus has to be not on what the individuals are doing, but you're looking for systemic issues to see what's going on in the system out there. But Dave?
Sure, Robert, just to add to the comments made by the panel up here, I would say in terms of scalability, for a smaller operator like ourselves. So we've got 57 airplanes in our Part 135. But what we did, and for Joe's benefit, we outsourced it. So in terms of, we hired an outfit called Latitude Technologies. We've got about 40% of our airplanes, our 57 airplanes, outfitted. Everything from 207s to 208s, 1900s, and Navajos. Costs us about $10,000 per plane to put the equipment in. But obviously, if you get scale, you can drop the price. And then, too, in terms of just the monitoring piece of it, I had the opportunity when I was at Delta Airlines to oversee the entire FOCO program when those programs were in their infancy. And that was in the days when they were exorbitantly expensive, optical QARs, trying to get the discs off the airplanes, 500 plus, jet airplanes in that fleet. But what we found invaluable then in the early days of the data sharing conferences was trend data first and foremost. Not necessarily, you'd flag the occasional one-off with the gatekeeper, and the gatekeeper would make a phone call to the individual pilot to say, hey, what happened here? And as Max pointed out, getting the feedback when the crews now want to hear and see their own flight animated or put into a sim. But in terms of scalability for the smaller carriers like ourselves, we don't have the resources of a $7 billion or $8 billion a year Alaska Airlines, but nonetheless, it's not exorbitant. And what we're finding, even with Merrill-Field Avionics here helping us out, is putting doing the installs and getting the STCs, and we've used another outfit called STS to do the engineering work. So happy to share that with anybody who wants it.
Yeah, that is interesting. So what type of equipment is in the airplane? Like I say, it's not measuring that the aileron would be doing, this aileron's up 3 degrees or something like that, but what is actually measuring what's going on in the airplane?
We've actually got a picture. I think we're going to wait for another section later, but I don't know if Mike wants to put it up. But I took a picture, or had our guys take a picture of, that's what the boxes look like inside of a 207. And so there what we do is, we actually mount it up in the front, right behind the engine, right near the baggage compartment there. So scale-wise, we're talking smaller than a bread box, to give you the classic analogy. And in terms of just what it plugs into, we're able, even in a 207, to monitor 24 different parameters. We've got in our room here, Evan Veal, who's our Director of Operations, and Vice President Tom Crandall, our Chief Pilot. And they've already, even in the infancy of our program, have already started looking at the data. And if you want to do it now or later, but we've got an animation for you just to show you 207 that was in turbulence, but it was tripping a lot of triggers in terms of exceedances. And so the focus steering committee, the FOCA management group, you know, the gatekeeper all sat down and said, okay, let's animate this flight. This is a 207. It's not a 737. And that exists by going to outside parties and hiring them to be the experts and paying them, you know, their monthly fees to look at the data. But this one you can see, you don't need to pay the whole track, but what you'll see is it's a 207 getting pretty severely bounced around. And again, it was tripping, you know, G meters and, you know, up and down, you know, exceedances. So we took a look at the flight. And again, that's the real value that we've seen as a smaller Part 135 operator, as well as a Part 121. Our entire Part 121 Raven Alaska fleet has FOCA and has had it for a long time.
And I guess I did get ahead of myself in talking about a flight data monitoring program, and I guess we'll talk more about that right after lunch. But I think I got on that is because we're talking about risk management, and a part of risk management, I think, is being able to know what's going on in your operation. So we will talk more about that after lunch. So thank you. I'm sorry if I got a little bit ahead of things, but I do believe that having data would be I think Nick Sabatini used to say that data is the lifeblood of a safety management system. And so
Robert, could I add just one more thing to that?
Please.
The other thing that I found invaluable in different airlines is when you overlap the FOCA hard data with the soft data you're getting from ASAP programs, then you get the human factors piece to also explain to you, in addition to, you know, a gatekeeper call, what's really going on. So the trend data, the hard data, as Max pointed out, the data is key to flagging what's going to happen to us next, and then getting the human factors piece from an ASAP program is invaluable.
All right, let's go ahead and since we've opened up that line of thought. So if we're talking about data being the lifeblood of a safety management system, so what are the sources? Well, we know that flight data monitoring, we've talked about that, ASAP programs. On the maintenance side, what do we have? It's internal evaluation programs, things like that. So why don't we just go ahead and talk about safety management systems? And so I'll get to that in just a moment. So let's kind of segue and talk about SMS. You know, when I came to the NTSB, I would go out and talk about SMS, and I said, what in the heck is it? And I went back to the King Air operation that I'd been running and went to the guy who replaced me, and I said, Rick, I've got to give a talk on SMS. What in the hell is it? He said, boss, it's the stuff we were doing anyway. We just didn't call it SMS. Most people are probably doing these things anyway, and they just haven't packaged it at SMS. Somebody told me, and I think it makes sense, SMS is a business approach to managing safety. Think about that. When you're running a corporation, finances might be very important to you. George and I both worked for a nonprofit organization, U.S. Air, but finances are important to an organization. So because finances are important, they manage their finances. They have a chief financial officer. They have audits, internal audits, external audits. They have controls, management controls in place to make sure that the books are okay. We do that because finances are important to our organization. So my question to you is, if safety is important, shouldn't you be managing safety as a business, as a line of business? And that's what SMS is. It gives us a structure to manage safety. So, Stacia, we'll practice this at the break. Tell me how to say it again one more time.
Stacia.
Stacia, I did actually say it.
You did.
All right, Stacia. As you know, SMS is on our most wanted list. That's one of the things we want Part 135 operators to do. Give us your thoughts on the value of SMS and as what you're seeing as a senior pilot for Air Methods.
So Air Methods has a pretty robust SMS program as a Part 135 operator. I think they saw the value in it early on as far as helping to mitigate risk, because air ambulance has proven to be a high-risk helicopter operation nationwide. And so, that was kind of the first time I was ever introduced to SMS, but I think in prior companies it existed, just not named as SMS. Reporting, self-reporting situations that we might get into as pilots that are risky, and how did we get there, and how can we not get there again? And we do risk analysis for every flight that we do. And when you think, sometimes you're like, oh, I have to do this, and you punch, and then you see your number get higher and higher, on each flight. And it kind of gets in your head, even though you don't think that it does, because you're just clicking boxes. But then when you get up into the 40s and you go, oh yeah, this is, I'm at night, I'm going a long ways, the weather's getting marginal. And so those things, asking yourself those questions on every single flight is effective. And so I think that SMS programs can be effective, and hopefully they are not a pitfall for companies to use that against the pilots. I think that's the one thing that I caution people on. And the other thing is developing an SMS program as a small operator also, aside from my air methods job, is like, how do you do that as an operation? How do you develop that? And I think that, hopefully the FAA and the NTSB could help operators manage an effective program, because I don't think that a lot of people know how to do it.
Right.
And I think that if there was some tools that they could help operators develop a program that's actually effective, because I think they can be, but I don't think a lot of people really know how to do that, and how to, on a small scale, 5 airplanes, 5 pilots, like how do you develop something that's going to be purposeful and useful, and not just a waste of everybody's time, and the pilots are going, this is stupid, like why do I have to do this? But actually involve the pilots, and then you get buy-in on that level, which is really the buy-in for the culture of a company has to be in the senior leadership, which they want to be safe, but so should the pilots. And that every single accident that happens in Alaska affects me as an operator, and affects me, on a lot of levels, insurance-wise, people wanting to fly with you or not. And so we all have a vested interest, in being safer, but we all don't really all have the tools to get there. And Air Methods is huge. They have a lot of resources to put into an SMS program, but not everybody has those.
Yeah.
So
let's thank you for that. And I want to demystify SMS. Remember, I just said that I look at SMS as a business approach to managing safety. A few years ago, I was talking to Don Arndt, who was at the FAA and sort of an FAA guru on SMS. And Don said, I think we shouldn't even call it safety management systems. We ought to just call it safety management. And the idea, he said, is that people say, oh, I want to have SMS, safety management systems. And he said it shouldn't be something that you have, it should be something that you do. So that's really what we want to do, is we want to manage safety. So think of it that way. Now we know that SMS is typically defined as having 4 pillars, 4 components. And let's break this down into language that I can understand, because this is finally what he had to do when I went back to the guy where I used to work. And just break it down to where I could understand it. So one pillar is safety policy. So in 1 or 2 sentences, what does safety policy mean? What does that look like? If you were sitting here like I was 10 or 12 years ago trying to figure out what SMS was, let's break this down into components to see what it really means. What does a safety policy look like? Ray?
Safety policy as a whole is just explaining how you plan on doing things. Now, that being said, there's several things that go into it, including the roles and responsibilities of people, how often you're going to audit, how you're going to work through things, and that is incredibly scalable based on what you actually operate for. So policy, simplicity, what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, written down.
I love it. So if you don't have an SMS, if you're not managing safety, that would be a good place to start, is have a safety policy which explains what you want to do and how you're going to do it. George talked about accountable executive. Are we cutting out on the audio? You talked about an accountable executive. What does that mean? It's part of that safety policy.
The accountable executive is the position holder within the company that really drives the way in which safety is managed. By clearly stating on a policy and dating it and assigning it and dating it, that any reporting from an employee, even of an incident, of a hazard, of something that maybe they may have done themselves, which was accidental, which was an oversight, as long as it was not willful or deliberate or criminal in nature, will not result in any type of reprisal. And he puts his signature on that, which opens up the floodgates for the hazard reporting, for the safety reports, for the submission of ASAPs, and all of the other lifeblood of communication that a safety department and an airline needs.
Great. Let's come back to that non-reprisal policy, because you developed the first one for U.S. Air. I took that same policy and changed the name to the corporate flight department that I ran.
I appreciate the commission, Chair.
Yeah, exactly. And so let's come back to that, because that is essential to a reporting culture. But let's continue the discussion of dissecting the four pieces of SMS. Safety policy is one. Next would be safety risk management. Okay, we just talked about risk management. That's what we started with. Who wants to talk about, in a sentence or two or three, how do we manage risk? Anybody? Tom?
Well, you identify it for formal SMS projects or applicants with the FAA. We have a very long gap analysis tool we start out with. It can be a little daunting, frankly. But for a small operator, it might be something as simple as walking around his facility and seeing where the trip hazards are. We can start that small.
Yeah, it starts with identifying, and I'm going to use a fancy word, hazards.
Correct.
Identifying hazards. What does that mean? The things that can hurt you.
Correct.
Look for the things that can hurt you. And then once you've done that, ask yourself, am I willing to accept this level of risk associated with this hazard? And if the answer is no, do something about it.
You have to mitigate it.
Yeah, do something about it, mitigate it. And another fancy word, controls. Put controls in place. What does that mean? Figure out how you're going to reduce the risk associated with that. So I have an apartment by Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. I go out and walk. One day I'd walk by the airport, and I was about to cross the street, and it was sort of a blind curve. And of course, as I got out in the street, around this blind curve comes a car. And I quickly scampered back to the curb and realized, wow, I shouldn't be crossing the street right there by a blind curve. But if I would go about 75 yards this way, where there was actually a pedestrian crosswalk, I'm further away from that blind curve. So there was a way right there where I identified something that could hurt me. And I said, wait a minute, I'm not willing. My wife would be very upset if she didn't get that government paycheck every month. So we're not willing to accept that level of risk. So I'm going to change and cross at the pedestrian crosswalk. Identified a hazard, figured out a mitigation strategy. Ray?
I did want to point out, because Tom mentioned gap analysis. So actually looking for holes in the hazards and a technique there. Not to throw the FAA under the bus here, but the UK actually has free, they call them phase 1, phase 2, small operator, non-complex operation systems, gap analysis tools. They're a great place to start. So.
Great, and I appreciate you throwing it out there. Now, I want to simplify this so I can understand it. And big words like controls and hazards, gap analysis, that confuses me. So we want to keep it, very, very simple. Look for things that can hurt you. Figure out if you're willing to accept that level of risk, and if not, do something about it. And then come back and measure the effectiveness of it. All right? What's the third component? Safety assurance. What does that mean? Or safety promotion, I don't care which comes first. Safety assurance, what does that even mean? I'm trying to figure out how to develop this idea that safety management. So what does safety assurance look like?
So I think that's a confirmation of what you're doing. It's a self-check. It can be internal. It can be external. We participate in external audits with a voluntary organization that promotes safety, Medallion Foundation, which we talked about closing their doors here in the next 10 days or so, has been an aspect of that for many operators in Alaska. But internal audits, checks on your own programs, feedback, the flight data monitoring program, all those things are safety assurance, that the policies, procedures, and programs that you have in place are actually having the intended effect.
Thank you. And finally, the last component is safety promotion. Again, I don't understand what that means. How do we promote safety? What are we looking for? What does that look like? Tom?
For the small operator, which is kind of my focus in life right now, the small guy, it's something as simple as the boss getting out of the office and walking down to the dock and shooting the breeze with the guys on the dock as they're loading the airplanes. And how are things going? How's the weather today? How you guys doing? You tired? We're busy. I know we're in the heat of the season. How's everybody handling it? And think just something as simple as that.
Do these signs that are everywhere that say things like safety is no accident and think safety, is that effective? I think maybe safety promotion would be, what are you going to do when the chips are down? If you're the CEO or the president or the director of flight ops and the weather's bad and somebody says, I don't feel comfortable flying, if you go and put your arm around that guy and he doesn't hit you back, great. Thank you for making that right decision. Is that an example of safety promotion? Joel?
Sir, we look at promotion from an aspect of how do you get people involved in your safety reporting program? How do you get them involved in any aspect of it? I have the pleasure this week of traveling the state with my accountable executive who's here in the room, and we've done exactly what you just said. Go out and meet your people. You cannot lead where you do not go. And you have to be there. You have to talk with people. You have to get them involved. You have to give them feedback, regardless of what the safety report looks like. If his anonymous reports are great, we get probably 90% of our reports actually have a name attached to it. We promote that because of, I'm sure just culture might be a topic that we discuss, but we want people to know that their voice is heard and that you have to take some action on it. Even if you don't take action on it, you have to give them feedback and an explanation why you don't take action. And that is, in essence, I think, promotion. That's how you get people involved in the program. And it's an evolutionary process because you're changing mindsets and you're changing that culture as you steer people towards that involvement, and it's really fascinating to watch.
Yeah, so thank you so much for that, and I think I have a better understanding of what SMS looks like now. I think we've helped to demystify what it is. So it sounds to me like we need information to be able to make decisions. And George, you mentioned a non-reprisal policy. So how do we get employees to report to us without feeling like we're going to discipline them?
Well, first of all, as you've brought up, is the safety policy signed by the accountable executive. And building upon that is the company's track record. You know, there's a sort of an old statement that you discipline one and educate 1,000. Yes, that works both positively as well as negatively. The safety policy, according to many of the audit standards, has to involve any behavior that decreases the margin of safety that is not willful, deliberate, criminal, gross negligence, etc. Well, if you have an individual who's going to report an event, he looks at the 3 or 5 member committee that's going to decide this, and if you don't have friends and relatives on that committee, your fate, may be up for discussion. The just culture gives you a methodology to take from total culpability of willful and deliberate to the other end of the spectrum, which is called a normal error. And there is a very defined process that's available under ICAO Doc 9859 as well as in the ICAO Annex 19 advisory material that shows you that should the person, was this his or her first offense? Should a similar trained individual in similar circumstances, would they have reacted the same way? Did they understand the unintended consequences of their act? What could happen? Was drugs or alcohol involved? And it is a very structured process that the employees can rely upon based on the safety policy signed by the accountable executive, that it's not going to be a matter of friends, Romans, countrymen on this disciplinary panel. They are going to look at it through a structured process with a lot of stakeholders, including flight operations and maintenance and your human resources people, your legal people. Everybody has to buy into this so that if the behavior was truly an accident, an oversight, a mistake, that it will pass through that process and will result in either proliferation of that information through safety promotion, through the organization, a training change or a training event for the reporter, but that person can rely upon it. So the one person you deal with, one way or the other, will educate the rest of your workforce.
Yeah, so and it's kind of walking the talk. If you say, oh, come to us and tell us what you did wrong, and then that person gets unjustly criticized or disciplined, then that kills your whole program.
You've educated 1,000.
Please, Darren.
Yeah, basically what he's saying is the ASAP program. I mean, just being a member of the ASAP program in your company says that you have that safety culture. You're welcome to come up and talk to us. And that's a very important program that we participate with the FAA. That's what he's exactly talking about right there. And that can be just one simple step to let your people know that they can open up and let you know what's going wrong in the company, as well as we have internal reporting so that they can report stuff on us. And that's part of that culture.
Okay, so the ASAP program, as I understand it, Medallion Foundation was an ASAP provider, if you will. They manage the ASAP program for many of the 135 operators here in Alaska. Effective the 15th of this month, the Medallion will not be here. So I understand the FAA has some things in works there. So Tom, would you like to talk about that?
The WBAT program, which some of you may be familiar with, was an ASAP program that was funded by the FAA for quite a few years. The development of it was meant to be used by smaller operators originally, and then I think we got Alaska Airlines jumped on board WBAT. Kenmore Air, when I was Director of Flight Operations, I took Kenmore into the WBAT program. And I believe that's going to be the solution the FAA is going to be offering up to replace the Medallion system is getting as many folks involved as we can seamlessly as possible and as quickly as possible into the WBAT reporting program.
So that's another one of those big words, WBAT. So that's a program that you have an online, I believe the FAA has an online template that someone can use. So what is WBAT?
Well, it's essentially a reporting program. It's where, I'll give you an example. A pilot is flying a trip to Arctic Circle, let's say up in the Brooks Range, and he notices that the runways have to be plowed in the winter there. It used to be a space shuttle abort landing field, so the thing is enormously long, and the village just takes a little chunk of it and they plow in the winter, and sometimes not so well. And so if a consistent problem comes up where the pilots are finding issues with the snow depth, things like that, they can come back and put that actually into WBAT And then that's tracked and reported, and the data can be analyzed. And yeah, it can be sliced and diced as many different ways as you want it to be. And the thing about it is, it's a relatively simple program for a smaller operators. So they don't have to, Alaska Airlines has a full-on department that runs their WBAT reporting, whereas Kenmore had me. They would log in every week or so and then pull the data for the prior week. And I might get 4 or 5 reports.
So everything comes down to money.
Right.
So how much does it cost to use WBAT?
Well, for us then, it was free. So I'm not sure. I think what the answer is going to be is it's going to be cost, I believe, is what we've decided, that we're going to basically, they're just going to charge the cost of the service with no upgrade of costings.
So this is an FAA-funded program through a vendor, I think.
Well, it's a company that the FAA helped fund to develop WBAT.
Yeah.
And so there's a relationship between the two.
So the bottom line is, you don't have to have a full-up safety department like Max has. Where you are? There's Max. You don't have to have a full-up safety department to be able to do this.
No, I mean, Kenmore's 20, 30 airplanes, 250 employees, and we had me. I was the safety department, and I was running the program. So.
All right, thank you. Any thoughts on that, Dave?
I just want to make a twist on what Darren said. I don't see ASAP as necessarily, I mean, when George speaks to the non-retribution policy and ASAP being that, and there's other ways of doing it. I think we found successful. We've got in the room here today, Brian Wilden, who's our head of safety for the whole air group, came to us from Penn Air. They had some great ideas over there that we brought into Raven, where they rewarded folks, and we were rewarding them in the Raven side publicly and loudly, but we were doing it with, gift cards and things like that, and then photos. What Penn Air did, which actually was more effective, was giving out gifts, and whether it's logoed shirts, things that only people who won or were being recognized for safety accomplishments were wearing loudly and proudly amongst the entire employee group. So we're now rolling that out across the entire company. But to me, there's the non-retribution side of things, but there's also the rewarding, demonstrating to everybody on the front line that when they do call a safety stop, they either get a call from the CEO or the head of flight ops or the head of safety thanking them, and then we go a step further to publicly recognize that behavior, to really instill in everybody belief that there's truly a safety culture on the property.
Great point, and that's part of the safety promotion. And I think, Joel, I believe it was you that was talking about, maybe it was Dan, that was saying that when somebody reports something to you, even if you're not able to fix that problem, it's important to at least close the feedback loop to say, look, we appreciate your report. We can't fix this problem because of this, but we at least heard you. Did you say something along those lines?
Yes, sir, I did. And sometimes that is that, many of our policies have evolved because we did it wrong before, and we've learned by the touch it, it's hot, I'll quit that methodology. And sometimes it just come back to tell them that why we do it a certain way, and that's explanation enough. So.
Thank you. I know, kind of along the safety promotion idea, I know a corporate flight department that they had a fair number of airplanes. It was a NASCAR race team, and they had a pretty aggressive ASAP program or incident reporting system. I don't know if it was technically an ASAP program, but a confidential incident reporting system, and they would draw. The report itself is anonymous, but like with the NASA ASRS, there would be a receipt that you filed a report, and monthly they would have a drawing, pull a name out of a fishbowl, and say, "Wow, Robert Sumwalt, you get a gift card for $500 at Best Buy," or something like that. So that was an example of Dave, your thoughts kind of spurred the thoughts for me on that. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, before we leave the ASAP and the angle of the Medallion Foundation providing that service for the smaller carriers today, I think there's something like 19 carriers that get that benefit through Medallion today. And some of the carriers, and I think it's important to always keep in mind when we're talking about Alaskan aviation safety, that the types of operators, there's just huge variability. I mean, there's huge variability from Max to me, 300 airplanes to 5 airplanes. And so a one-size-fits-all approach obviously does not work. We're part of the ASAP program, but we generate very little ASAP reports. But by being a part of the Medallions ASAP program, we benefit from that aggregate data. So the more reports, the better, and all this discussion about how we can incent people to provide reports, to submit reports is certainly excellent. But then for smaller carriers like ourselves, there is some value in being part of a third-party program so that we can get the benefit of other people's data reports. And then just the last thought on that is, and with due respect, the FAA is trying to step up to the plate. I strongly believe that. This WBAT program for an operator our size would be a significant expense, much more than we were paying for through Medallion. So there might still be some other solutions that are worth exploring.
Interesting. Thank you very much. And yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because I was thinking that maybe you don't need a full-up ASAP program, maybe just like what we had at my little flight department, or what the racing team had. There was their own in-house instant reporting system, but you just pointed out there the value of being a part of a larger system. So that's a good discussion. Tom, I've been told that you kind of have an idea on a scalable SMS, kind of like I'm going to just kind of refer to it as maybe SMS Lite, if you will.
Yeah, SMS Lite. So situation currently in Alaska exists is this with 135. This is data that we just pulled 2 days ago from the SMS program office in Washington, D.C. I got asked the question by Mike, how many SMS programs are operational in the state of Alaska. It took quite an effort to discover that data, so I made some phone calls with some folks I work with on a daily basis in D.C. on the SMS field, and it involved about 8 people to get the data out. So we got it, and it turns out out of 303, I think, certificates in the state of Alaska, 135 certificates, we have 8 operators that are currently what we call in the program, the SMSVP, the SMS Voluntary Program. Now, for the folks that are listening, official SMS exists in 2 parts. There is a section we call Part 5. That's all of the 121 carriers in the United States. They are SMS compliant now under Part 5. For everyone else, there's about 3,400 135 certificates in the United States. For everyone else, they have the opportunity to join the SMS Voluntary Program, which is framework is based on Part 5. And it is voluntary. In the state of Alaska, we have 8 operators that are involved in that program right now. Most of them are sitting on the dais here, actually. But that's 3% right now of all of the operators in the state that are in some form or another working on an official SMS program. So that we have to fix. So there's a movement in the FAA right now to come up with something, and I call it SMS Lite. I don't know if we have an official word for it or not, but I heard yesterday in a meeting that in about a year, the FAA is planning to look at a program that's designed to simplify the whole process of rolling SMS out for smaller operators. And we'll see what that looks like. I don't have any more information on it other than that we do have an effort underway. Right. For my part, when I was in the field in Southeast Alaska, I had 23 operators assigned to me, and because of my experience and my history with the SMS pilot project, which goes back to 2005, I spent a lot of hours on the docks with some of these skeptical single pilot guys, smaller operators, trying to convince them why SMS was going to be a good thing for them. And I had a speech I kind of developed over the years, and it started out with something along the lines of, what do you do in the morning when you get up and you're getting ready to go fly? And the guy would look at me and go, what are you talking about? I go, no, seriously, just you get up out of bed, you get all ready to go, and you're about to walk out there. What do you do? Well, the answer would be something along the lines of, well, I look out the window at the weather, seriously. And then I might make a phone call to catch the weather, get the official weather. And I might look at the cameras, and then I might call a friend, and so on and so forth. So I walk him through his entire operational day. And by the end of the conversation, guess what? He's outlined an SMS program that works for him as an individual. He might not even realize it. So I bring that up to him, and there's always a lot of surprise. In most cases, if there was a way to get that officially put down on paper in some way that was effective for him, I think that's the route we'd have to go. The big challenge for us as inspectors in the field is to convince these operators that a robust system doesn't have to be a gigantic undertaking. even today, I use my Petersburg single pilot guy with the index card and the hat as an example, as a way to how to get the mindset into these guys for creating a small SMS that's size and scope for their particular operational environment. Regardless of all the other issues, our primary point to make with these smaller operators is just to start doing the simple stuff like per flight risk analysis, this low-hanging fruit, and things such as customized risk matrix cards on a little flash card in a pocket is a good way to start. So FAA is looking hard at this. It's how to figure out how to get SMS to a scale that these smaller guys are going to be interested in utilizing.
Thank you very much for that. George, I'm going to come to you just momentarily. Before we do that, I want to remind the audience that in just about 7 or 8 minutes, we will take questions from you. And so if you've got note cards, fill them out. We've got NTSB folks in the logo shirts that will collect your cards. And then, of course, if you're watching online, you may submit your questions to, and I just wrote it down again, Part 135 Roundtable at ntsb.gov. Part 135 Roundtable at ntsb.gov. So that's just a reminder. George, just quickly, you had a comment here.
It's interesting that, you know, the FAA is so supportive of SMS principles. The rest of the world, SMS is not optional because safety in the air transportation industry is not opt-in or opt-out. The U.S. was a little bit late in coming to the table as far as SMS implementation. We audit carriers in Africa, in Southeast Asia, that have had a fully functioning SMS for years, and really it's working very, very well, producing the desired results. So Part 5 came very, very late. Now it's wonderful that we have the voluntary program, but then again, 135 operators are, especially in Alaska, are challenged with some of these safety issues. We have proven that SMS is a valid methodology for safety management, yet we make it voluntary. And I'm just wondering, you know, the point has been made, it's scalable, it can be done, it doesn't have to be a formal ASAP program. You sit down with 3 or 4 people, but the basic methodology of SMS, the 4 parts, managing safety, I'm wondering if we're really helping by truly making it voluntary.
Well, we have, the NTSB, we have recommended that we believe that Part 135 operators should have SMS as a mandatory component. Correct me if I'm wrong, George, but if you're a 121 carrier or MAX, are 121 operators required to have a safety management system?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so why would there want to be a difference? Why would we want a different level of safety for Part 135? That's why the NTSB believes that we should that it should be required for Part 135 operators. You've got paying passengers. I made this statement last evening when we were at the Alaska Airmen Association. When somebody pays money to fly on an airplane, they should not have a significantly lower level of safety. If it's required for Part 121, let's do it for Part 135. And frankly, I agree with Don Art. Let's quit calling the darn thing SMS. Everybody's just tired of hearing that term. Hopefully we demystified what it really is this morning, so thank you for explaining it to me in language that I can understand. Let's just consider it that we're managing safety. Does anybody disagree that we should manage safety? So let's just manage safety. If you want to call it SMS, great. If you don't like the term, if it confuses you, forget it. And I once wrote an article, the title of it was Just Forget SMS. Forget it. What we want people to do is manage safety. So I want to talk about pressure to fly because I keep hearing about this. Howard, we're going to lose you right after lunch. So in your decades of working with the FAA in a general counsel's office or chief counsel's office, what issues have you seen with respect to pressure to fly that the operator should be on their guards for?
So there's been a fundamental shift, what I've seen in decades. When I first started with the FAA in 1990, management was probably the biggest pressure to fly across the board. There was pilot ego involved, but, you know, we had a culture that has changed, that it was a business decision that you're going to fly come hell or high water. There's been a fundamental shift in that. Now, the difference I see, and of course we see it at the tail end, the worst case scenarios, when it gets to enforcement, and usually it's post-accident. Very rarely now do we see management. I mean, I can't think of one in the last 5 years where we had any direct evidence that management was encouraging people to fly when they shouldn't. I think the challenge has been for management, how do you develop a system to police the people within your organization? Not the FAA doing it after an accident, but the day in, day out where people are making poor decisions, because virtually every accident case I've had, you know, the pilot had an opportunity, and I shouldn't say every accident, CFIT accidents, because the mid-airs and some of the others are a horse of a different color. But the CFITs, there was always some point where the pilot made a decision not to turn around or not to land when they had an opportunity. Virtually every one of them, it was not their first rodeo doing this. So it existed within the company. Their training programs have to change, and the culture has to be where, much like my background was in law enforcement and the military, you had a set of organizational norms, and the training reinforced it, and also reinforced there was accountability for it. I think your term was tough love. I think that's a tough challenge for them, because, you know, why do people decide, you know, when they know there's such a high risk, to go ahead and try to complete the flight?
Thank you for that perspective. Ron, U.S. Postal Service is a big customer of Part 135 carriers in Alaska. So are there scenarios where one carrier is very cautious and says, we're not going to go we're not going to carry the mail, literally, because the weather's too bad or something like that? So do you go to another carrier and say, well, this company wouldn't do it, but will you do it? How does that work?
Basically, the way it works is we rely on the operators to make the decision. We're a customer. We don't talk to an operator and say, you should fly, you shouldn't fly. They're the experts. We rely on them. Now, if one operator is not flying for whatever reason, does mail get transferred to other operators? Absolutely, that's the law. Now, the issue becomes, you know, when you talk about the pressures to fly, there is this institutional pressure, because you've got roughly 130 million pounds of mail going out to 200 villages out in Bush, Alaska. You have operators out there that are far fewer than they used to be. There's far fewer airplanes, yet there's more and more volume. And it is a big part of their income. But it is absolutely their responsibility to decide when to fly. What we do is, when we get backed up because of the volume and because of weather issues and less aircraft, less flights, we work with the carriers to figure out, when will you fly based on your decision? Can you put on extra flights to get us caught up? Those types of things. But there's this institutional pressure, and we've talked about it for several years now, that people have to understand the volume is going up. There's not fewer pounds of mail going out there, yet there are fewer flights, fewer operators, fewer pilots, as they say.
What I believe I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said, well, if there's an operator that's not going to fly, we find someone else. Did you say that, or did I misunderstand?
No, I think you misunderstood me. What the system that's set up under the Rural Service Improvement Act is, there's operators that are allowed to carry mail. Okay, so if there's 3 operators that are in a marketplace, if one is not flying, then the postal official will look for other people to fly, but we have no idea whether it's weather-related, whether it's lack of equipment. That's the operator's issue. We are not the airline professionals.
So if one carrier won't do it, you look for somebody else.
Well, I think you're going down a rabbit hole. And so I disagree with that statement.
Okay, well, explain it to me, because I think that's what you just said. If a carrier will not fly the mail.
If a carrier can't fly the mail, we don't know if they're not flying because their equipment's broken. We don't know if they're not flying because of the weather. We don't know if they're not flying because there's other equipment. Mail is transferred because there's 200 villages out there. There's 1 million pounds of mail plus that's going to get moved around.
Yep.
So yes, we will look for someone to fly, but bottom line is we don't go and tell someone you should fly when it's unsafe. We look for an opportunity to move mail, so sometimes it's an opportunity to move it out of the air. So we have a responsibility, but we are their customer. We do not make decisions on when someone should fly an airplane.
If somebody comes to me and I go to my customer and say, I can't fly, and that customer then goes to the next person and says, well, can you fly? And that person says yes. Doesn't that create a pressure to fly within the system? If that happens too many times, that customer, you are going to learn that you can't come to Robert anymore. You're going to go to the next person.
You know, I would say that there is an institutional problem there, that there could be an issue there. But again, the operators want to, that's a big part of their revenue. They understand, they want to move that mail, and for a reason. I mean, you know, we had villages that went 3-4 weeks last year, they didn't get a flight. So when flights did become available, you know, so we're backed up with mail. When people start flying and someone's not flying again, we go out to other carriers to see, are they going to put on extra flights? How do we catch that up? So there is issues out there that need to be addressed, but it is the bottom line. Operators have to decide whether or not it's safe to fly. We are not pilots.
Yeah. So that is putting pressure on the system to be able to fly. How do you incentivize them making the right decisions to not fly?
I think the best way we incentivize them is we're trying to sit down with all of them, talk about how do we avoid those issues. So as an example, when we were backed up last winter, because there was fewer flights, a lot of mail, bad weather last year, we sat down with all of them. We've had many meetings this year trying to talk about how do we avoid that. What we want to do is we want to get the product out there, because a lot of this foodstuffs that has to get out to the villages. We want to figure out how do we get it out there without getting backed up, and what other things can we do. So I think that's the best way to do it, is to pre-plan to avoid that stuff, as we've done this year. Now we've asked all the carriers based on 5 years worth of average volumes and your average weather, and what equipment types you have. Give us an idea of what you're capable of so that we can meet with shippers to figure out what are we actually able to move.
Yeah, and you did point out that a sizable portion of the revenue for these operators comes from the U.S. Postal Service. And these companies, let's face it, they're in business to make money. So if they know that if they're canceling a flight because bad weather, but the Postal Service is going to somebody else, that becomes all of a sudden a pressure to fly.
Yes, but I think the other thing that's important to understand is if you're in a marketplace and everybody's got weather, please don't misunderstand. We don't run to every carrier and say, hey, you think you can fly? That's an important piece. But when things do free up, we do meet with the carriers and say, you got extra equipment you can move in the market. Can you put on extra flights? Is it safe? So, don't misunderstand that when the weather's down, trust me, I've flown a lot in 25 years in rural Alaska. If a pilot tells me they don't want to fly, I don't want to be in the airplane. I don't want our mail in the airplane.
Thank you very much, because I do know that in the helicopter EMS business, that there is helicopter shopping.
Absolutely, and that's been addressed, is that companies are not allowed to shop. And so we have 2 helicopters up here, same company, but they'll call me and say, hey, can you do a flight to Seward? The other helicopter just turned it down. They have to tell me that it was turned down by another helicopter. And so then I say, well, let me call you back. And I call the other helicopter, and I was like, why'd you turn the flight down? What do I not know? And so it's a, you know, air ambulance industry is, very much, because there was a lot of pressure. That was happening a lot.
Right.
They'd call one company
yeah.
and they'd say no, and then another company would be like, yeah, we'll take it, because then we'll get your business in the future.
And Ron, thank you for your clarification there on that at the end. And I know that the carriers appreciate the business of the U.S. Postal Service, but I am concerned about pressures to fly. Does anybody, Dave? A lot of discussion on this, so I'd love to hear your
this
thoughts.
might be a provocative idea, but I mean, I think Ron's in a bind because he's got a law that requires him to move the mail. His postmasters in the bush, or got KPIs they've got to meet. So whether it's I'd say inadvertent, not deliberate, that there's going to be decision making, and we all know that it's not really a level playing field. I'd say that everybody in this room operates in a lot of respects to a higher standard than maybe some of the other carriers that are out there in the bush. So one idea might be is almost match what DoD does. Before DoD allows us to carry a passenger on our planes on the 121 side, we have to pass a safety audit. The first stop, from what I understand from DoD auditors, is with the FAA when they come to town to ask about the compliance disposition of that carrier. Why not link money and safety? All of the 135 carriers rely on Medicare, Medicaid travel, mail, and then a number of them have EAS. So that's federal money, that's taxpayer money. To your point earlier about SMS, and George's about making SMS mandatory for 135 operators, why not make it a prerequisite? That for us to, the carrot, that we can't carry mail, EAS, or Medicaid unless we have become an SMS carrier voluntarily. That would probably solve a lot of problems because it levels the playing field and can prevent the forum shopping that's going on.
Well, I like that idea, and I'll give a foot stomper to whoever's taking notes down here, Sean, on that, because we did recommend something for they don't call it HEMS industry anymore, but the air ambulance business. We did come up with a recommendation a few years ago that in order to receive Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement, you had to meet certain standards. And that didn't fly. The CMS, or Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, didn't buy that. But I do like what you're saying there. We're about out of time here before we get to the audience questions here, but I think I do want to hear. Yeah, absolutely, Will. Absolutely,
No, your mic is not working.
Is it not working so good? Thanks. Did you have a comment, Will, before?
I agree with. I agree with the comment that Tom made. Being a consumer and over the years of 135 operations in my village and in other villages, and as a provider of services to these villages, and flying our folks all over, we're a big consumer of these services. And but I remember in the 70s, there was a lot of pressure to fly. There was a lot of busting minimums. There was a lot of scud running. I was in those planes, and I don't see that. I just don't see it anymore. I fly a lot, both as a consumer of these services and as a private pilot, and I see a big change in the culture over those decades, and I really appreciate it. And I know our folks are not. My experience has been that the consumers in our villages, they don't apply that pressure, but I like it when pilots, when they do feel it, they are not impacted by it, and I so appreciate that.
Thank you for your thoughts. Let me see the audience questions here. 5 minutes. Dave, how many folks are in the or to Ray? How many pilots so far do you have in the Raven/UAA program? It's just started. You just announced it, what, in the last 6 weeks or so, 2 months?
We did. I don't know. Ray, do you know?
Not really. It's been coming together. Right now, it's starting out as internships towards the end of their career. I believe we have some people starting to apply now, but in order to get the word out over the summer, we didn't have classes. So right now, I think 1 or 2 are interested, and it looks to be growing.
Yeah, thanks. When did you announce it? It's been in the last 6 or 8 weeks. Is that right, Dave?
Yeah, it was just a couple months ago.
Yeah.
But I think the great thing is going to be people, young men and women, will be able to make, our starting pay for our right seaters in our 135 operation. When you add the retention bonuses, $51,000 a year. So if you can make money, pay mom and dad back for the college degree, it's not going to be a bad thing.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Robert, the University of Oklahoma State University, they have ad intro programs now that like Great Lakes and some of the larger carriers are doing. So this university tie-in thing, it could be huge for Alaska because it's working really well in the lower 48 to solve some of these pilot shortage issues.
Thanks.
We also have an agreement that we have worked through with Horizon also. So it's starting to show up here.
So here's a comment here. WBAT should be able to smaller carriers. It should be scalable, smaller. Smaller carriers pay less, larger carriers pay more. Can we base it on the numbers of pilots and fleet size? Something to consider.
I think I've been out of it now for 3 years, so it had a pricing program, something similar to that. It had to do with the number of pilots, actually. So I don't know where it's going to go now, though.
Just on that, we've had conversations with the company providing the WBAT just in the last few days, and there is a tiered approach to the pricing for companies of different size. But even for the smallest size carriers, ourselves being in that category, it would be over $5,000 per year. So people can debate whether that's expensive or not expensive, but I do think we need to be careful that any sort of charge for that type of service does not become a barrier to carriers using it.
And Robert, this has been tried recently in the past where they tried the scalable, where you would have a very large cargo operator with a small amount of planes paying about, very little because of the number of aircraft to a carrier flying 10 207s would be paying 10 times the amount. So you got to watch when you do the scalable.
Okay, that's a very, very interesting perspective. My question is, how much information are pilots getting from their base? And we're talking about flight coordinators, dispatchers, in regards to the changing weather, Part 121. We have to keep our pilots constantly informed. How can this information from dispatchers help decision-making? You want me to repeat it? It's, I'm reading somebody else's question, so it's... My question is, how much information are pilots getting from their base? We're talking flight dispatchers, flight coordinators, in regards to the changing weather. Part 121 carriers, we have to keep our pilots constantly informed. How can this information from dispatchers help decision-making?
I can help answer that because it's something we've looked into a lot where it's a really challenging in operating the 121 on the jets flying up at high altitude using ACARS, AirInc, and everything. It's very easy to be in constant communication. But out here, AirInc doesn't work below 21,000 feet where we all fly. So there's challenges when we're flying, say, from King Salmon to Perryville, going through the Alaska Range, of how we can update on a long flight that pilot. We've used spider texting. We've tried to test that, and it still needs some work to get better and stuff. But mainly, we're still using the tools of our village agents along the route to try to get a hold of them via radio contact. And eventually, it's a goal of ours as a company is to set up IP radio systems in a lot of villages to try to have radio contact through the internet with our central dispatch center.
Thank you, Dan. Here's a question here. A measure of progress on CFIT would be an increase in the number of cancellations and air turnbacks. Are operators here measuring those, and what is management's response to an increase? Any thoughts on that? Stacia?
Part of our SMS program is we do report weather aborts and why we aborted. Weather was not forecasted, usually is what it is, and then we get feedback from our company about, good job on your weather decision. There's always some sort of feedback, which is nice from management to know that they recognize and support your decisions.
Yeah, thanks. I do know it in my airline. There was always the debate, should we, and one of our mandatory reporting criteria, things that we had to report was a go-around or a missed approach. And some people felt that was a disincentive to actually do what the right thing was. We want pilots to go around if it's an unstable approach. But the company wanted that information, not for that Robert went around, he screwed up. The company wanted that information so that we could get an idea, wow, at Charlotte, they are turning pilots in too close and pilots are having unstabilized approaches and all. So data, so yeah, I understand that in tracking the number of aborts would be good. There is a downside to it, but data can help you. So, we really, we have lots of questions, and that's the good thing is. The bad thing is we don't have time for every question, and I apologize for that. I'm not screening the questions. I'm just basically looking down, and if I see a question that looks short, I will read it. And so there's a thought there. But we will take a lunch break. We'll start back at 1 o'clock, and thank you very much. We'll see you in an hour and a half. And thanks. For our panelists over here that will be leaving and moving to the audience, thank you all very much for being here. Thank you. Okay, guys, so how's that?
Sounds great.
Great, thank you.
You're good to go, Ryan?
Okay, we'll get started in just 2 minutes.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back. So at the end of the day, from 3:30 to 4, we will recap. Really what we want to do is go around from our panelists. So I want you all to be thinking about this. At the end of the day, we will go around and ask each of you, what would you like to see moving forward? Because as we keep saying, and again, I got this idea from Richard last night, we don't want this just to be a conversation. We want to come out of here with some solutions. So think about that one. We do have new panelists. We swapped out at lunch. So John, welcome. And why don't we just go around and introduce yourself up to Kyle, the new panelist.
Great. Hello, everybody. My name is John Helleberg. I'm with the MITRE Corporation. Human factors is my background, and I'm a private pilot.
Hello, everyone. I'm Wayne McGee with Garmin. I represent Garmin today, and I'm a private pilot, too. And thanks for putting this on, Robert.
Thanks for being here, Wayne.
Hi, Robert. Brian Johnson here, Quality Control Group, Western Service Area. We do audits and evaluations of the air traffic control facilities and facilitate the SMS processes for the Western Service Area.
Great.
Hi, Robert. I'm Rich Van Almen. I'm the Planning and Requirements Group Manager down for the Western Service Area under the Air Traffic Organization, and had the distinct pleasure of also serving up here for 2.5 years as the Deputy Regional Administrator working for Cary.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you, Robert. Joanne Ford. I'm based in Washington, D.C., the FAA headquarters there, working in navigation programs, and we're responsible not just for ground-based navies, but also lighting system. Anything with respect to infrastructure, assisting navigation, ground-based navies. And I've had the pleasure of being a subject matter expert and Alaska liaison for more than 15 years.
Thank you for being here.
Great. Good afternoon, Robert. My name is Jeff Oshinsky. I'm the meteorologist in charge of the Alaska Aviation Weather Unit and the Anchorage Volcanic Ash Advisory Center. I've been up here in Alaska for well over 20 years on a couple of different stints, but have been working exclusively in aviation forecasting.
Jim?
Yeah, thank you. Jim Wright. I'm a contractor with the ADSB program, which I've been doing since the capstone days for the last 15 years. And prior to that, I flew beavers in Southeast Alaska for 20 years.
Good afternoon. Gordy Rother. I'm with Flight Standards, Washington, D.C. Air Carrier Operations, and I deal a lot with aviation weather policy and regulation.
Gordy, thank you. Kyle?
Hi, I'm Kyle Christensen. I'm Flight Procedures Team for the Western Service Center, FAA. I've been the focal point for instrument procedures in Alaska for 17 years. And I am fundamentally the touch point for Part 135 operators to make changes to the IFR infrastructure in Alaska.
Thank you. The rest of our panelists have been introduced. Question came up earlier. Will this videotape, will it be available? And it's my understanding that it will, that yes, it will be, the whole thing will be on YouTube, on the NTSB's YouTube page. And then at some point, I think we plan to come up with some sort of probably video snippets of the seminar, or of the roundtable. So this afternoon, for the next 55 minutes, we will talk about technology solutions. And for those of you in the audience, if you would like to submit it, of course, this audience here, the live audience, you can submit your questions on index cards. I am disappointed that we didn't have more time to be able to ask all of your questions, and that's sorry, that's the way it goes. If you are online, you can submit them through, let's see that slide one more time. I think it's Part 135 Roundtable at ntsb.gov. But anyway, we will try and get to your questions. Yeah, there it is right there. Okay. So again, we're talking about technology solutions. And let's see here. Where's Jim? Jim Wright. Yeah, we're going to start out with a bang here. You're brand new, so we're going to start out with you. You've got a few years of experience, maybe even decades dealing with ADSB, and a lot of experience with ADSB. So give us some examples of how ADSB coverage in Alaska reduces the possibility of mid-air CFIT, loss of control, and those types of things.
All right. For those types of accidents, the primary benefit of ADSB is traffic and weather in the cockpit. So for airplanes that are appropriately equipped with ADSB out and in, meaning they're transmitting and receiving ADSB, these airplanes broadcast their position back and forth to each other. So we call that air-to-air, so you'll see all the other ADSB airplanes that are flying in your environment, whether we have a ground station nearby or not. If you are flying inside one of our ground stations, we send up all of our transponder radar surveillance up to any ADSB-equipped airplane as well. So between these two products, we'll call them, we develop a pretty good picture of the traffic flying around in our environment. And then we also send weather products. We send 13 weather products up through our ground stations. We need a ground station for this. We've got displayed, it looks like the coverage in Alaska at 3,000 feet. There's the products. So METARs and TAFs for airports within 300 miles of the ground station. NexRad and several other products. This is for the purpose of pilots avoiding weather decisions to help with your CFIT and loss of control. So traffic and weather in the cockpit.
So I can understand how ADSB could help with CFIT avoidance because I guess it knows where the airplane is and it knows it's got a terrain database.
Yes.
But how does it help prevent loss of control?
Because of the weather products. I mean, the weather products that you've got will help you make decisions, hopefully.
Okay.
That will prevent you from getting yourself into a position where you're going to lose control of the airplane because of the weather. So that's how we help with that.
I got it. And I don't know anything about ADSB. I stepped out of an airline cockpit 15 years ago, and my greatest contribution to aviation safety is for me not to fly these days. So I don't know. It's really not even funny, but it's true. But actually, but there's 978 UAT that does have the ability for FISB, I think, but the 1090 ES does not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you're flying for above 18,000 feet, you'd have to have 1090 ES. Is that correct? Or something like that?
Yes. In order to comply with the rule, above 18,000 feet requires 1090 ES out. It says nothing, we don't have any rules requiring it.
Right.
So you could equip, most of the avionics today that has in does so on both frequencies.
I see.
So in that sense, you're complying with the rule by broadcasting on 1090. You're listening on both frequencies, so you can pick up the weather,
Okay.
assuming you have equipped that way.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So we talked earlier today about sort of flight data monitoring. Can ADSB help include? Can it help with flight data monitoring?
Well, sure. In a small sense, I mean, all the data that's being sent out, which is your position, who you are, the course you're flying, your ground speed, is sent to, if there's a ground station in the vicinity, that gets sent off to our air traffic control network. And then there is software available, and many people in the state of Alaska are using it, that allows the company to monitor their fleet at all times. So now you have the position of your airplanes at all times, the altitude they're flying, the course they're flying, their ground speed, and their identity. So you have that data.
Okay.
So if that helps with
Thank you.
with that type
Thank
of
you
thing.
very much. Jens, I did want to turn to you, and I know you wanted to say something, but you have been the co-chair of the FAA's ADSB Equip 2020 Implementation Working Group since 2014. Tell us about where the ADSB program is, and the challenges that remain, as well as considerations to ensure the 2020 mandate is
sure, I
met.
appreciate that. And I know we have some graphics in the back. There's actually a couple of ones, if you flip over to the maps that show different parts of Alaska, specifically the color ones here. Jimmy's response here on the second one, how can we use ADSB for data monitoring? We have many different many different capabilities that we can discuss in how we share data between industry and FAA. Organizations do it on their own. We have a program called ASIAS. It's a program to concentrate many different sources, everything from radar surveillance to FOQA to ASAP and so forth, pull them together. One of the resources that we have is ADSB. ADSB, for all practical purposes, it's a 21st century transponder. If we hadn't had a bunch of engineers name it ADSB, which is confusing everybody, it's a 21st century digital transponder that just sends out your position. But because you get that position as a GPS location with high accuracy, we've been able to do some initial flight data monitoring. What you see up here on the screen, first on the left is just a coverage map, same thing that was shown earlier. On the right is some attempts that we're doing at the national level, together with the FAA and industry. De-identify data, we don't know who's out there flying, but through some algorithm, we can, in this case, do a CFIT risk analysis. We're seeing surveillance data and noticing where aircraft are probably flying a little bit closer to terrain than we would desire. If they had a TAW system on the aircraft, they would probably get some kind of alert at this point in time. I think the second slide here, one forward, this shows southeast. A lot of tour operations there, flight seeing and so forth. These are, again, different areas where we're really seeing quite a bit of high concentration along flight paths where operators are doing these kind of operations. We can do the same thing also for mid-air collisions. So it's a resource to look at national level risks, and we get into specifically the mid-air collision risk. We're looking for areas where operators fly together.
Sorry to interrupt. So what is RCFIT?
Risk of CFIT.
Risk of CFIT.
Yeah. And then we have similar analysis. I forget if we brought the slides or not, but it's risk of mid-air collisions. We can do that kind of concentration sites. And I think the benefit from this, you can do local data monitoring. And then when we work with the government, we can look at national level risk. Most operators we discussed earlier don't necessarily have the resources to do this work. So how can we take this information now that it's generated, it's paid for by the taxpayer? We don't know who's actually out there, but in this case here, just off of Anchorage, we ran this by the Alaska Air Carrier Association the other day, and they said, hey, we're actually aware of some of these hotspots. The question was, have you guys talked about it? Here's a graphic that can help with that kind of communication. So ADSB is part of that toolset, and what you see up here is a combination of radar and ADSB data.
So this is the FAA's ADSB Equip 2020 implementation working group that is looking at these data.
Actually, the Equip 2020 working group, I'm kind of taking your questions in reverse. It's very much program focused. So ADSB was what we discussed just here was the ancillary safety benefit, something of specific interest to the community. ADSB is a national program that's looking at infrastructure, improved surveillance, both air to ground and air to air. So our big focus, your first question, what's our priority? Like the name says, getting everybody equipped, because the benefit increase the more aircraft are equipped with ADSB. If you look at nationwide, we're at about 93,000 aircraft equipped. That's a good bit on the way if you look at the fleet that's actually out there flying in ADSB airspace. The Alaska data, we're tracking about 1,600 and change. So the rate of equipage of the fleet, the penetration of ADSB equipage in Alaska is probably a little bit lower than you see in the lower 48. That's understandable because there's very little ADSB airspace in Alaska below 10,000 feet. So the main challenge that we have ahead of us is getting people to equip. And even though we call it Equip 2020, that doesn't mean the program ends in 2020. I expect to be working ADSB questions in 2020, 2021, 2022. And that I've been trying to brand it this year, especially 2020 is the start of the program. That's when we can start realizing the improved surveillance for our air traffic controllers. We can get the air-to-air benefits. And we can also look at some of the airspace efficiencies across the country.
So I was looking at a picture of this. So let's see. So you're saying the majority of the airspace in Alaska below 10,000 feet does not require ADSB. Is that correct?
Correct. This graph here is the straight out of the FAA manuals.
Yeah, exactly.
For those of you that are much more familiar with the Alaska airspace than I am, the amount of, I don't think we have any Class B up this way. I might be mistaken, but there are not a lot. If you're below 10,000 feet, you're simply not required. It's an airspace-based rule. We did that intentionally to provide the cost-benefit balance that I know you discuss at times. That's after we start looking at safety benefits. In the end, we got to look at cost benefits. So this is airspace that has higher density traffic. We don't force anybody else to equip. We're certainly encouraging it. Our partners in the operator community, AOPA, MBA, NATA, HAI, they've all been out very actively educating the community about the fact that, yes, even though you may only fly into the airspace once or twice, having everybody on the same frequency, this is the future. This is not just a milestone. This is the surveillance technology we're going to use for the 21st century.
Yes, sir, Jim.
I just wanted to clarify that 10,000-foot rule is a lower 48 rule, so it does not apply in Alaska. So in Alaska, the only place where ADSB is mandated is in or over the Class C at Anchorage International, or up above 18,000. So it's the only mandated airspace.
Okay.
Okay.
Very interesting. Thank you. Joanne, you've got your finger on the microphone there. Please chime in.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to add as well that with respect to incentivizing the equipage for ADSB, that we've seen on so many instances where the state of Alaska has really led the way. And in this particular, with the equipage of ADSB as well, Alaska did it again. The state of Alaska did offer a loan. It's the only state I know of that offered a low-interest loan to anyone who was registered, and please correct me if I'm wrong with this, but if their aircraft was registered here in the state of Alaska. And it was not just ADSB. At that time, it was also WAS, Wide Area Augmentation. If you equip your aircraft with ADSB and or WAS, you could apply for a low-interest loan, and that's the only state that's done that.
Thank you. So let me ask you this. Should every air carrier, every commercial carrier, be required to meet the ADSB requirement regardless of the operational area? Any thoughts on that? I bet we'll stir up some thoughts on that one.
I'll take the first hit on that since it's kind of my baby. We're trying to certainly encourage it. The rule is what it is. I don't see the FAA making any fundamental changes to the regulation. We fought that out about 12 years ago, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into that, and we don't see a change. But again, this is good for everybody. People that are flying with ADSB today are realizing the benefits. I've had many, many testimonials of different forums where somebody said, hey, I flew with ADSB. I'm never going to go flying without it because you have no idea what I saw on my screen, right? So getting people equipped, there's probably a conversation to be had, and this is my part of the controversy. If you're holding yourself out, you have that higher level of care, it's probably going to be very difficult to answer the question why you haven't taken the step to be ADSB equipped. It's a transponder. The upgrade path for most aircraft, it's pretty straightforward these days. Again, we've done 93,000 and change, the last update that the FAA provided, so we know how to do it. The prices have gone down significantly from the rulemaking. Experts around the country can help out. We have someone here at the table who works for one of the manufacturers, but there are, half a dozen to a dozen different companies that can help out with that. If you have an older transponder, it might be the right time to look at that older transponder and simply make the upgrade from that 10, 20-year-old piece of equipment that's not working the way you expected to a digital transponder that has you compliant not only in the United States, but Canada, and I think I'm tracking about 30 to 40 countries around the world that are now going down the ADSB path. This is not something new or different. This is 21st century surveillance technology.
Jens, thank you very much for those thoughts. Darren, what are your thoughts on that idea?
With the ADSB technology, I think one of the issues with ADSB with the general flying public is that because there is a lack of coverage up here, so I think a lot of people don't think it's worth the actual cost to put it in the aircraft. Now, we equipped all of our aircraft with ADSB in and out, and the reason we did that primarily is we have a lot of flights that fly. We'll have 5 airplanes going the same direction, same place. We use it primarily for traffic avoidance. That works great for us, but if we don't get the other folks on that equipment, then we don't see them regardless. So 91 guys out there flying around in the Cubs, we're never going to see them unless, again, we're within a radar area where we can get that information. Because like when I'm around Fairbanks where I fly, I can see all the traffic. But when I'm out away from that WAS, or not the WAS coverage, ADSB coverage, those ground stations, we can't get that traffic. But I'm kind of like what he was saying, I could not live without it anymore with the use that we use it going in and out of Fairbanks with the weather and all that information. What we do need to do is continue to look towards continue to put more ground stations in to give us a little bit broader coverage for the folks that operate well below 10,000 feet, which is most of us.
So let me see if I've got this right, and I probably don't. If an aircraft has a transponder but not ADSB, because they're not required to, if there's a ground station nearby, then that would allow you to see that aircraft on your ADSB in display?
If it's in a radar coverage area, I believe. So
radar coverage.
If like Anchorage Center is picking them up on radar and we're within a ground station, we should see them. When I'm in the Fairbanks area where we have the radar, I get basically repeated what those guys are seeing up in the cab, their traffic on my screen.
Is that what they call ADSB-R? rebroadcast?
No, I'll
No.
take that one. ADS-B-R is the dual link, so UAT to 1090, 1090 vice versa.
Okay,
This is a
thanks.
different feature of the program to provide that capability.
Thank you for helping me to understand that. So you can see, if you're in an area of radar coverage, you can see with your equipment, ADS-B-N, you can see that. You will be able to see it on yours. Now, how many, you're operating what, Navajos?
Yeah, we have a fleet of 15 to 17 Navajos, basically.
Yeah. And your decision to put this equipment in, and it costs money, what was that decision?
Well, we knew that ADS-B out was going to be a requirement, even though technically we could get away without it. But I mean, I would see no reason why you would put ADS-B out without the benefits of the ADS-B in while you're equipping that aircraft.
When the rule came out, I think it was 2008, I believe we commented on it that the requirement should be for both in and out, but it is what it is. So we've got a lot of comments here. Dan?
I think one of the better ways to maybe look at it, instead of requiring all carriers, is to maybe look at the different airspaces and the amount of activity. We have a perfect example in the state of Alaska as a very, very busy airspace, Bethel. And it will not be ADS-B required. Now, a lot of us carriers are equipping all our aircraft and will be in and out with displays, but it's not required. I mean, we have a lot of NMAX filed every year in Bethel, and then some pretty close calls, and even a ill-equipped tower to be able to see everything, all the ADS-B equipment without radar and stuff. So if we made that maybe a ADS-B veil or some sort for Bethel, because of that type of airspace, then it wouldn't require an operator out of Emonic or Galena or somebody that have to have ADS-B.
Great comment, thanks. Any comments down here, and then Jens, I think you.
Yeah, Robert, I want to echo about Bethel. Part of our responsibility is investigating air traffic incidents, NEMAX in particular, and we have had roughly 9 to 10 at Bethel over the last couple of years. And initially, the thought was it was substandard air traffic services by the contract tower up there because of staffing. Now, we did find some areas that they could improve upon, but the one fact that jumped out on every one of those NEMAXs, at least one of the aircraft involved, was not ADS-B equipped. And so if we're looking at how can we fix the NAS and raise the level of safety and efficiency, because when you get TCAS RAs or you almost have a near miss, a lot of times you get out of position for that approach and you have to come back around and try and make another safe landing. So I would echo that it's not just the carriers, but Bethel could be one of those places where the requirement, and I'll talk about it maybe a little bit later, but during Metroplex, as they made safety and efficiency changes, they expanded Class B. They did a number of things to do that, which were, sometimes unfavorable. Bethel should be one of those places where they look at that in earnest and say, this is what we could do to improve safety.
Great, thanks. Jens?
Yeah, just to come back on the ADS-B-N discussion, absolutely correct. I think we even filed a comment saying, hey, let's mandate ADS-B and let's look at it. But we've learned a lot over the last decade. One of the things is we've learned that the FAA can be very progressive in its policies. The FAA has come out with policies under EFBs and what allows to be done on tablets where, I'm a manufacturer, I want to sell equipment for the cockpit, but, we see the benefits of the system, and several of our members are the developers of low cost, we're talking a few $100 listening devices that you can put on the aircraft and then display on a tablet a lot of the information. So for some operators, going down the fully installed path, which is a higher pathway to ADS-B and out and in, is the right choice. For others, especially on the lighter end of the community, older aircraft singles, being aware that, hey, is there a pathway for me to upgrade my transponder, indicate that I have in when I do the configuration, and then have my flight crews fly around with a tablet, that may be a really cost-efficient path there and to address some of those concerns. So the FAA has taken the right steps there to really enable safety to the community. And as I understand, the number of people that have some information on a tablet, you have it readily accessible. It's certainly quite prolific, and in the context of ADS-B it is a real opportunity for operators really to take advantage of.
Appreciate your comments. Dave, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Sure, I would just echo what Dan said and what we heard down the way from the FAA. When you've got a busy airport like Bethel, my understanding is it's the 4th busiest airport in the state of Alaska. And it's essentially a magnet out there in western Alaska for everybody coming in and out, whether they're hunting or doing commercial service like us. But To echo your point, I mean, we are common carriers. You know, we should be held to a higher standard. So in a perfect world, I would think ADSB should be mandatory for anybody running around with a 135 certificate carrying passengers for hire or mail. But at least at a minimum, let's make Bethel, you know, a hub of activity, a mandate, you know, put a mandate in place there so we have ADSB. Because we, like Grant, you know, we can't avoid what we can't see.
That's 2 foot stompers that you've given me already for today. So very good. Thank you very much. Anything else before we move past ADSB and continue to talk about technology? Please, Joel.
Sir, just briefly, that I had a conversation with Mr. Wright earlier this morning about Alaska ground-based transmitters. And Jimmy, please jump in and correct me where I'm wrong. 42 ground-based transmitters across the state of Alaska?
That's what I think the number is, yes.
Yeah, and we're 20% of the U.S. total land space, land mass, and how many are there in the CONUS?
About 600.
Yeah, so there's
total.
There's gaps in there, I guess is what I'm saying, and we're about 80% equipped right now across our fleet with ADSB in and out. And again, we looked at the same requirements that everybody else did, that, you know, we really not required to do this, but it is absolutely the right thing to do. But those one-offs that we see, that we encounter in the Class E airspace that we're trying to get from one hub of activity to another, really, those are the one-offs that pop up that you don't see on your screen. So maybe an increase in some of the coverage. We do have over 200 FAA camera sites around the state that really aid tremendous technology, use of technology, but perhaps some of those sites could be incorporated with a ground-based transmitter there as well. There's power requirements and things at each of those, so there's already infrastructure there, so it's just something we would like to maybe address.
Thank you. Anything else on ADSB?
Right here.
Hang on just a second. Let me. We haven't heard from Jenny today.
I'll try to keep it down a little bit. No, just from an ATC perspective as well, the ADSB, especially at Bethel, it makes a world of difference to us. There is no comparison between the radar separation. When you throw one of those guys in there that is non-radar and we can't see, I mean, your heart sinks. You've got a stack of 5 or 6 airplanes and you get one calling you that you can't see. It's like, oh, you're kidding me. So yeah, it's a tough thing to deal with. I would like to also mention, though, on another aspect, when you talk about the coverage of the state with ADSB, yes, we are lacking, but where we do have it, again, a world of difference to the controller.
Pilots like it, controllers like it, the operators like it. So, great perspectives. I think I heard somebody calling Wayne.
Well, you know, when you have an ADSB solution in and out, you want weather and traffic. And you don't, with a Garmin product, you don't necessarily have to go out and buy these big screens and install them and spend a lot of money. We have incorporated Bluetooth in all of our in and out solutions. So you're using an iPad, a tablet, you can get the weather and traffic right there instead of installing we'd like to have you do that, don't get me wrong, but you don't have to go out and spend a lot of money.
Great, thank you so much. Let's move on. John, I understand that the MITRE Corporation, in fact, I saw a demo of this about, September of 2 years ago when I went out to MITRE Corp to look at the digital co-pilot. Talk about this. What is a digital co-pilot, and what are the safety advantages, potential safety advantages?
Sure, thanks, Robert. The digital co-pilot is a concept that MITRE's been doing some research on over the last couple of years. The basic idea is, can we make avionics a little bit smarter? Today's avionics are very good at telling you the current state of the world. You know, what's my altitude, what's my airspeed, where am I? What we wanted to do was see if we could come up with a digital co-pilot concept of something that could look at not only where you are right now and what's happening in the cockpit, but where did you come from? What was your trajectory? What are your trends? And try and predict where you're likely to be going in the future. If the digital co-pilot can then understand what the pilot's trying to accomplish, it can give the pilot essentially what we're calling the right information at the right time and in the right format. Essentially just-in-time information that is relevant and helps the pilot reduce their workload.
So not to dumb it down, but this is basically a Siri for pilots, that it's going to verbalize to you what you should be thinking about or doing? Is that
That's a fair characterization, yes. So the prototype that we've put together runs on a tablet, as they were discussing earlier, making it accessible to some of the folks that may not be spending lots of money on new avionics. And it's got a speech-based interface, so it allows the pilot to get information both automatically based on the context of the flight, where a digital co-pilot can see it looks like you're coming in to land at an airport, to maybe you'd like the pattern altitude, maybe you'd like the frequencies for that airport. And it'll just offer those to the pilot through a speech synthesis. The pilot can also just touch the screen and request information, and the digital co-pilot can give them the weather frequency for an airport, adjacent to the one they're landing at, if they'd like to find out what the weather is like, a few miles over, that sort of thing.
wonderful? Thank you.
Yep.
Have you, I'm sure you have, done research in terms of the efficacy of how this could improve pilot performance?
Yeah, certainly. We've done a couple of studies in our simulator looking at pilot workload to see if this sort of technology could improve the pilot's ability to remain sort of heads up and hands-free. I've actually got a video, if we've got a couple minutes or a minute or so to show, that gives a sample of what it looks like with the digital co-pilot in a simulator.
I certainly think.
Josh, if you'd like
yeah,
to cue
great.
that video up.
Looks like it's all ready.
Yeah. Simulator configured as a King Air. Taxi to runway 34 via Papa 5 Papa Whiskey. Hold short, runway 07 right.
Next turn left on Papa. Next hold short of 07 right 25 left. Hold short.
Cleared to cross runway 07 right.
Next hold short of 1634.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So that showed kind of the back and forth interactions with the pilot speaking to digital co-pilot providing information back to the pilot. That's an example of taxi routing, turn-by-turn guidance, and hold short reminders. We have a host of other features that we're putting together, trying to improve safety, including sort of a CFIT algorithm that's looking at the pilot's trend. If they're trending toward terrain, it gives them an indication that terrain is ahead, lets them know what based on their current ground speed, what the feet per minute requirement would be in order to clear that terrain. And then there's another algorithm that's looking at unperceived rolls. So the pilot, maybe VFR ends up in IMC and bumps the yoke, drops their pen or something, and a very gentle roll begins. If it's below sort of the vestibular perception, the ability for the pilot to feel it in the seat of their pants, this can give them an alert that they're rolling left or right.
Yeah. Now, to be clear, many viewers may not know what MITRE Corporation is. You're not a manufacturer. You are I believe, a not-for-profit organization that does research and develop research for the FAA, or really talk about
absolutely. So we're, as you said, a not-for-profit organization. Our goal is to improve safety of working in the public interest to try and improve safety. So we don't develop products to sell to the public. We don't make a profit. Our goal is to essentially start the research, overcome some of those hurdles, and kind of move the bar up, and then hand those technologies off to industry and let them incorporate them into their products that already exist.
Great. Thank you very much. We're going to go to the other side of the room and switch topics. Sean, you were the investigator in charge of a CFIT accident here in Alaska a few years ago. So what recommendations do the NTSB have related to TAWs here in Alaska?
So not just as of that last accident, but as a result of several accidents over the past few years regarding CFIT and 135s, the board's made several recommendations. For the most part, the large concentration of that has to do with the nuisance alerts. And the nuisance alerts are causing the inhibit to be overutilized. So we made some recommendations for to the FAA to implement ways to reduce the nuisance alerts, to work with the certificate holders to make them aware of them and try to overcome those hurdles, whether that's adjusting operational limitations for altitudes and things like that. But then we made another recommendation to essentially modify the inhibit switch so that once it's inhibited, it will not remain inhibited indefinitely.
And certainly we have seen several accidents that I can think of where there's CFIT accidents and then the physical evidence shows that this switch was in the inhibit position.
That's correct.
Now, again, it's been a long time since I've flown and haven't flown VFR in many, many years because I was an air carrier pilot. And we did operate under 130, under part IFR all the time. But let's see if I'm right here. So some of the air taxis here in Alaska have in their op specs the ability to fly as low as 500 feet, and the TAWS floor, if you're below 700 feet, it will start to bark at you. Explain that? And I probably didn't get all that correct.
No, you're on the right track. It's got different classes of TAWs.
All right.
So from class A, B, C, helicopter TAWs, and each of them have different thresholds. The way the regulation's written for 135 turbine operations, they have to use class B TAWs, which up until August, the TSO that was in effect basically put the floor at 700, 750 feet. The FAA amended the TSO with all new certificated TAWS units or designs. After August 31st of 2017, they dropped that down to 500 feet. But that's for the new ones. So everybody that has it out there previously is still at that 700.
I see. And so that's why, ostensibly, these operators with the older units, certified prior to August of 2017, if they're going to fly at 500 feet, they're going to have to inhibit it or listen to nuisance alerts.
Pretty much,
yeah.
yes.
So thank you for that. And so it's my understanding, just in the briefing book, so I really did try and study for this, and it's Mike Folkerts, thank you for putting this together, and that kept me busy for the last several days. But as I understand it, the Alaska Air Carriers Association is pushing for an exemption on the TAWS requirement for turbine-powered airplanes with 6 to 9 seats. Who can talk about that particular exemption? Anybody know?
What was the question?
Apparently pushing for an exemption for the TAWS requirement for turbine-powered airplanes with 6 to 9 seats.
In the mid-2000s, when TAWS B became available and we started shipping systems up here, we started almost immediately getting questions from end customers and users saying, how do you inhibit this? Because it was for a turboprop profile, and you have aircraft like turbine beavers on floats, which is going off all the time. So one has to think, if they're inhibiting it all the time, are they going to get into the little boy that cried wolf situation, where you're so used to doing that, and if you really need it, is it going to be just a habit? So it's a training issue.
So Dave, are you familiar with this? I saw an email that Raven did not support this exemption. Are you familiar with this?
Not intimately, but we actually have AACA in the audience. I would imagine that's the turboprop versus the piston engine distinction. So defer to folks, but understand.
Well, we've got the panelists here, and so thank you very much.
But add the obvious. I mean, we're going to be supportive of anything that's going to enhance safety. so in our care. And one point that you made earlier in terms of ADSB, it strikes me that there's an opportunity for the federal government here to jump in and help fund carriers that don't have the money to afford those programs, and maybe it's another carrot. Maybe it's, you know, those are the 135 operators that want to become SMS carriers. Maybe the carrot is, hey, federal government will kick in the money for ADSB. Almost similar, if you would, to what Senator Stevens did years ago with Capstone. My understanding was that was free as opposed to a low-interest loan like, you know, Joanne had mentioned.
Thank you very much. Wayne, I'm going to come back to you. What are some issues that you'd like to make Part 135 operators more aware of as it relates to TAWS systems?
Well, if you read any of our operation manuals, it will tell you in there that this is an aid to spatial awareness. It's not supposed to be navigating just strictly on this. Because this information, even though we have tens of thousands of systems out there, and Garmin has TAWS in every color unit that we build, it is, from the government, it is not 100% tested everywhere on the planet. That's why we say it's just an aid to situational awareness. So, something to keep in mind.
Thanks. Hey, Jens, are you co-chair of the GAJSC? You're on it, nevertheless. General Aviation Joint Steering Committee has focused on CFIT. What's the current status of that focus, the recommendations, and their applicability to the Alaska community?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. The GAJSC is one of the safety groups with the FAA. It's been around for about 20 years. It's worked on loss of control, it's worked on power plant failures, and about 2 years ago, CFIT was the next item on the Pareto, higher risk. We were seeing it out there, and I think everybody was scratching their head, especially me from the manufacturer side, saying, hey, we've enabled a lot of technology, why is it still up there? So we stood up a new group. The industry co-chair of that, I want to give recognition, Peter Corns is sitting right there in the center of the room from MBAA, together with the FAA, led a group of about 20 people over a year and a half to develop 8 specific targeted recommendations to address CFIT. They range from some frustrating items, pilot fitness to fly, medication issues, pressures to go flying. We've discussed that here earlier today. We can probably spend an entire forum on, and NTSB has had specifically on use of medication over-the-counter prescription drugs and so forth in aviation. That's out there. But in context of this technology session and building on the earlier comments by Sean here, right around the time that the group was meeting, the 2 NTSB recommendations came out, 17-035 and 18-15, and they're focused on the technology. So there's a group, works international standards called RTCA. They have a special committee dealing with TAWS, and it was chartered this summer. First meeting in May, another one in September. And I know we've certainly leaned on the NTSB to bring you guys' expertise to this group of about 30 industry experts. They're looking at the standards. Can we deal with the inhibit switch? Can we look at the algorithm? NTSB always provides a spotlight on the safety issue. Sometimes it's hard implementing what you guys have recommended, but we put the smart group of experts together under RTCA Special Committee 231 to look at the human factors. How can we deal with that angle of just turning off the switch? Can we look at I've described it as, how do you build a TAWS system suitable for mountainous terrain? It's kind of, well, okay, how do I build one that makes logical sense for a pilot to use and doesn't provide that human factors annoyance, but something else? So the group is working. The challenge I have to the group, and we do this quite a bit as manufacturers, they'll probably come up with a rev to the standard. The question is, will operators buy it? We have many pieces of safety technology that we develop. Garmin, Honeywell, Rockwell Collins, L3, all these companies, they're excited, they look at the technology, they try to figure out the safety equation. Sometimes we develop the next widget, and it's getting it into the cockpit to provide the real safety enhancement. Sometimes the FAA moves forward and mandates it. That doesn't tend to get a good, positive feeling across this community, so what can we do on a voluntary basis? If we're here in 2 years and we have a rev to the TAWS standard, or we allow TAWS-C, HTAWS, there's various things being debated. What's the pathway to get the operators that would really benefit from that in the Alaska environment to upgrade their aircraft in an efficient way. That to me is the final challenge.
Thank you. I'm a big believer of TAWS. I know that it does save lives, and but I also understand that there are issues here that the manufacturers and a lot of people are trying to help resolve those issues so that people don't have to inhibit it, but it will save lives. Switch topics here. 406 megahertz ELTs. They're not mandated at this point. Is that correct? Anybody know? Not mandated? Okay. Should they be required for charter aircraft, for Part 135 aircraft? So we know that I was looking at an accident report just yesterday that happened a year ago here in Alaska, and the ELT, the 121.5 ELT did not activate. We've seen that a lot of times. Over time, we've seen that. 406 megahertz can narrow it right down to, I don't know what degree of fidelity, but is that something that should be required for Part 135? Does anybody have any feelings on that?
I was just going to say, I don't know anybody at this table that doesn't have 406 ELTs in their airplanes. So we put them in several years ago.
Okay,
yeah.
Good, thanks. We did talk a little bit about flight data monitoring in the prior session. Dave, I think you've got in your fleet about a third of the fleet is about a third of your Part 135 fleet is equipped with some sort of an FDM. So can you talk to us about that?
Sure. So again, firm believer in data collection, from both the human side of the equation, whether it's through ASAP or voluntary disclosures for us to our regulator, but also on the data side of the house. So it's just invaluable. I mean, I remember when this, when FOCO or FDM, was first in its infancy 20 years ago. And I think we were all, I know our pilot force was all a little skeptical of it. We were all wondering if it was going to happen. I remember getting some pushback, I was working on a major airline from, the head of maintenance for this organization and others saying, oh, is this another, fancy gadget in the, that not even in the cockpit that anyone, no one's really going to use. It's not going to really enhance safety. But we were able to show in the safety department by animating a flight, and this was a 737, that, but for a dry runway, should have gone off the end of the runway. These guys came in 30 knots over VREF and the flare, and then when we dug into it through the, gatekeeper and the FOCA team, turned out it was an unstable approach flown by the first officer, and he wanted to go around. Captain said, hey, you know what, I got it. And I'm going to bring it in here and land. It took, every inch of that 10,000-foot long runway to stop the airplane. And, but we were able to use that anonymously to show a safety summit inside, this big airline, that, it wasn't just the other guys that were having problems. And you could have heard a pin drop after we, showed that video, that animation of FDM data to show and ask everybody, hey, who do you think this was? Everybody's pointing fingers at other airlines, and said, no, it's actually here. Happened here and here. No, here's what actually took place. So in terms of the value add from a 135 perspective, yeah, there is a cost associated with it, but we're firm believers in it. If you look at the history of the organization I'm with, 5 years ago or 3 years ago was not a good operation. I think the team here in the room, we got Greg Hess. We have a 119. We have a director of safety in our 135 that's not required. We have an OCC in our 135 operation that's not required. FOCA, ASAP, voluntary SMS. Those are the things that enhance safety. So in terms of, to answer your question specifically about FDM, yeah, we've got 23 of our 57 airplanes are outfitted, 11 of our 18 207s, 7 of our 23 208s, 1 of our 8 Navajos, and 4 of our 1900s. In terms of challenges along the way, there's the cost up front. I think as Joe mentioned appropriately, there's always going to be the need for some federal money in some form or fashion to help the smaller carriers that don't have the size and scale. I mean, we're not Alaska Airlines, but by the same token, we're not, 5 airplanes. So that's going to help. But the cost of, whether it's 8,000 or 10,000 per plane and another 30K to monitor a fleet, and then we put these Wi-Fi hotspots in each of our airports or on the hangars out externally, so you can drive in, taxi in with the airplane, and it, boom, immediately starts to download, and then we've got some third party looking at it. But the challenges will be for anyone who tries to do this is there's going to be the maintenance out of service time to outfit the airplanes. That caused us some issues over the summer, slowed down our implementation, but we're still on track to get all of our fleet and all 57 of our 135 aircraft outfitted with this flight data monitoring equipment. And I can tell you already, there's the trend data, which is, I think, the most valuable, but there's always the one-offs, too, that you can use as learning experiences for our pilots to tell them, we're not trying to be Big Brother and crash down on them, but we want everybody to, learn the lessons of those that have made mistakes and not in a punitive fashion. So that's been sort of in a nutshell. But I would like to thank our FAA certificate management team. They've been outstanding in terms of getting us certified for moving into FOCO on the 135 side. We were fortunate that we have a bigger 121 outfit, that we were able to just, copy a lot of what was going on. So lessons learned in terms of FOCO steering committee, gatekeepers, the roles and responsibilities, and frankly, the pilot crosstalk. I just talked to, we're getting ready to do a LOSA here, so a line ops, safety audit of our 121 carrier. And there's even reluctance amongst 121 carriers for Big Brother or, hey, who's going to be in the cockpit with me? So they're invaluable. A lot of it's education, communication, but from a perspective of enhancing safety and raising the bar on our organization here in the state, 135 operators, I think it's invaluable.
Thank you very much. Dan and Darren, just in 30 or 40 seconds each, I understand each of you all are using spider tracks. So we'll start with Dan. What is your experience? And then we'll move to Darren.
Recently, there's been a great improvement on the spider tracks. It was about maybe 8 months ago, we were provided with a firmware update that changed the reporting from every 2 minutes to every 15 seconds, and also every time there's a 30-degree heading change. We've used that since to see a more precise tracking of the aircraft. We've actually been able to make changes to our training programs and everything due to what we've seen. For example, just looking at the special VFR hold procedures in Bethel during one of those events, we got to see that maybe some of our pilots were not doing the best holding patterns out there, and when a brand new hire was doing a perfect one. And so we've actually changed the way we do some of our training on that and recurrent and everything just because of it. So we're using it not as a full flight data monitoring, but we are using it to make sure that all our operations and our training are better. We use it to track make sure that our pilots are using our defined VFR route system correctly and everything. So it's very helpful.
Great. Darren, anything to jump on?
We use it for basically the same thing. There's just a couple graphics you can pull up there. This is the historical data. You can go back and take a look months out on a specific aircraft and pick up the data, and it'll show the route they're doing. Like I said, we with our training program, it's implemented in that as well. We have routes that we specifically fly, and this allows us, and this is actually part of our audit program, to go back and weekly audit the routes, make sure they're flying the actual routes they're supposed to do. It's also invaluable to our flight coordination office, where he can monitor somebody and weather and know that, okay, we got this weather coming up. Now, they do have a new program coming up that actually overlays weather in this, but it only works down in the lower 48 currently. It doesn't work up here. And with the new technology, too, we're allowed to send messages to the pilots through Bluetooth, through the operations, to notify them, hey, you've got some weather, or the weather's changed at your destination airfield. We need you to start going to your alternate at this time, or turn around and come back. So this has been invaluable for not only our safety audit programs, and because they know that I can monitor this program, it does keep the pilots safe, because they know I'm going to be watching and make sure that there's appropriate altitudes, and as well as our audit points in that. But flight coordination wise, this tool is invaluable. And then not to say Spider Trucks is the end all here, but there's a couple other programs out there that do just as much.
Thanks a lot. Let's talk about weather. And Andy,
Before we go away from FDM, can we add something in real quick?
Well, we got 3 minutes and 21 seconds, and I want to talk about weather. So
Okay.
let's move on to weather. And thank you. But Andy, weather. National Weather Service has several weather equipment sites in Alaska that forecasters might use, but I'm told that due to infrequent servicing, these things are not available to pilots. What hurdles are there for pilots to be able to access this valuable weather information?
Well, the MAWS system, which I believe you're referring to, is something that the Weather Service, Jeff Oshinsky can talk more about the MAWS system, but as far as pilots accessing it, because it's not certified METARs, Flight Service can provide it as supplementary weather to pilots on request as part of a briefing.
Thanks. Jeff, anything to add to that?
Yeah, so as Andy said, it is supplementary weather, and there's been a lot of work moving forward to try to get that system available so that we can get it into the FAA WMSCR and other systems to be able to get it and make it available to pilots. There's been some roadblocks in trying to get it because of differentiation and distinctions between primary and supplemental weather and rules with the FAA. But I know that there's been continued work on that, trying to move that forward.
Thanks. Well, I've got you on the hook here.
Yep.
Talk to us about the polar satellites and how we're getting more advanced weather information from those.
Okay, that sounds good. And I had a couple of slides on this as well. So there's a couple of exciting initiatives going on right now. We have a project in place now with the JPSS program, which is the Joint Polar Satellite System. You may or may not be aware, over the past 3 or so years, we've had an upgrade in both geostationary and polar satellite systems, which has given us the ability to have a greater number of channels that can detect different parameters across Alaska. We'll focus on the JPSS, the polar ones, because at the high latitudes we get lots of these polar passes. The satellite rides a lot closer to the Earth and can see a lot more detail, which is good. We've got an aviation initiative in place right now, working with partners in NESDIS to actually look at satellite imagery from the VEERS and the NOAA-20 satellite. There's examples there. They're hard to see. We're actually looking at predefined routes, basically from Anchorage to Fairbanks up to Barrow, a route out to the west to Bethel, and then one down to Juneau right now. And what this is allowing us to do is these sensors are able to detect cloud phase water droplets, so we can see supercooled water and we can see other phases of the cloud. And of course, supercooled water is really critical to aircraft icing. And as you can see there on the cross section, you have terrain listed, you have it color coded by what we're actually seeing off the satellite of where the supercooled water is. And what we're going to do is we're also working to add other information like the bounds of the freezing levels where icing typically takes place. So ideally in the future, a pilot will be able to look at this information and kind of be able to see areas to avoid for aircraft icing. Right now, these routes are predefined because we're kind of in a evaluation phase, but eventually down the road, this will all be predefined. A pilot can go in and put point A to B with waypoints and plot their own routes and then see what the conditions will look like. So it's pretty exciting.
Thanks for your good work on that. Sorry we didn't have time to get into more on the flight data monitoring, but I do want to keep us on schedule. But so we will take a 15-minute break. We'll come back with the last panel on dealing with infrastructure. We'll be back at 2:15. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll begin in about 1 minute. Okay, let's get started. Okay, welcome back. So what we're going to do is this next panel is on infrastructure. At 3:15, we'll take questions from the audience. And then, as mentioned, from 3:30 to 4 o'clock, we want to hear from each of the panelists on what we can do better with. So, if we could quiet all that down out in the hall for us. Thank you. So, I've heard it said, perhaps in jest, that if the weather's too bad to go IFR, go VFR. So, yeah. We have, I was reading last night an NTSB report from an accident that happened in Togiak. And what the report said, the NTSB has a decades-long interest in improving the infrastructure in Alaska to better support low-altitude IFR operations to reduce the risk of CFIT accidents. And the report pointed out safety studies that we did in 1980 and 1995 where we issued recommendations to expand the state's communications and weather reporting capabilities. And in this accident report, the Togiak accident report, we said to fulfill the state's transportation needs, Alaska continues to depend on Part 135 operators to provide highly reliable service in an environment subject to frequent IMC. To accomplish this as safely as possible, operators need reliable IFR infrastructure that can meet the demands of small markets and airports the operators serve. Flight in the IFR system provides both assured terrain clearance to reduce CFIT risk and increased air commerce reliability. And we issued safety recommendations that the FAA install communications capability throughout Alaska, giving priority to those areas served by 135 operators. And we also said that airports served by 135 operators should have instrument approach capability, including weather reporting capability. So that's really the NTSB's position on what needs to be done from sort of a big picture point of view. So, what's the view of the Part 135 operators with respect to flying IFR versus VFR? And is there a preference for scheduled point-to-point flying? Who wants to take a stab at that? Darren?
Well, and this is probably the biggest topic here, I think, more than anything for the state of Alaska, this panel here. We've been told by the FAA we need to do more IFR. We do want to do more IFR. We prefer to do IFR is easier than VFR flying. Now, there are times where you have to do VFR because there's no other way to get into some of the villages we go to where they aren't serviced by an approach or weather. But if there's IFR capabilities out there, we want to utilize them. But without that infrastructure there, we can't. And then one of the things that we deal with even up here, regards to mountainous terrain and stuff like that, is the few approaches that we do have are unusable. Perfect example would be Anactivik Pass, if Josh has that up. If you look at the MDA on that approach going into Anactivik Pass,
So we're forced back down at 500 feet above the John River coming up from Bettles to get into that airfield, because that approach that we should be able to fly, there's no reason for us to do it because we're never going to break out at that MDA. And that'll get a little bit more into technology when we talk about technology, but and how we design the approaches.
So really, what are the barriers? What are the barriers to flying IFR in the state of Alaska?
Weather, more than anything else. We've been told we can't fly the approaches without weather. The issue we have up here, we're getting some of these great approaches in here, and it's important that they continue to go, and thanks to Joanne Ford for that. But the problem is, we've got the approaches now, we can't fly them. And we're trying to change that guidance so that we can fly those approaches, because to me, it makes more sense to fly an approach without weather down to an MDA where we're going to initiate a go-around like any other airport if we don't break out, as opposed to flying 500 feet above a river to get into that airfield when I've got an approach I can fly. To me, it just doesn't make sense. So that's why this meeting is so important, so that we can change some of those policies so that we can utilize those.
Yeah, so in the FAA Reauthorization Act, they allowed some exemptions or exceptions to weather reporting weather availability. Dave, I think you at Raven, you have an exemption for certain. You can conduct an instrument approach into an airport without a human observer, I think, with certain criteria are met. Can you talk about that?
Sure. So let me clarify that a little bit. So the way it worked was Congress passed a law that authorized Part 135 operators in the state of Alaska and Hawaii to fly IFR to airports without traditional weather reporting. And more specifically, this is Section 322, which is titled Improved Safety in Rural Areas. It allows FAA-approved Part 135 air carriers to fly IFR to a destination with a published approach, conduct an instrument approach without a METAR. And so my understanding, and we've got the weather experts in the room, that there's airports in the state that have instrument approaches but don't have METARs. So, but we want to still be able to go there, because again, to Darren's point, spot on, in some instances, we don't want to be VFR, we'd rather be IFR. We're doing probably 50% more IFR flying now than we were 3 years ago. And generally speaking, you're going to be, it's easier, it can be safer, certainly from terrain, and then depending on the icing conditions, if you're flying around in a 208, you may have some issues there. But the way it works is we have to follow, first and foremost, the letter of the law, and then we've added to that in our op specs, and I can give you a quick recitation of it just to give you an overview. But essentially, it allows our crews to fly IFR at higher IFR en route altitudes to IFR-capable airports with an alternate weather source. And the way it specifically works is that we have to follow, obviously what's in the law, but the airport itself has to be in our op specs, first and foremost. So we have to know it, and all of this obviously has been blessed by our certificate management team and our POI. And then there has to be concurrence between the pilot in command and the qualified ops control agent, our OCC. And again, that's very much a dispatcher pilot, similar almost to a 121 in many respects, shared responsibility for the flight and the safety of everybody on that airplane. And then to actually do it, even if a pilot wants to do this, where they get a TAF, but there's no METAR, he or she has to have specific approval from either chief pilot, head of our OCC, or the DO. And then the current area weather forecast must, of course, have weather at or above the approach winds, so you can actually go shoot the approach. And then, most importantly too, there has to be Plan B, and that is there has to be a suitable alternate selected. And then the altimeter setting, particularly given the importance of altimeters in extreme cold temperatures like we have up here in Alaska, that has to be listed on the approach plate itself. So we've been able to implement this, which we think makes a heck of a lot of sense. It's exactly what Darren mentioned. Why go, bombing around at 500 feet, 2 miles visibility, VFR, when you've got, terrain or maybe others out there that don't even have transponders, when we can jump up into the IFR infrastructure. There is an instrument approach. We've got an instrument-capable airplane. We've got an instrument-capable pilot. And we have an instrument approach, but for the fact that there's no METAR, we can't go. So instead, we're pushed into the VFR environment, which has its pros and cons, as we all know. I mean, there's some instances where we want to fly VFR and others want to be IFR. So we've got tons of safeguards in place, but also the key factor here is there has to be a local weather observation, and we love the weather cameras. I think as somebody else pointed out already, there's like 200 of them in the state. That, predates me coming back to the state, but it has been, from what I gather from our pilots, we have chief pilots and others in the room, a godsend. And I think one criticism we have of the weather cameras, as I understand, is there's some data that's not displayed in the weather cameras because it's not certified. Maybe there's some liability risk. And, with all due respect to lawyers, it'd be nice to get that information and have something rather than nothing. And there's ways of doing that. I think when 9313 came out. So anyways, the bottom line, Chairman, is we think it's a great thing. It has opened up about 10 airports we couldn't get into previously. Our DO and Chief Pilot have talked to Dan and others at Grant, and I think even reached out to the folks at Wrights to share our experience with our CMT, how we do this, why we think it enhances safety and doesn't detract from, and all of the appropriate safeguards we've got in place to make sure it's done exactly by the letter of the law.
Thank you. And Raven, you're the only carrier in Alaska that is able to utilize that exemption right now. Is that correct?
That is correct. And unfortunately, we hear, and this is probably inside baseball kind of stuff, that there's some pushback on us and our CMT from DC, which, we think is short-sighted, to put it nicely. We'd like to let, Washington, in this case, respect the fact that they have very competent safety professionals out here working for the FAA, and they wouldn't have blessed this if it wasn't safe. So, we've got a law in place. We owe our congressional delegation a big round of applause and thanks, because they put this in place for us, and it was only because they had to.
And love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, it is my understanding that they were able to get it through, that we're all waiting for the guidance to be published, and apparently we just heard, I think on the 26th it was, from the person that is writing that guidance about it's ready to go into comment period. The problem that I think a lot of us will have with the guidance that's being proposed is teaching village agents how to launch helium balloons and time them to get a ceiling height is not reasonable. And we're worried that the guidance that's going to come through for us to write these procedures isn't going to work for Alaska and for all of us up here. One of the routes that we fly is to Perryville, Alaska. We have to cross the Alaska Range, and we have to fly through passes in low weather and it's got a beautiful IFR approach there that has minimum setup for the NAWAS used in a village nearby. But instead, we're bombing through the pass every time on a dangerous VFR route. But it'd be real easy to fly IFR there.
Yeah, that's a shame to be forced down into the low altitude structure when you could be up with an MEA protecting you and in a full IFR capability. Thank you very much. Richard, please.
I think, Mr. Chairman, there's some discussion here that maybe the operators can help with some issues with the MEAs as well, and the ability to lower some of those MEAs. And my understanding is some of them are the way they are because of communications gaps, and the ability to recognize some communications gaps and deal with those, as opposed to driving higher MEAs where you're up into the icing. And so I wonder, some of the operators here, and what their thoughts on some of that process and how that's going. Okay, good. Great. Boy, going back to my instrument training there, and MEA and a MOCA and all those kinds of things. So whatever all that is, but 22 miles or something, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, who wants to talk about that? Richard's giving you the eye there, so Dan, you're on the spot.
One of the examples is the exact opposite of the communications, but when we had our flights to Akka out of Dutch Harbor, our pilots would work out an agreement with ATC for the missed approach, because the published missed approach, you could never get in contact with them. And so they'd have alternate missed approach procedures agreed to with ATC every time. So therefore they can, at least when they go missed, talk to ATC instead of sitting there 4,000 feet below them, the altitude where you can get it. So there should be procedures. That shouldn't have to be a handshake agreement over the radio with ATC, but I think it's been fixed now. But we can do that with the other approaches and work out some kind of alternate procedures.
Kyle, you had
Well,
you
I'd
wanted
like
to chime in.
just say that every instrument procedure during flight inspection is you're required to have COM at the missed approach holding waypoint. So if there was a failure at ADCA, for that reason, that procedure should have been redesigned, or failed flight inspection.
It did, and I think that's why they fixed it recently. But it went on for quite a while in between certifications.
I'll jump in, Robert, real quick. As far as MEAs and the effort to lower MEAs throughout the state, we've been working on that a fair amount of time. The biggest problem with lowering MEAs outside of COM, if we remove COM as an issue, is that the airways are developed with a standard rate of climb of 200 feet per nautical mile. And since all of our airways, I think, in this state are bidirectional, that means you're going to need 10 miles of airway to get 1,000 feet down with no time at that altitude, right? So let's say 15 miles of reduced MEA of 1,000 feet gives you 5 miles of flight at that altitude. There's very little win here to reduce an airway MEA by 1,000 feet for 15 miles unless it's a request from an operator saying, hey, we really need that 1,000 feet for this specific reason. So just to have a blanket request of lowering MEAs is a very broad brush. It's much easier for MEAs to be reduced specifically per airway, per reason, where we can focus on that effort. Instead of changing criteria to reduce airway widths from RNP2 to RNP1 or something along that lines, which is possible. I'm not saying that's not possible. But addressing MEAs throughout the state is much easier for me to address on a singular basis.
Thank you very much. Jeannie, let's talk about mid-air collisions. Last 5 years have been several mid-airs in south central Alaska. Let's talk about the radar capabilities in and around Anchorage and how that compares to other parts of the state and the challenges of expanding that capability.
So you've got a little video clip there. Am I on here? The radar surveillance capabilities in the Anchorage area especially are very, very good. Anchorage approach uses a fusion radar, so it at any given time they are seeing that target with the best source, whether it's Kenai radar or Anchorage or ADSB. That's how they're painting those targets. So from Willow down to Kenai, you've got very, very good radar coverage, pretty much almost down to the surface. The exceptions, Palmer area is going to be a little higher up down there. Tourniquet Arm, a little bit higher in the arm itself because of the mountains. But yeah, Anchorage itself, Fairbanks also, very good radar around the Fairbanks area. Beyond that, yeah, we're limited out there. We've got good radar at Bethel and decent at Nome, and along the slope it's real good. But beyond that, you've got a lot of areas that you can only see from 10,000 and higher. ADSB, though, has made huge changes in our surveillance capabilities.
All right, and other parts of the state?
Southeast is another big change with the WAM coming on board and ADSB down the Juneau area again. Big changes in the surveillance down there. Our biggest challenge is not the surveillance. We can see a lot of targets out there. Our biggest challenge is going to be the frequencies.
The communications frequency. You're not able to communicate with the airplanes.
There's a lot of places that we can see them. We just can't talk to them.
Okay, thank you. Dan, you are on the Air Traffic Control Management Working Group for Bethel. And I know you'd like to see, everybody here would probably like to see ADSB at Bethel, but in addition to that, what improvements would you like to see to mitigate the risk in Bethel?
Well, the main one is the ADSB, and also maybe possibly bringing back cooperation with the special VFR procedures in the LOA. Right now, us carriers have agreed to continue using the original procedures, that where there's an LOA with the tower, and we are, as carriers, doing it. but there's no involvement with the FAA or anything. I understand there's some hurdles with special VFR rules and stuff, but the biggest thing is ADSB. As long, we see more with ADSB than the tower sees. So we are doing a frequent flyer beacon LOA that's starting very soon, that those of us that have ADSB equipped will have assigned frequent flyer codes, which will be helpful. But the final step would be the right equipage and have everybody be required to have the ADSB in that service area.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Dave, please.
Just to piggyback on Dan's comments, and I think Jenny would probably agree with this. While you think the radar coverage is okay out there, I think you can't see below 4,000 feet in the Bethel area, right? Can't see below 4,000?
I would even go a little higher. It's probably closer to 6.
Right,
A lot
so-
of areas west of Bethel a little better, but yeah, that east side of Bethel and northeast of Bethel is pretty tough.
And so that becomes the challenge. So, we, Ryanair's in the room, Grant, and others, I mean, we're below where they can see, with the skin paint. So if we don't have ADSB, we have no idea. One of my first flights out there with one of our pilots, and looking out the window in a 207, I said, do you see that traffic at 12:30? And they weren't on Capstone, they weren't on frequency, and he said, welcome to Bethel. So, I mean, not only is, Alaska different, but Bethel's different too. And the tower, the Serco, control tower folks, I mean, I understand earlier they were saying it was appropriately staffed, but there's high turnover in those folks. So if you have junior people there with no visibility, and we, the carrier, can see more people than the folks in the tower, and then that's a problem. So I think, again, the ADSB is key. And then what Dan's talking about, these designated squawks we're all going to get, and we're going to have for all of our 20 airplanes that are out there. Ryanair's doing the same thing at Grant. Now they're going to be able to identify by tail number who's where and make sure when someone calls in at a various reporting point that they truly are northeast of the field, not west.
Yeah.
So that'll help with the SA, but at the end of the day, ADSB are mandating it for that airspace, or doing something similar to like Merrill Field, putting Bethel into the Alaska SUP and making it a Part 93 setup, so that people can't just come in and out of there just because they have an airplane with no radio, no transponder.
Yeah. Kyle, you've designed probably hundreds of instrument approaches in Alaska. What are your thoughts on altering the approach criteria to reflect the augmented GPS accuracy? And by the way, I did not write that question. So what do we mean by augmented GPS accuracy? Is that like our
I'm assuming the
RNP?
question pertains to WAS augmentation.
Okay.
So you have a three-dimensional aspect and a refined two-dimensional location. We do have LPV and LP procedures, lines of minimum published on our RNAV procedures at a lot of places where we have good surveys. Thank you, Joanne. And AIP money. So the question isn't so much how do we improve our approaches with augmentation, it's more probably how do we improve our missed approaches, how do we keep our missed approach protected area narrower, since our minimums through most of the mountainous parts of the state are driven by the missed approach obstacles. And there's no, right now there is no difference from basically a NDV approach to an LPV line of minimums as far as the missed approach splay. It approximates 15 degrees out for quite a long ways, and that really grabs up terrain quick. So I think if there was any intent to incorporate more WAS capability into a procedure, we would focus on the missed approach side. I don't know if our criteria writing brethren and flight standards are addressing that right now or not, but I would pursue that as probably the initial step. And that's just for approaches. If you want to talk en route, that's a different game, and I don't know how we would incorporate WAS into an airway as far as having more refined elevation capability or track capability to stay at an elevation without reducing the required nav performance from RMP2 to RMP1. I don't know how we would chart that on a chart. Just another line of MEA with a different color? I don't know. Those are good questions, though.
Any thoughts on designing approaches with allowing descent and holding patterns to initiate an approach?
Well, we've considered that. We've considered a lot of ways to get aircraft into non-served, non-IFR airports or areas. Once again, we have a really big problem with the space it takes. Like I said about how many miles it takes for an MEA change on an airway. A holding pattern is a lot of airspace, and the biggest problem is if we were to build a holding pattern onto a chunk of an airway somewhere, and there was an air traffic clearance to descend in the hold, for instance, you would have to have COM at that point. We'll assume that that's there. If you were to descend 3,000 or 4,000 feet into that holding and not become VMC, you would have to climb out of the hold, back up to the en route system and proceed. A climb and hold pattern is an incredibly large area. I think I wrote down a category B airspace evaluation would be 34 by 22 miles. That's for a category B aircraft, and I don't know how you design a holding pattern on an airway when an airway is designed for categories A through E, and you just shred out B, A and B only hold or something like that. These are tricks that really need to be well thought out and taken to charting and flight standards.
Thank you. Richard? AOPA, or Air Safety Institute, what priorities do you have for the state of Alaska to improve safer Part 135 operations?
Yeah, I think what we see is a lot of the things that will help improve 135 operations will have a collateral roll-down effect to all the operations in Alaska, Part 91 as well. So really we have three priorities, and that is one, to enhance the ability to fly IFR, like a lot has been talked about here, and there's a lot to unpack underneath that. The improved communications capability, more ground stations for both COM and ADSB to help improve that operation. I think in some cases we think there could be lower MEAs based on, as the gentleman said, very specific routes that are worth taking a look at, so we're not forcing people up into icing conditions or a difficult decision to go VFR. And then to improve the VFR ops, the camera, the on-field camera has been a real success. AOPA has worked hard in that and expanding that program. And then the CTAF organization, we've been on the working group to organize how CTAF frequencies are divided among the state to help with mid-air collision avoidance. And then I think there's some policies that, are worth taking a look at from a standpoint of maybe it's time to revise certain requirements and policies that made sense at the time they came in, but with more advanced technology, maybe we can look at them and see if they can be revised. So that's really the things that we're going after. And I must say, in concert with a lot of the people here working together in unison, and that's really the key.
Great. Thanks so much. Joanne, thanks for all your work with over the years, and I understand that you've been working on an RTCA Tactical Operations Committee on performance-based navigation. So, talk to us about some of the recommendations that are coming out of that group with respect to improving safety in Alaska.
Yes, thank you. And we have, Josh, thank you for putting up the slide. RTCA, I think just a level set so that the folks can get a general understanding of what RTCA's mission is and within the context of the recommendations and what the FAA does. Back in 1935, RTCA was formed, and that's Radio Technical Commission for Aeronautics. So you can understand why we just say RTCA. It's a whole lot easier to say. It was formed to be probably the premier public-private partnership venue for reaching consensus on numerous aviation issues, and quite often with the challenging members that often were had definitely conflicting interests in aviation, but they have been very successful. And our esteemed colleague gave us the example of TAWS as well. Then in 2013, both industry and the FAA recognized that we needed yet another federal advisory committee, and they called it the TOC, the Tactical Operations Committee, because we already had CDM, a collaborative decision-making, which addressed immediate tactical. Now, let's remember the difference between tactical and strategic. So with CDM, we already had the immediate tactical solutions that we needed to address aviation issues. And then we had the Next Gen Advisory Council, which addressed future. But we didn't really have anything in between. And that's what the talk was supposed to serve. Perhaps a 2 to 3 to 4 year time frame to address an issue and actually resolve it with the resources that we currently have. So the talk did a tremendous job on many issues, NOTAMs and quite a few others. And this was the venue then that the FAA decided to use to ask industry to conduct the study on the PBN CONOPS for en route. And that was performance-based navigation CONOPS for en route. And I keep stressing en route because you're going to see, even with some of the recommendations here, that they really don't pertain just to en route. They might, especially some of the weather areas, when you think of weather, you generally think of terminal. Yes, we definitely need weather en route as well, but anyway, as you're looking over some of these recommendations, you'll see that, that they're not en route per se. So it took a year, and then in March of 2018, the TOC had completed the report and formally submitted it to the FAA. There were 92 recommendations. Of those, 23 dealt primarily with Alaska. You can imagine the entire NAS en route system. It was an elephant that we had to eat in smaller bites. So what we did do was have 3 subgroups. We had high altitude, low altitude, and Alaska. All of this information is public, so you can access it on the RTCA website, and you'll see the 92 recommendations, the 23 of which were with Alaska. For about 3 or 4 months, the FAA, after having accepted the report, they started actually adjudicating all of the recommendations. However, in May of 2018, the FAA decided they were going to disband the TOC. So the work that had been done on the recommendations, unfortunately, there was no longer a venue. CDM didn't fit, and Next Gen Advisory Council didn't fit, and the FAA, unfortunately, is still searching for a venue to be able to continually update industry on where we are with the recommendations. Unfortunately, because it was a year ago, many people have retired, we've had reorganizations, we've had cuts, and I know it sounds like I'm offering excuses, but it's the truth. A lot of these recommendations and the adjudications are essentially moot. So many we are going to have to seriously take a second look at. We did have that first cut, as I said, but we are going to have to seriously take a second look now. Many of the recommendations, there are approximately 7, we actually have continued working on. Many of you were a part of the en route meeting that we had here in May. We had our esteemed colleagues from the Western Service area, Kyle Christensen, our subject matter expert, and this was really hands-on work. Industry as well, looking at the en route system for Alaska to see what we could possibly do to help improve it. We also have, as far as a strategic plan for the state of Alaska, we also have MITRE, where the navigation programs area is going to be tasking MITRE to draft a plan for a plan for a strategy for the state of Alaska.
So basically, on both the strategic and the tactical aspects, there's no work being done on it at this point?
No, there is work being done on some of the recommendations.
Okay.
What they did with the first cut was they actually divided the recommendations into 5 categories. I'm not going to name them, but it goes from the fact that this particular recommendation might have already been in the CONOPS, so there was no further work. Since the CONOPS, remember, it's en route concept of operations. And once we start implementing that, the PBN CONOPS, then a lot of the recommendations that were provided to us will be addressed on basis of the CONOPS to those that does not apply to the route structure.
Yeah. Now, Rich, you're familiar with this, with these recommendations, and so the recommendations as they relate to the state of Alaska, there's 23 of them. What can the FAA do? What is the FAA doing to facilitate and prioritize implementation of those?
Sure, Robert. First of all, I think Joanne has already said, and a lot of times the right hand unfortunately doesn't know what the left hand's doing within the FAA, and that causes us a little consternation at times. And so working internally to understand what each party is doing and working together on that is critical. I'm going to add in here that there was a little unknown other effort that took place out of the Western Service area, out of the Western Service Center, and it also looked at, it started in about the 2016 timeframe, 17, and that was called, it was coined ACENT, Alaska En Route Team, and it was a team that was put together, and part of the question is, have we been partnering? We've been partnering and working very hard, and there are no shortage of recommendations. There's no shortage of ideas and thoughts. I think, when I came up here in 2016, I remember going to the Alaska Air Carriers Association conference in February of 2016, and I showed two slides. I showed a slide of an iceberg, and I showed a slide of a hairdryer, and I said, getting anything done in the FAA is melting one of these with one of these. So it takes time. We need to have, and I'm going to go back to what George Snyder said earlier, that champion. Who's going to champion and who's going to pull all of the FAA together, industry together, and bring everybody to do that strategy. Now, whether it's going to be under the MITRE or whether it's going to be somewhere, there's no unwillingness here to communicate, to talk, and to work together towards solutions. But there are some things that are just not going to happen because they're just not economically feasible. You can't put enough RCAGs around Alaska to have 100% communication in all of the state of Alaska. We just can't afford that. That's just too expensive. ADSB sites, we're hearing now that there may be some more possibility for some more ground-based ADSB to increase that surveillance. So the communications issue is still going to be a big issue, and that's going to have to be addressed. And then the surveillance, there's going to have to be an increase there. And I think as far as navigation, I think we're going to be okay in that arena, and I also believe that they're already looking at that and working on those segments and looking at where we can get some lower MEAs and where we can do some other things in that area. But an overall strategy and a champion, absolutely mandatory.
Who is going to be that champion? Who is it?
According to the administrator, on the 26th of this month, he had suggested a focal. And he didn't say who the focal would be, but he said, perhaps we need a focal for the state of Alaska. And I looked at everybody in the room, I said, write that down, write that down. The administrator said it can, so.
Okay, so we need a champion. Okay. Brian, what are your thoughts on all this? What can we do to increase the efficiency and not just efficiency, but the safety of the infrastructure here, the air traffic infrastructure in Alaska?
So I'm going to take a little different tactic. I know as we talk infrastructure, a lot of times we're talking equipment.
Right.
But I want everybody to understand that the air traffic control system really is a large part of the infrastructure, and keeping it alive and well and healthy. It's currently the best air traffic control system in the world. We have thousands of people across this country every day maintaining that efficiency and safety in the NAS. So from the FAA's perspective, for Alaska, it's keeping that system as healthy as possible, making the commitment to regardless of how far away you are from Seattle, that we're up here doing those evaluations, that we're evaluating whether it's an FAA facility or a contract facility, to make sure that they're providing superior air traffic control services, that they're meeting their requirements, that they're sharing those best practices that we've all talked about in all of our industry, making sure we're doing things right, and helping them see things differently sometimes when they get stuck in a rut, and they need to see things from a different perspective to understand how they can improve that safety. I talked earlier about Metroplex, about the changes that was brought about. Most people know Metroplex is in many ways about safety and efficiency, bringing in the performance-based navigation. And so a lot of difficult conversations, a lot of spirited conversations about needs and wants between air traffic, between industry, and it was just everybody coming to the table and understanding that not everybody got everything they want, and really that's the way the system works. There are no easy solutions for everything, but having the willingness to listen and learn and change the way we do business is really what makes the system not only safer, but it makes it more efficient for everybody. Yeah. And then finally, one last part is, as we look at resources, you mentioned resources earlier, and we all have limited resources. One thing we saw with Metroplex is the FAA has just a gigantic database of procedures across the NAS, and as we build more and more procedures, we do have to look back and say which ones are no longer necessary, what things that we can give up, because maintaining those systems, it takes away from the resources for other important issues.
Thank you very much. So to follow on to Joanne's comments, on August the 26th, the FAA administrator at the Alaska Air Carriers Association said we need a focal point to work through the challenges of the reorganization. Richard, Corey, Jens, I know that you guys are sort of Washington insiders. Sorry about that. But you are frequently, you're part of like the GA, General Aviation Joint Steering Committee. And do we need some sort of a structure like that here in Alaska to be that focal point? Richard?
We do. I do think there needs to be some, I hate to use the word, but I don't know a better one, governance structure that's co-chaired by industry and government is typically pretty powerful. That is the focal point for all these good recommendations that have come up here today, because if we don't, it'll just end up being a very interesting discussion. And none of us really want that to happen. We'd like some real, and there's probably a dozen, maybe more really good ideas and priorities that are on the table that we all probably read coming into this session. But what are the priorities that can be the easiest to implement, make the most difference? How are we going to track them? Who's going to push people in the back when they need it? And that's where that government entity, that governance agency can come about. And it has to be here locally, is my view, and it has to be industry and government co-chaired in some fashion.
Well, I appreciate AOPA volunteering to be that focal point. So
we'd certainly help. We certainly would. Yeah.
Well, but it does, and you said it yesterday. I've said it times today. I've just copied what you said, but it's true. If this is just a great conversation today, and we all walk out of here and nothing happens, then yeah, it might be an interesting thing, but that's not what we're here to do. We are here safety needle, and so it does need that follow-up action. And so, Corey, I want to hear from you, and Jens, I want to hear from you, because go
I'll
ahead.
attempt to save Corey from telling his bosses what to do for a living. That could be dangerous. But I mean, it's a core point. I mean, the earlier discussion about infrastructure and flying under IFR gets to the core problem of the bureaucracy. It's a multi-legged stool. You need the weather and surveillance and telco. That's different parts of the FAA. You need industry to equip, so that's flight standards and AVS organization. Operators need to equip their aircraft. They need to train their crews. We need to look at some policies, weather reporting. Sounds like money and federal money would be key here, so Congress gets a role here. I mean, that's not an easy nut to crack in D.C. Absolutely agree with Richard. It has to be done locally, but unless the different parts of the stovepipe are pulled together, and I think important work is done elsewhere. If I go to a meeting about airspace today, we talk about one thing, New York. New York is choking the airspace for the United States. So look at getting into the prioritization queue of New York being the focus, and much work needs to be done there. Much good work is being done up there. I know Bill Ayers is out there. He helps kick off some of that work in another role. But unless you have that bringing together of FAA, all the sides of the agency, because we know how they work with the industry stakeholders that all need to move together jointly, we'll be here talking for a while longer.
So Kerry, when is the first meeting of this working group going to be?
I'll defer to Rich Van Allman.
Okay, Rich.
You know, as I said, we had brought a group together in the past, and we were able to brief it up pretty high in the FAA and talk about this. It's going to have to come, if the new administrator has already committed to that, I welcome that. And I do agree with my colleagues down at the end of the table. You can hold this up here, but the policy is made in headquarters. We are the implementers out in the field in the Western Service Center and out in Alaska. We're the implementers. All the policy is made in headquarters, and that's where the money is allocated and worked. We have a lot of support from Senator Sullivan now, and obviously a couple of bills have gotten through in the reauthorization. But there's going to have to be some money that's going to come with this when we start talking about additional infrastructure and infrastructure changes, and it cannot be fit into the current budget. I've already got $3 billion worth of needs that are going unmet within the whole United States, but a large chunk of that's in the Western Service Area. We are always prioritizing what we fix, what we work on, what we do, what we can put in, what we can't put in, how many we can put in, all those things. It's all about, I tell my kids, everything gets fixed with time and money, and we have time, but the money is going to have to be there and that champion. And if we get those two factors worked out, I think then the recommendations that are made and the ideas, and I really appreciate what I learned up here in 2.5 years, was I really appreciated the willingness now and the cultural change of the aviation community in Alaska to give up things, like not hold on to every NDB that's up here, not hold on to every VOR, but give us something in place of that. If you're going to take this away, give us something that gives us an equivalent or even a better level of safety and efficiency up here, and that's where we need to go. So I appreciate the opportunity to have that and work on that committee and work on that out here, but we're going to have to get some very key personnel in the FAA at headquarters to buy into that and make that happen. And I think the administrator can make that happen very easily.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll call the administrator and wants to do. He was nice enough. He'd been on the job for a week, and he scheduled a phone call with me. And about 15 minutes before the phone call, somebody called me from his office and said, the administrator wants to come and see you. And so he did, and I appreciate that. So I will talk to him and find out what needs to be done. I can't promise anything, but that I can. He's made the commitment on the 26th of August, and you know, I'll call him and see what's going to happen. But I think we all agree that something needs to happen. And Joanne, you said it. You how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? There's a lot that has been done here in Alaska, but there's still a lot of that elephant that needs to be consumed.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things we've found very effective in the General Aviation Joint Steering Committee, and it really is an effective body, is we have the decision makers from each of the significant organizations, FAA and NTSB and all the lettered agencies that are associations that are around. And so we work all the different channels. If we're really after an initiative, we'll work all the different channels to get everybody on the same page, right, and everybody in sync. And when we do that, it's really difficult to ignore us in the GAJSC. And so My pitch is that that's what would be needed here, and then you have the reach up to DC through the various channels, right? But if you come in unison here with all the different agencies that are Alaska focused, it'll be very difficult to ignore that when you're all in sync behind each other.
Does anybody here know what the GAJSC is? Anybody know? Give a 30-second snippet of how it works, Corey.
Sure, happy to, Chairman. So GGSC, much like the Commercial Aviation Safety Team, started at the same time. It's a data-driven organization working on, originally starting work on fatal accidents, looking at the contributing factors, developing mitigations, non-regulatory mitigations. But like Richard said, it's everyone working together. It's not one single entity or the FAA pushing the agenda. It's all of us working together.
So you mentioned on the other side of the house there's something called the Commercial Aviation Team that was started in 1997, and the goal was to reduce, I think the metric changed a little bit, but was to reduce airline fatalities by 80% over the next decade. And I think they reduced them by 84% over the next decade, or something like that. The bottom line is that they came up, they got a lot of bright minds in the same room and started with, maybe CFIT, maybe it was runway incursions, I can't remember. They put the spotlight on something and then just said, let's look at this one, let's look at loss of control, and then basically safety enhancements and put in place what needed to happen. And as I understand, I could be wrong here, but I think none of the intervention strategies have involved a regulatory change, at least on the CAST side. I don't know if that's true or not.
CAS and GGSC, neither.
Okay, so what are the goals for the GAJSC? Like CAST, I just mentioned what that goal was. What would be the stated goal of the GAJSC for? Is it to reduce fatalities by X percentage over a next time period?
It is. So the original goal of GGSC was to reduce fatal accidents and to get it less than one fatal accident per 100,000 hours by end of 2018. GGSC was successful. They rebooted themselves to be more along the CAST process around 2011. And I think we got down to look at Jens, we're the keepers of the data, about 0.89. With the current operations data, we think we'll probably be down to about 0.87 by the time the numbers are firm.
So these efforts work, and so, you know, I've got a bunch more cards, but I think this is a good point, actually, for me to quit asking questions to the panel. I'd like to go to the questions from the audience and give them time, because I think this is kind of we've reached a crescendo here where we know that we need to get this focal point for the state of Alaska. That it sounds like we need to do. Sounds like the FAA has made that commitment. Now we need to make it happen. So I'll start out by making the phone call to them next week and see what we can stir up there and find out what the plan is. But is the idea that this would be structured somewhat like the General Aviation Joint Steering Committee? Is that sort of what the idea would be?
It'd be a good model, at least a framework to take a look at, because it does bring industry and government together successfully, all the different parts of government. So it's a starting point, I think, and there's a framework in place that could kind of jumpstart it.
Great, thank you. All right, so Joe, were you raising your hand?
Yeah, I think a lot of us are just learning about this General Aviation Joint Safety Committee, and it may well be a good model for us, something worth exploring. I think before we get too far down the path of adopting any particular model, we need to incorporate the input from the operator community, because one thing Richard said, which is really important, is it needs to be a co-effort between the regulators and industry. And frankly, hearing a little bit this afternoon that by their own admission, the FAA doesn't know what the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, we need to make sure we've got somebody at the FAA that can coordinate across different parts of the FAA to get something done.
Yes, and Jens, see you've got your hands raised there, but to put Joe's concern at ease of the participation of the GAJSC, what percentage of that participation is FAA? Very small, right? the majority of it is industry.
Yeah, I mean, any model can work here. I mean, there's this, you need the right people at the table. I need somebody who has authority over budget and commitments. GAGSC does that, Next Gen Advisory Committee does it. We've built kind of a model of how to work together. There was an earlier comment about all the recommendations that have been made. These groups tend to move out of the recommendation state. We all know where the problems and the issues are. These are people that can sit down, look at past recommendations, prioritize them, fund them, commit to them, and lay out a who does what by when. And then we all move forward. GAGSC, Next Gen Advisory Committee, other entities like that, they would lend themselves to a model. I would hate to force something on anybody, but certainly if something were to be stood up in Alaska, I would want it to be organically, locally. The hardest part for when we've stood up some of these groups is getting everybody to be okay to sit around the table. Everybody has their issue that needs to be moved forward. Let's come up with a common plan for what benefits the community. Your issue may be 5 or 10 years out, but if we start working toward it, these efforts, my tongue-in-cheek statement is always, if you're working on the right things, it's going to take time and it's going to be really boring.
Great, thank you. Any other comments related to this, Rich?
Just one last thing. I wanted to make sure that we did know that due to the Reauthorization Act, some AIP dollars are now going towards new AWOSs. As a matter of fact, there's nobody here from airports, so I'll kind of speak for them, but the fact is that they are getting ready to issue a grant, I believe in around the March timeframe, for the first 8 new AWOSs. Where I talk about the right hand not knowing what the left hand's doing, I want to quantify that and say, in this particular case, we're going to go ahead and put these AWOSs in, but we haven't, the part that needs to do the operations and maintenance on those facilities, in other words, take them into the FAA and then provide the operations and maintenance and life cycle management of those systems, they didn't expect this to happen. So suddenly now you're forcing onto our tech ops community to handle 8 to potentially 22 more AWOSs up here without proper resources and funding to actually take those systems in and do that in the long term. So that's the kind of dialogue when I talk about us having, when we make decisions or we get things implemented, there's consequences that roll down the hill on those that all have to be thought out, and that's when we put these groups together. I think we can really, and we get the subject matter experts in. And then finally, I'm just going to leave the other thing. Once we get this champion or whoever we get to run this, I think at the other part is there's got to be some kind of tie-breaking capability there, because we have policy and we have implementation and we have requirements and needs and ideas and recommendations. Somebody somewhere along the line has got to be able to budge people one way or the other, and there has to be some give and take. And I just know that the FAA is, as we've said and Brian has said, we're not going to let safety is just in our culture in the FAA, and safety is never going to be number 2. It's always going to be number 1. And so whatever the safest thing is what we're going to do in the FAA. I just know that for a fact.
Well, thank you. Why don't we move to the audience questions, and I'll direct this one, I think, probably to Jerry. It relates to, so how do the capabilities of the new polar satellites influence the importance of PIREPs?
So as far as polar satellite is concerned and PIREPs, I mean, there's definitely a connection there. So as we get these new, as I showed before, these new products that are being made available, there's going to be an increasing need to get pilot reports to help validate whether or not these observations and forecasts are doing well or not. So a lot of this work is being done by developing algorithms which need to be tweaked and changed. And so as we get this out in front of pilots, we're going to be asking for more PIREPs to help validate whether or not what we're seeing matches up with what pilots are seeing to help make a better product in the end.
Great, thank you very much. The NTSB, a few years ago, we held a roundtable on PIREPs. It was about 3 years ago, and then came out with a special safety SIR, Safety Investigation Report, and on PIREPs. And there's a lot of improvements that can be done in that respect, and we hope that we can continue to see improvements there. I want to go back to a topic we've talked about earlier, and that is basically the scalability of the safety programs. Scalability of the solutions discussed is a major problem for the single pilot 135 operator. Most often, the single pilot is the single employee. How do we ensure that these solutions do not impose a burden that would ultimately kill the single pilot 135 model? So who wants to take a stab at that? I mean, the bottom line, can an SMS work for a single pilot operation, an owner-pilot operation? Can that work? Jens?
I'll take a stab at it. There's, for a single pilot, the system is, hypothetical, right? But a single pilot should have risk management tools. If that is a flight risk assessment tool or whatever else, that fits within that model. Even FOQA and those kind of systems, we do have tools for them. You can share your data up through a national system. The FAA has enabled it. It's run by University of North Dakota. Other universities are participating. We have individuals sharing data up, and they're baselining their own operation against what can be done. The app is available for download, courtesy of development. I think some of the folks here around the table helped develop it, but you can do even your own data tracking like that. Just see how you're flying, baselining yourself around other people who shared ID-identified data. So it's out there. It doesn't look the same. It doesn't have to be the same. It's specifically not going to be the same. So yeah, it's possible in my view.
Great. Well, we've got you, Jens, you and Corey. What recommendations might you have for easy solutions to flight data monitoring on small aircraft?
Thanks, Robert. Much like Jens said, we tried to bring many years ago what we've learned in the air carrier world to the GA community. We've had a lot of success. We have fleets that are single aircraft fleets, all the way up to fleets that are several hundred that participate. We have a little bit over 1 million hours in the program now. And there was some talk earlier about benchmarking against the broader population, and that's one of the works we're working on now. But a lot of that came out of recommendations out of the GAGSC and the need for exactly like you were mentioning earlier and Jens had mentioned, how do you make it as easy and as painless for a single operator, but also give the same tools that are as robust as what we are using on the air carrier side. And if there's any questions about that, hit me after the conference. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, and I'll let you all figure out which one of you would best be this. Answer this one. Maybe Jim Wright, maybe Joanne, maybe I don't know. But the question is from the audience: is Capstone was a coordinated effort within the FAA to equip aircraft with ADS-B equipment, construct ADS-B ground-based navigation systems, conduct airport surveys, and create LP and LPV approach procedures. Is it time for Capstone 2?
Yes.
Okay, that answers that one. Okay, great.
I would second that.
But only at Bethel.
No, actually,
No,
across the board. I mean, I know I wasn't here. I think a number of people on the panel were when Capstone was first implemented, but from what I gather, it was instrumental in terms of reducing CFITs and mid-airs. And if you look at it, I mean, I may be wrong, but the single pilot, single employee, Part 135 operator, it's going to need some money. So whether, Max Alaska Airlines are coming into airports in the state in 737s, others are flying, and whether it's turboprop 121s or, piston engine Part 135 carriers, we need to know where the other folks are. If they don't have the money to put this equipment on their airplanes, somebody needs to come up with that money. That's going to help us reduce the accident rate in the state. And to me, from what I gather, Capstone 2 is what we need to make that happen.
And I'm just going to add on to that. If we start talking about a capstone 2 type scenario, we definitely need to look at the future technologies that are out there, because I think capstone was or Alaska was kind of a proving ground, and actually was at the forefront of even the lower 48 for one period of time. As we move into capstone 2, if something like that was to ever come to being, really need to look at how we can leverage all the technology that's out there into the future to reduce the cost of implementation of that, and how we divert the money so that maybe some of that money that's going to operations and maintenance and putting in new ground-based systems might go towards funding some of those other items. So really need to have a kind of a blank slate and build what we need for the future, I think. So I agree with you 100%.
Well, thank you. So I want to go to this sort of last question for everybody as we sort of wind up the day. And that is, what do we need moving forward? And I want to go around the room, and we'll begin right here. We'll come to the NTSB folks later. But let's start right here with Andy. What do we need moving forward?
That's a pretty broad subject.
and you've got the microphone.
Okay. From my perspective in the flight service world, we need more PIREPs, not only to validate the new products that Jeff and his folks are coming up with, but in order to fill in the gaps. If you see the graphic I've got there, that's a comparison of METAR density between most of Alaska on the left-hand side and a similar sized area in the Midwest. And if you hit the button there, Josh, I think the one on the right-hand side as I'm looking at it should expand some, possibly not. In any case, it's a little hard to see the dots, but in the Midwest, you can't go more than about 20 or 30 miles in any direction nowadays without having another METAR available. That's roughly 4 to 5 times the density of METARs in Alaska. And since it would take just an amazing amount of money to fill in the gaps in Alaska, not to mention putting them in places where there is no infrastructure. Pilots are the one source of weather that is out there. We've got the RCOs to help pass weather on to the pilots. Roughly 150 RCOs is, part of the question that Dan was answering earlier. How do pilots get the weather? We've got roughly 4 times more RCOs in the state than there are RCAGs for ATC to pass on weather. And we're ready to do it at a moment's notice. So I would say PIREPs.
Yes, and we issued a number of recommendations regarding PIREPs coming out of our SIRs, Special Investigation Report, Safety Investigation Report, I can't remember. SIR is what I call it. But yeah, I think we would agree with that. Jeannie?
So if I could have 2, I'm going to piggyback on his.
Hold the mic close.
I'm going to piggyback on Andy's PIREP theme there. It helps us as well when we get those PIREPs, because we have limited NEXRAD radar, and that radar is depicting precipitation. That's all we pick up. So we really need those PIREPs to validate. Sometimes the radar return is there and there's no weather. And other times there's weather and there's no return. So that's really why we need those PIREPs, is to validate the information we have. But my own topic was actually more the ATC services. I would really like to see more use of the ATC services that we can provide. We've got excellent radar, like I said, from Willow down to Kenai and from Palmer out to Beluga. There's a lot of VFR targets out there that are not talking to anybody. And I would sure like to see more use of the service, whether that's IFR or VFR flight following. There's no reason that, you don't pick up and get a code and go.
Thanks so much. Richard.
Robert, just first a thank you to you and the NTSB for driving the focus here. The NTSB's gone above and beyond. You do world-class investigations and recommendations, and to come here and put the focus here, I think has been helpful. I have a takeaway from the AOPA and the Air Safety Institute, and that is for us to continue the advocacy that we do in working with the groups here and the priorities. But for ASI too, I met with the Alaska Aviation Safety Foundation, and we're going to ASI is going to come up with some Alaska-specific scenarios for some of the training materials that we put out. And our materials accessed over 6 million times a year. So we have a broad reach, and we can make some Alaska-focused training that we're going to try to do. But for the broad thing that I think needs to be done is we've got to have that oversight, not oversight, I don't know if that's the right word, but that governance element that's going to come together and take all these ideas and keep them moving, keeping the momentum going, keeping the unison. And some agencies, some organizations got to step up and fill that gap until it comes about, or we'll lose all this momentum.
Yeah, we definitely want the momentum to continue. And I think everybody at this table will be a part of moving that momentum or continuing that momentum. So thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Corey.
Robert, thank you. I think the recommendation from us would be the ideas of coming together to work on problems that are discovered and make it better is great. One thing we would recommend, based on what we've learned both from CAST and GHSC, is make that as data-driven as you can. So we formed a SIAS after CAST to help us identify what those next issues we should focus on safety-wise. We've been able to utilize that in the GHSC. Jens had mentioned, the fear of people's pet projects gaining momentum and getting work before kind of real safety problems. Use of programs like SIAS and participation of Alaska air carriers and the broader community within SIAS will kind of help identify what those issues are and help us, both the FAA and the rest of industry, groups like the GAGSC, learn where we need to focus resources, what are the risks that are out there that we need to act upon. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Corey, thanks so much. Jens.
We're all coming from kind of our own area. Mine is obviously the aircraft manufacturers, the equipment manufacturers. We've invested in technology past 20 years. We've seen WAS, we've seen the TOS capability, we've seen ADSB. They're not new technologies anymore. They came online in the past 2 decades, but they're here to stay. So how do we bring them into the fleet? It's fair to say it all takes money, but for most of these technologies, there are cost-effective solutions for all aircraft. So how do we bring them into the fleet? I think it's important, and the point was made several times, just equipment and aircraft is also not the complete solution. It's the training, it's the infrastructure, it's the controllers, and all those parts. So bringing that together is positive. On ADSB, again, project I'm very passionate about. 2020 is the beginning of the program. We've been talking about it for decades. I'm personally looking forward to not talk about it as much next year as I used to, but we're bringing some new things in the next decade in there. It's air-to-air surveillance that works outside the radar infrastructure, so mid-air collisions, more people equipped, we achieve it. ADSB for air carriers, maybe on the higher end. Increased surveillance, looking at the additional stations. Conversations are happening, North Carolina, Alaska, some early conversations, space-based potentially for part of the community, so it's all out there. So technology, I think, can help out this section of the aviation industry. Thanks.
Max.
Well, thanks. I have a lot of thoughts, but I really want to piggyback on what Richard said. Is we need to come up with some sort of organization that's going to make all these comments. We've had 4 very good topics today, and something actionable has to be brought out of this, and ownership of that. And we as individual carriers, whether I'm a 135 single operator or a air carrier running up and down the coast, we need to own what we control, but we also need to understand that safety is a team sport. And all of us around this table that have been here the entire day have a vested interest in safety in aviation. And we need to be able to invest in that, whether it's time, whether it's dollars, whether it's conferences, hosting phone calls, whatever it may be. And I really think that when we leave today, we need to have something actionable for a follow-up, a sit-down, a committee that's willing to raise their hand and say, yeah, let me run this.
Thanks. Let me ask you a question. Does Alaska Airlines co-chair with any of the 135 carriers here?
Yes.
And that would be?
Well, we don't code with the 135, but with Raven.
With Raven.
Raven Pen, yes.
And there was a point, though, where you weren't co-chairing with Raven.
That's true.
And that was because there had been some unfortunate events, but you are once again doing that.
Yeah, and the reason we're doing this, not to interrupt you, is we got back through a safety management system where we could measure performance. And the Raven Group, the Pen Air Group, has done a great job of being able to manage those data points and bring them in and make corrective actions and really show improvement. And that's what drives me with my current position, is the data. What's the data telling me?
So there really is a business case for safety.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I don't have unlimited resources, but the amount of data I have will help the company commit those resources.
And Dan, I'm not going to skip over, but Dave, I know that you are responsible for driving that change within your organization, so thank you for that. But the point I did want to make is that there really is a business case for safety, and that when you don't run a safe operation, or the perception thereof, you lose business.
No, I totally agree, but in fairness, we have an amazing team at Raven. I mean, the ranks have been filled, from great, bright, shining stars that we've promoted up to various positions. Our company as a whole, all 1,300 people, are responsible for, restoration of the code share. Getting together with Pen Air, the Pen Air and the Raven get-together has been awesome. So, but there absolutely is a business case. Not only do you save money, and this is a point we've made to our private equity investors, and they get it. I mean, it's an outfit founded by a former Secretary of the Navy, but it drives down costs. When you injure fewer people, when you don't ding your airplanes, you're going to save money, and it leads to more business. And that's the other point, I think, for the 135 carriers. What I would say are not here is to realize that, I don't think I necessarily agree completely with Will Mayo and others saying that they're still not scud running and overloading airplanes and doing things going on in the bush that shouldn't be. And there is forum shopping, people shopping for mail and other things. So, but to get their attention is really to drive home that very point. There is a business case, just like you pointed out with SMS. It's a business process to run safety. So you'll save money and you'll make money because you'll get more business from other people, and you'll build a reputation with the flying public that you are a safe and reliable operator.
Yeah, after U.S. Air had the 5 fatal accidents in 5 years, there was a New York Times article. The New York Times article alone, the company attributed just the New York Times article alone that talked about the poor safety performance of the airline. That New York Times article alone led to the loss of $150 million of potential revenue. And so, anyway.
And if I can add one other thing too, I mean, it's not only the partnership with Alaska Airlines, but our partnership with the FAA that led to the fundamental changes inside our company. Our team wanted it. They needed the support and the tools to make it happen, and our team together has risen to make this company a much better one than it was a few years ago.
I recognize the team. Thank you for your leadership. Dan, back to you, sir. What's the one takeaway that you can
I think
offer?
it comes down to 2 words: action and money. Yeah, every time we talk about here, everybody's talking about we need to see action. When you first sent a deputy up here about, I think it was a year and a half ago, to get some of us together to ask her what should we focus on, what is our opinions, and a lot of us were skeptical because we didn't want to just have a bunch of hot air out there and then don't see any action. Well, it comes to the budgeting as well, as my friend Boyack likes to talk about. As long as the appropriations for Alaska and the FAA are made based on a cost-benefit analysis, putting an AWOS or an instrument approach in a tiny little village in western Alaska is never going to pass that. So we can have all these meetings and do all we want, but we need to be able to come up with the money and the investment on the federal side. I've sat many times with the FAA putting requirements and standards down on us and say, well, boy, that's going to cost us a lot of money. And the answer by the FAA is, well, that's your problem. I'd like to return that to the federal government and say, well, guess what? We're spending a lot of money on safety and investment in safety, and just for the betterment of our company, for the betterment of our customers. Like to see some of that return for the infrastructure. Tell us to fly FR, provide us the infrastructure to do it.
Great, thank you. Dave?
It's really going to just be more of the same. I mean, what I would just say is safe and reliable air service are absolutely critical to our state, as you pointed out when you kicked this off today, and they're not mutually exclusive. I mean, when we look at our flight record over the last year, we've canceled thousands of flights more, this year and last year than we had in prior years. But we want to serve the communities, and almost 50% of Alaska lives in rural Alaska. And those communities, it's vital that we provide medicine, airlift to get to hospitals, people to get to schools. I mean, all those things, whether it's the teachers or the students moving around. So, I think, again, it goes back to Dan's point and others that have said it earlier today. We need help from the federal government. This is something that's squarely in their wheelhouse, and if it's Steve Dixon as the new administrator, then knocking on his door or banging on his door to say, look, we want, and we all are doing more IFR flying than we ever did in the past, and it's great, but we need the weather cameras to report the weather. We need ADSB on, mandated at least for 135 operators, or at least funded for the smaller onesie twosie type outfits. So when it all comes down to is, service and safety are both possible, but we need some help from the federal government. And I think what Max pointed out is spot on. And what Richard said as well earlier is, there needs to be an organization that has some oomph in DC to get this stuff done. I think we've got an amazing congressional delegation. Frankly, they were responsible for this letter of agreement, getting us together in Bethel to address mid-air risk. And I think it's going to be a joint effort between all of us in the room and our delegation.
Thank you. Joel.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for pulling this group together for this forum. I'll deviate a little bit. We've talked a lot about technology and technological infrastructure and solutions. Safety is personal, and I think that everybody in this room, whether you're on the panel or in the room or attending via the web, you're a safety professional, whether you know it or not, because you're here and you're interested in the topics. Safety is personal. If it's not, you should make it such. I would say a takeaway for us that we've talked about, many of us at this panel, is that sometimes regulations that apply elsewhere in the continental United States don't necessarily work here, because we are different. We are still part of the United States. We still pay our taxes. We still use the U.S. Postal Service, but not all the solutions that come out of Washington actually fit when you walk them through on the ground. So I would ask the delegation as they go back, and that's what we take up with our own congressional delegation, and they are very, very supportive, but walk those solutions back, that if just because it works elsewhere doesn't necessarily mean that the tyranny of distance and separation and mountains and weather here in Alaska can often make that difficult to implement or unimplementable. Also, throughout the day, we never really mentioned our maintainers. And I think there's probably a lot of maintenance people here or watching online that we can't thank them enough for the professionalism that they give us these fantastic machines every day to operate. So they need to be a very robust part of your safety program, and they should be engaged all the time, as well as our ground staff and anybody else that services the aircraft.
Joel, you said safety is personal, and of course George Snyder said that as well. George and I were talking at the break after that first session. George almost had tears in his eyes as he talked about those days at U.S. Air. And so did I. When you work on an accident when it involves your airline, when it involves your company, when it involves your people, your family members, when you work on it, it gets very personal. I remember walking in my kitchen door on the Friday of my first week at the airline on Cloud 9. Now I've got the dream job. My wife was standing at the door, And she told me my best friend had been killed in a plane crash. We've all had that. I think that's why we're here today. We've all experienced that. Being at the hospital with my daughter and wife when my daughter was a day old, and getting a phone call saying that my brother-in-law had just been on a U.S. Air plane crash. It involved my airline, it involved my brother-in-law. 37 people died that night. It is very personal. And so we have to harness that energy to be able to make a difference. I'm not alone. Everybody in here has been through that, but I think that's why we're here. So it is personal. Thank you, Joel. Darren?
So I think one of the key points here was infrastructure is what we really need here in Alaska, but in reality, we know we're not going to get it in the next 6 months to a year. So what do we do now? We have to mitigate these risks now. We can't wait 2 years, 3 years, 4 years for the federal government to figure out how they're going to do these, make these changes and implement and get us more money for the infrastructure. Things that we can do right on the onset, some of the policy changes with this rule change, which is this resolution for the Reauthorization Act, getting that put in place, but let's put that in place and not design the criteria to make it impossible to put in place. I've got the draft here that I'm looking at, and it's almost looking like if you get the right POI, he's going to say, no, you can't do this. There's no way we're going to be able to go into every village we operate in and train people that sometimes may not even show up when we land. We need to be able to do stuff now, and that's one of them. Other one is policy changes and procedures. We've got procedures out there that we can actually utilize, like we talked about earlier with Anactuvic, and Kyle knows exactly what needs to be done, but he can't do that. We need to take that technology. There's no reason I need to worry about terrain 5 miles from my center line. I can stay within half a meter with the equipment. I've spent thousands of dollars equipping my airplanes with WAS, ADSB in and out, radar altimeters. Also, we can do this, but our hands are tied. Nobody's letting us do this. So what we need out of this meeting is the folks going back to DC and the new administrator to say, we need to do this now, not tomorrow, not 6 months from now, but now. Let us at least start being safe immediately.
Thank you, Darren. Joe?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for convening this discussion and for the great work of all your staff here today as well. And I do want to thank the FAA folks for the terrific input. These are clearly hardworking and well-intentioned people, and they're great partners for those of us in the industry as well. That said, I have to acknowledge that I feel discouraged by this afternoon's discussion. The lack of prioritization, the lack of coordination, given the importance of safety in this aviation-dependent state, it's something that I think we should all find unacceptable. So I guess my suggestion would be, or my encouragement would be, to really focus on infrastructure enhancements. I think that is the priority of the top priority of the Alaska Air Carriers Association right now. It should be data-driven prioritization, and it should be with effective FAA and industry coordination. And whether that's through an individual champion or focal point, or whether that's through some sort of structured committee, or both, we need to make it happen as soon as possible. And the other thing I would just say is, we talked a little bit this morning about safety programs and the Medallion Foundation going away. And it was again, encouraging to hear the FAA that were part of the panel at that point talk about their interest in supporting things like the CFIT simulators. And a lot of folks came up to me during the breaks and said this notion of aggregated information for ASAP reporting is actually really important. So if there is some sort of follow-on organization to the Medallion Foundation, which I believe there needs to be, those are things they need to focus on, the CFIT sims, ASAP, and then also supporting smaller operators with implementation for SMS. And if the FAA can help fund that or support that, great. But again, we need to come together as a community to make that happen.
Thank you, Joe. Kyle?
I'll keep it pretty close to flight procedures. I guess I would like to see, for one, a more robust comm system, infrastructure as well. Let's stick with letting everybody fly everywhere, IFR, all the time. That would be my goal. There's a real trick now with a national prioritization of instrument procedures. So we have to prove a safety, pretty much prove a safety case every time we want a new procedure somewhere. And we don't just ask for it and get it. We're fighting against the nation for slots and production. I would say I need as much input from the Part 135 operators as I can possibly get. Everywhere there is an instrument procedure, a departure, or an airway, I need to hear from you. If you don't like what you've got, if you have thoughts on how to change it, but I definitely want to put in the work. I'm not going to shy away from any efforts if you've got great ideas. If you've got systemic solutions, I'll definitely fight for those as well. We did do a lot of T-route work statewide a few months ago, and I think we're actually going to see a lot of benefit when those T-routes come to publication. Thanks.
Thank you, Gordy. Sorry I haven't called on you. I don't think today, and apologies, we had so many questions. But,
No, you didn't, but I will go off on a limb here just a little bit and say we need a validated weather network, non-AWAS 3 validated weather network. And we're currently working on that. We're working with the Flight Technologies and Procedures Division in Atlantic City. Walter Combs, he's our champion for the weather camera program. And we're evaluating a low-cost AWAS, basically, is what we're looking at. For the $8 million it would cost for 8 AWAS, we could put in 80 of these sites in Alaska. We're looking at whether we can make Alaska a proving ground for this. We've targeted 100 locations in Alaska to do just that. We're also doing, we have been working with our friends in the Next Gen Weather Branch and NSEP and the National Weather Service, NOAA, to evaluate other products, RTMA, for example, real-time mesoscale analysis. We've got an initial report on how good RTMA is. We're refocusing that effort. Danny Sims is in the audience. He's our focal on that, and we are working to evaluate that regionally. We know that if we can come up with a validated weather network in Alaska, what Andy was showing there as far as the density of AWAS goes against RTMA's accuracy. But if we bolster that with either MAWS data and this VFR weather network, or validated weather network, I'll call it, we're going to be head and shoulders above where we're at today. It's thinking outside the box, obviously, and we have to know how good the information is. So Flight Standards is working the program, and we're trying to evaluate it versus an AWAS and determine how good it is, and can we mitigate that? Can we mitigate it by raising minimums, putting limitations on winds and things like that? So all that is in the works. These are things that we've identified when we started into this whole discussion over 4 years ago with Denali CMO and Corvus, Tutunduk, and Linden, because they have procedures they can operate without weather into locations VFR because of the public law that ended up coming out. We were already in the works on that while that whole legal piece was going through there. So there's a lot going on, but one of the things that we've identified is we've identified there's a significant lack of infrastructure up here in Alaska. It's been well known, it's been well documented for years, and on the forecasting side, the Weather Service put together a piece based on our requirements to have an automated forecast product. It's the Alaska Aviation Guidance product. It's currently available at 58 locations. Our guidance is a little bit slow coming out. Everything in flight standards that we do, whether it's policies, procedures, or everything, runs through our legal department, and it has delayed things by months, literally months. So what's the concern is over here, we're working on the policies for operating. I've got the 121 side for policies on how to operate without weather. That may come out sometime next year at the rate we're going. The 135 side is Andy Pierce, so obviously you guys talked to him, so it's going to take a while, but VFR or Validated Weather Network is really the direction. I'd like to see some support for that because it's duly needed here in Alaska.
Totally agree. Thank you very much. Jim?
All right, well, living in the ADSB world like I do, I'm going to have to go with more ADSB equipage, particularly in the Bethel environment. I've been out there many times. I never worked out there as a pilot, but I did see the traffic out there. So 100% coverage out there or equipage out there would be awesome. And I would like to see a few more ground stations. I heard someone mention that there's a disincentive for equipping because of our coverage up here. I would like to see our office install a few more ground stations to complete some of the areas that aren't covered today.
Thanks so much. Jeff?
Yeah, so just to kind of echo off of what some of the other folks have been talking about, I think, what it comes really down to is improved observational network in the state. Again, we don't have, we have a lot of sparse network of observations. Simple things like Andy and Jenny had mentioned about the PIREPs. Weather Service, we kind of live and breathe from PIREPs. We know there are a lot of aircraft out there that can help validate our forecast, not only by telling us where there's icing and turbulence and these different phenomena are occurring, but even negative PIREPs are important to us because that can help us determine where these conditions are not occurring, and we can make our airmets smaller and our SIGMETs smaller and open up airspace. So that's really important. Weather camera program is great. Walter's out here. We've been working with him for quite some time. A great tool for forecasting. And then also kind of what's just been discussed about these low-cost AWOSs and other types of MET sensors out there on the ground. I think there's a need for a combination of these different types of weather stations that can serve different needs, and they'll help to fill gaps around the state, which I think is good.
Thanks so much, Joanne.
Yes, just ditto down the line. The one thing I do want to mention is the one beauty of the initial capstone, and we do have some fathers and I'll say even grandfathers of capstone in the audience. Boyack is here, Wilford Ryan, and of course Tom George, Adam White, Harry Keeling, Skip Nelson was here, Jimmy Wright, and Kyle. I feel like I'm at the Academy Awards, and I want to thank everyone for. No, but seriously, the beauty of that program was we've all heard, yes, we need COM, and we need this, and we need that. And within the FAA, we have our own budgets, so we have, like, for instance, I would love to spend my funding on weather systems, but I can't. I have to spend it on procedures. Anyway, my point is, with the original program, everything, it was all-encompassing under the umbrella, not just the technologies, but everything that you all have been saying, the training, the weather, everything that was needed was under that umbrella. And that is, when we talk about a collaborative effort, when we talk about a champion or a focalist, that is what it's going to take as far as the coordination, and yet still try to achieve what we can, as you said, what can we do now tactically? Also, just one other thing, I would be remiss, I want to thank you, Darren, and also Kyle, for recognizing the work that Navigation Programs does in trying to bring in the LPVs and LPs, but I'm just the gal with the passion for Alaska and the funding. We wouldn't be able to do what we're doing without Kyle, without our folks in the Western Service Area and Oklahoma City. So a thanks to all of them. We truly do work together as a very good team and trying to do what we can for the state of Alaska. But thank you for recognizing our work. Thank you.
Joanne, thank you. Rich?
I think just echoing everything that everyone has said already, I'm going to be a little bit light and say an Army moves on its stomach. So what I mean by that is the support. We're going to need some serious support in this effort, and it's going to have to come pretty high level, and it's going to have to come with the funding and everything that we've talked about. But I'm just so impressed. I've been gone for a year and a half now, and to come back and see the aviation community come together like this, and I thank you very much Mr. Chairman, for bringing everybody together for this, because I'll tell you, it's got a lot of people thinking high up in the FAA right now about Alaska and about the Part 135 operations, and I've been in a lot of dialogue with a lot of people, so it's got the attention. Now we just need to take that attention and turn it into an action. So you give me a direction and you give me the support, and we'll make it happen, that's for sure.
Thank you so much. Brian.
Mr. Chairman, since 2012, the FAA's mantra from the QC side of the house has been collect, find, and fix. And very much has been what I've heard from a lot of the flyers as well, and the users of the NAS. And so collecting the data isn't necessarily difficult. We're awash in data. It's the finding what it's telling us and then the fixing part, because the ramifications sometimes, you don't want to move too fast. And a lot of times with the FAA, we're slow to move because we want to make sure we have everything nailed down. And so the one thing that the takeaway, and we've all talked about Bethel today, I see an issue where we've come to the table and without even knowing it, and we're almost all in agreement that we have an issue there, and we're in agreement that we have a possible solution there. So as I bite into different problems, we have a lot of big problems, that's a manageable one. And I would say that's one that could be attacked and provide a level of safety for the folks that are flying that could easily be achieved just with the right people moving it through.
Make this real quick. Obviously, from an avionics manufacturer, we'd like to see the ADSB infrastructure, ground-based stations, not just because we want to sell more ADSB, but we have hundreds of systems here, and they would give more usability. So.
John.
Great. Yeah, I'd like to say thank you for having us here, and this has been a wonderful set of discussions. I think the data-driven analyses that Corey and Jens talked about are a great way to look for opportunities for solutions. I think I'd like to see manufacturers and avionics developers work more toward making the avionics smarter. Can we look for those Swiss cheese holes lining up before they've all lined up? And start warning pilots a little earlier.
Great, thanks. Noreen Price, one of our air safety investigators here in Anchorage. I haven't given you the chance to speak at all. Any thoughts from today?
Well, from the perspective of a Alaska accident investigator, I'm passionate about risk management, and a lot of great ideas today, but tomorrow morning, the weather is going to be the weather. The infrastructure is going to be the infrastructure. We're still going to have a shortage of pilots. And the people in Alaska deserve safe transport to where they're going. So I'd like to encourage the FAA to develop SMS, if I can use the SMS word, safety management, the light product that will work for small operators, because small operators need help in this arena, and I highly encourage the FAA to move forth with the development of that.
Sean Williams was an air safety investigator here in the Anchorage office, regional office. Now he's in our Midwest, or our central, whatever it's called. It's too late in the day. It's 8 o'clock at night, according to my watch. But our Midwest office, central office, whatever it is. You're in Chicago these days.
Yes,
I'd
sir.
love to hear your thoughts.
It's not so much about my takeaways from it. It's what's going to make Alaska aviation safer. And I think it's the collaborative effort like we're seeing here today. Use this as a starting point. Continue this, and I think we're going to get to that end goal. And that's, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's up here now and who was up here earlier today. It's been great. Thanks.
Yeah, wow. What a day. But this is the beginning. It's not the end. It does not end at 4 o'clock. It has to be the beginning of something that will continue to evolve here in Alaska. I will spare you my list. I asked Sean Dalton to come up with a list of 1 or 2 bullet points per session, and I have 37 bullet points. So, but Sean's a lawyer, and they get paid by the word. But Sean, thank you. Actually, the truth is, I thought about going and just selecting one or two out of each panel, and I thought it'd be pretty presumptuous of me to come up with what I thought when we had the real experts just give all of their thoughts. So I think we've got a lot to take home with us, all of us. Carrie, I want to thank you for your support as the regional administrator of the FAA. You've got a huge responsibility, so thank you for being here. Certainly want to thank the audience for being here and bearing with us all day long. And we had many of you, several of you were on the panel earlier this morning. The real success of this entire day was due to two groups. One is our panelists. You made today happen, and I want to thank you. The other part of who made today successful is the NTSB staff. And Mike Folkert said that he and Christy had decided they didn't want to be recognized, but being stubborn, I'm not going to let that happen, because I do believe in recognizing good performance, exceptional performance. The people that pull this together, and people were thanking me, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this, for that. I didn't do anything. I just showed up with a microphone in my hand. The people that really made this happen, again, were you all, but the ones who helped me to prep for it and did all the legwork going up to this was our staff. Mike Folkert's, nobody's even seen him today, but there he is right there. He's been back behind the scenes. Mike, you did an exceptional job. But as Dave Flieger said, it's all a team effort. Amy Taroon, Noreen Price, Sean Williams, Clint Johnson, Josh Lindbergh is, Josh, come on out. You've been back there flipping the slides. Come on out. Let's see what you look like. Sean Dalton, who's my trusty assistant, who's worked with me for 10 years. Anybody that can put up with me for 10 years deserves an award. My poor wife's been with me for 40 years, so God bless her. Colette Hurley, Aaron Sauer, Chris Wallace, Chris O'Neill, James Anderson. James was supposed to be here to help coordinate the video stuff, but unfortunately he's down in California, been down there since Tuesday morning on that horrific dive boat accident. Christy Dunks, Tim LeBaron, Dana Schultz. And the danger of recognizing people is you always forget someone. But if I did forget you, my apologies. But I just really thank you all so much. Thank you for your dedication, for taking this great state and allowing the infrastructure, allowing the aviation system to even be better than it is. We recognize that there's issues that need to be fixed. We've heard those issues. The NTSB cannot fix it, but what we can do is be the impetus to make change. And my commitment to you is we are going to push. Thank you very much, and be safe. Thank you.